That's East Fort Lauderdale. I think it's like 10 to 15 in West Fort Lauderdale. But if you live in, any reasonable, I don't want to say that too loud. If you live in a nicer place, you pay more. Or as my pool guy says, there's a something thing in America that called zip code pricing. Oh, you're that's $200 now. Oh, yeah. Oh my God. The real thing. How are we doing? Good. Um, Today I'm going to ask you about this.
meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Please identify the exit doors that are clearly marked for emergency exiting, while in the boardroom, refrain from obstructing the exit doors. Once the boardroom has reached the seating capacity, attendees will be directed to a designated overflow area in the building. Upon activation of the fire alarm system, please exit from the room in an orderly fashion and continue to exit the building and remain outside until the authority that has jurisdiction has deemed this building safe to return. We ask that all attendees to maintain a respectful and professional demeanor during this meeting. Disruptive behavior, including but not limited to yelling, interrupting speakers, or engaging in personal attacks, will not be tolerated. If you engage in disruptive behavior interfering with the orderly process of the meeting, I'll issue a verbal warning to cease the disruption immediately, and failure to comply with the warning will result in your removal from the board meeting by law enforcement. Removal from the meeting by law enforcement will be for the duration of all meetings held on this day. Our primary focus is to create a safe and productive environment for all of our participants. All please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In order for the meeting to operate with an appropriate professional environment, at this time we respectfully request that all cell phones and other electronic devices be either turned off or put into the silence mode. Step outside the boardroom if you need to answer your cell phone or make a call. Public comments will be accepted on all agenda items in accordance with Policy 1100A. Any person may present live comments by attending the meeting at the Casey Wright Administrative Building. Members of the public who registered online via the Voice of the Stakeholder webpage or submitted a public comment request card located in the lobby outside the boardroom will be recognized to provide their in-person comments to the board when the respective agenda item is on the floor for consideration. Only those individuals that have registered will be called by the chair to speak. All published written agenda items related to today's agenda have been shared with all school board members and placed on the district website for public view. Anonymous comments or comments that do not pertain to the scheduled agenda items will not be accepted. Therefore, each written comment must include the person's name, city, and zip code. As we prepare to begin our regular school board meeting, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all of our students aspiring to become an A school district. Our purpose today and every day is to achieve this goal. In achieving this goal, we are committed to ensuring everyone counts. Our culture will be student-centered, teacher-supported, and principal-led. The purpose of this meeting is for the School Board of Broward County, Florida to conduct official business of the district and any other items the board deems necessary. Today, the board is considering the following business. 1, agreement between SBBC and the BTU EP. 2, memorandum of understanding between SBBC and the BTU EP. Dr. Licata, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Dr. Wanzer, would you please read it into the record?
Microphone.
For agenda item number 1, amendment between SBBC and the BTU EP, additional information. Agenda item 2, memorandum of understanding between SBBC and the BTU EP, additional information.
The changes to the
Madam
agenda.
Chair.
Mr. Alston?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before you close the agenda, I have a question. And actually, I'd like to testing. I'm speaking. I don't know if I can test. There we
Yes.
go. They can turn it up. Madam Counsel, so let me just start with you before I proceed to kind of what I'm thinking. Is this meeting properly noticed?
Ms. Batista?
Yes, Madam Chair, the meeting was properly noticed.
And are there items normally during this portion in a properly noticed meeting? Are there any issues, bringing forth items if the meeting has been properly noticed in a public forum?
Under the Sunshine Law, there are no issues with bringing additional items. As you know, and we have discussed before, it is up to the chair to accept a new item for good cause.
Great, all right, so thank you for that, Council. And Madam Chair, I'm not proposing a new item. The item that I am going to offer is an item that the board has already taken some action on. And I'd like to put on the table a motion to rescind prior board action on 0014 Program Manager Owner's Rep from the prior board meeting. That's the motion I'd like on the floor for consideration.
Second.
It's been moved by Alston, second by Holness.
Madam Chair?
Ms. Batista?
If I recall correctly, 0014 was the AECOM item. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that item is a contract change with another entity. So that is an item that cannot be rescinded or reconsidered because it has, while it can be, hello?
You're off. Microphone?
Do you want to sit in my seat?
Testing.
Do you want to sit in my seat?
No,
There you
I'm
go.
back. Okay. So while an item, the board always has the option to reconsider or rescind any items pursuant to Robert's rules, those rules are subservient to the legal statutory requirements and the requirements of a contract. So because the item that was adopted by the board was a contractual item that changed the contract, it cannot be rescinded. It would have to be, there would have to be other actions taken, like some sort of a, termination of a contract or that kind of thing, if that's what the board would want to do. And then there are provisions under the contract to be able to take those actions.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Alston?
Thank you for that, Council, and I appreciate your response, but I think I have a difference of opinion because this board has reconsidered or rescinded or taken action on various contracts before. So that actually is counter to kind of your guidance to the board right now. I did not make the motion to reconsider. There's a difference of reconsidering and rescinding the action. Rescinding is to pull the prior action from the board. Reconsider is putting that item back on the table. As you know, you can only do that in the same meeting. So I did not make a motion to reconsider. The motion is to rescind, and I think it's properly second. If I could, through the superintendent, through the chair, to the superintendent, has a contract been signed since the last board meeting between the district and the AECOM?
Dr. Licata?
I don't believe it has been through the approved minutes.
Okay.
If Dr. Wanza, correct? Last meeting's minutes have not been confirmed and approved by the board?
That is correct.
Right. So actually was a different question, but I'm with you. Well, I was going there. You must be reading my notes, and I don't have any. So meeting minutes, to your point, Mr. Superintendent, is when a board actually approves prior action that was taken. And this board has not approved its minutes from the prior meeting. So that's when you ratify all actions of a body, which is a true statement. I think any organization that we have been a part of, anyone knows that is the purpose of meeting minutes, which is why this one board member, Madam Chair, as you know, looks at meeting minutes all the time and makes corrections. So that has not been done. But separately, the reason I asked the question around a contract I'm going to try to meet the council somewhat halfway. If the district had indeed executed a contract, we would be in different territory. A contract has not been executed, number one. Number two, this board has taken action on prior contracts and agreements with people and entities. So with that, I respect our council, but I don't believe the council's opinion on this item is the correct opinion. And Madam Chair, I'd like to proceed with the motion on the floor, which is to rescind the prior board action on 0014. And at the appropriate time, whether it's in this meeting or a future meeting, the board can take some additional action.
Ms. Batista?
The item that Mr. Alston is referring to was in fact signed by the chair, and even though the minutes have not been approved by the board, the item was voted upon and adopted, and it is a final contract with AECOM. The item has been executed by the chair and the other side.
So the contract is fully executed?
Correct.
Okay, the superintendent just said something separate. So
I
which is
don't-
the correct statement?
Well, I'm looking at it right now with the signature, so.
I'm only talking to both of you.
Dr. Licata?
I can't talk across the dais.
I know that the agenda item for approval of the minutes has not crossed, but in seeing that contract being signed, so my statement being that the approval of the minutes is accurate, I was not aware of whether that was signed or not. I was just answering about the minutes approval, which has not been brought forward on an agenda item. That's as far as I can ascertain at this juncture.
Okay. And is there any, now that that contract has been signed, and I'll go back and look at it, because I do have it here as well. Now that it's been an executed contract, that's a different question. What are the provisions in the contract now that we have a fully executed contract, I'm assuming from both parties, what are the remedies that the district has to go in a different direction?
Ms. Batista?
So first of all, when you bring an item for rescission without prior notice, you need 2/3 vote to pass that item. Just wanted to make mention of that. Number two, when you have a fully executed contract, depending on what it is that you need to change within the contract, I would have to look at the full contract and tell you, because I cannot off the top of my head tell you what every provision on that contract says, or, for example, what the termination provisions are, et cetera. I know there are some, and sometimes in some contracts you have to give, 30 days to allow the other side to correct the problem, if that's what you're looking for, or if it's a full termination, then you also have to give notice to the other side.
All right, so let me give my full intent, and I think I was clear at the last meeting. My full intent, which the board will decide on its own, I think kind of decided, but maybe didn't fully decide. Okay. My intent, now that there's a fully executed agreement, is for the district to get out of that fully executed agreement. So I defer to council to look at the contract to advise me on the proper step I need to take now that we have a fully executed agreement, because I'd like for this action to come back to the board, which will save the district a good chunk of money. That's where I'm at.
So I will be happy to look at the contract and allow the board, or give the board feedback on how to proceed. I cannot do that this second.
Okay, so then what I'd like to do, Madam Chair, if you're okay, I want to add a third item that we will put this back on the agenda, maybe as an item number 3, because by that point, council would have had time to review and would have gone to all 9 board members to give us guidance so we can come back to the item at the close of the special meeting.
That's adding an item to the agenda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Go ahead, please. I'm sorry.
respectively, I do not feel this item should be added to the agenda at this time. I don't think it's fair to the community. This was not on the agenda. It was not properly advertised. And I think it's very difficult and challenging to put Ms. Batista in this position, and then also respectively to my colleagues, to be able to process everything within these quick moments of time where we have an agenda before us to approve item number 1.
So what's the purpose of, Madam Chair, respectfully, what's the purpose of Robert's Rules? What's the purpose of having an item on the agenda that we call closed agenda, where there's a discussion between you and the board about adding items, which you've added before? You've added good cause items before, if I recall, or maybe the vice chair, I think, was sitting and serving as chair. What's the purpose of having this on the agenda, number 1? Number 2, if we have publicly noticed this meeting, which the general counsel told us that this was a publicly noticed meeting, then what's the point?
So if you would like the board to overrule me as the chair, then we can go call for a vote.
Let's call for a vote.
If I may.
Quiet in the audience.
So the decision as to whether the item is allowed or not is for good cause, and that is to the discretion of the chair only.
Okay.
That's number one. Number two, I just wanted to remind the board of its Rule 1100A, which says that for school board items that the board members bring, these items, inclusive of attachments, shall be brought at least 7 days in advance for the purposes of proper notice. That's one of the rules that the board has adopted for itself under Rule 1100A.
All right, so to that point, let me ask a question. When was the last document that we received on agenda items 1 and 2? When did they come to the board? Were they within the past 7 days? Since that's the board's policy.
Dr.
Let's talk
Okada.
about it right now.
I'm sorry, please.
Dr. Winter.
Dr. Wanz.
The items were delivered initially, I think about 14 days ago, or at minimum 7, and then there was additional information that was delivered Friday once the all parties involved. So once the union finished the ratification process, that was then delivered on Friday.
Got it. So now that we put on the record that you believe that this body should only consider items 7 days that we received it, my specific question is, when did we receive this full agreement? Let me turn it around for staff. When did this full agreement come to the board? Did we get this did we have this for 7 days?
That was delivered on Friday, sir.
Got it. So now, are we in violation of board policy? Since we want to follow board policy, let's talk about it.
If I may, Madam Chair, the rule that I read was for board member items.
Oh, only board items.
Okay, so I'm ruling that there's not good cause to bring your item forward.
That's your right. No problem.
All right, so back to the meeting. The changes to the agenda proposed by the superintendent are accepted by the chair after being determined that good cause has been established for said changes. May I have a motion and second to close the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. All in favor of closing the agenda, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
Nay, Alston.
No.
No, Rupert.
Roll call.
Roll call on the motion to close the agenda. Mrs. Al-Hadaf?
Yes.
Mr. Alston?
No.
Mrs. Pham?
No.
Mr. Fogelholy?
No.
Mrs. Hickson?
Yes.
Dr. Holness?
No.
Mrs. Leonardi?
Yes.
Mrs. Rupert?
No.
Dr. Zeman?
Yes.
Okay. The motion fails, 5-4.
I'll recess the meeting for 2 minutes. The agenda is not closed. As we begin to take public comments for today's special school board meeting, the public will have the opportunity to speak on the items. I'm reminding the public that the speakers are advised to refrain from obscene or vulgar conduct, slanderous remarks, or statements that tend to incite violence or breach the peace. In addition, speakers are to demonstrate proper decorum and model the district's 8 character traits: cooperation, responsibility, citizenship, kindness, respect, honesty, self-control, and tolerance. Speakers are reminded to watch the clocks on both sides of the dais, as the yellow light will come on to indicate 15 seconds remaining, and use these 15 seconds to wrap up your comments. At 5 seconds after 3 minutes expire, the microphone will be set for the next speaker. The item of business on the agenda is item 1, a motion to adopt the amendments to the collective bargaining agreement between the School Board of Broward County, Florida, and the BTU Education Professionals for the 2023-2024 school year. May I have a motion and second on item number 1?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. It's been moved and second to adopt item 1. Public comment.
Madam Chair, we have 2 registered speakers. Mr. Chris Nelson can proceed to podium A, and Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh may proceed to podium B.
Good morning, Board. Chris Nelson, Fort Lauderdale taxpayer. Good morning, everybody. How are you doing today? Hope well. And I thought, Tori, you brought up a very good point right
Please
there.
stick to the item.
Okay.
Comments on the item.
Oh, man, only 5 seconds in. All right. So this is for the collective bargaining agreement between the teachers union and the school board. And I just want to say I hope that the union is maintaining by law at least 60% participation by teachers, because if they don't, they could face decertification by new Florida law. So I hope the board looks at that on a regular basis to see that 60% of the teachers are still part of the union. I think it's probably getting close. Want to thank Governor Ron DeSantis for his $252+ million increase for teacher salaries, standing at more than $1 billion for school year 2023 through 24. Our teachers are very important, and it's sad that people have to find more than one job because, I mean, gee whiz, condo bills are like way through the roof now because of these new condo laws. If you're a teacher and you want to live in a condo, oh my goodness, your special assessments and everything is going to be more than your mortgage. So, I mean, I know I have to have a couple of jobs, so it would be great if we got to the point, though, where teachers could just have one job so they could focus on their students and their main job. It would also be nice if we could also get raises to security staff, principals, cafeteria workers, administrators, because they do a great job too, and they have a hard job too. So I hope that money can also be found for them as well. Thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. Do I support raises for teachers? Sure, yes. So now I'm going to put on my audit committee chair hat. The audit committee has been tracking the general fund balance, which has been dancing dangerously lower than our neighbor to the south and to the north, and was about $20 million away from dancing close to, I think, the state minimum of 3%, because we were at 4.17. So the financial impact of these provisions, it says it's $36,575,577. And the source is general funds, including TSIA and grants. Where's the specificity? How much is coming from each bucket? Why is that not presented here in the backup? Because these are the questions we'll be asking on Thursday at the audit committee meeting, and I hope there will be answers that you got today, because of course you would all ask, could you please be more specific as to where the money is coming from, and what is the impact on the general fund balance now? Not next year, but for today. When this gets approved, where's the money coming from, and what is the impact today to the general fund balance? And then, because this is only one bargaining unit, What happens when you get to the table, to the next approval for the next bargaining unit? What is the impact to the general fund balance then? Do we get to 3% or only to 3.5%? I don't know, because there's no specificity. This is all about dollars and numbers, and yet it doesn't give you any details. And back when I did financial reporting, if you took something like this to the board without supporting exhibits, schedules, showing exactly where the money was coming from, you would not be doing financial reporting very long. But apparently this passes here. So I hope it doesn't pass today, in the sense that this is not enough for you to be making this decision, because you can't possibly make an informed decision about how much money you have left in the general fund balance. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we also have Ms. Terry Lopez Preuss, and she may proceed to the podium closest to her, and Ms. Liliana Ruido is donating her time to President Ana Fusco.
Terry Lopez Preuss, I'm donating my time to President Ana Fusco.
Okay, 6.
So only one person can donate time, so Ms. Preuss can either speak, but Ms. Ruido donated her time.
6 minutes.
Good morning, Ana Fusco, Broward Teachers Union President, Chair, Board. It was a long stretch out for negotiations. We actually started last school year speaking about what we felt was a modest ask to help move teacher salaries and to have them to be able to afford to continue to stay wherever they are living at this present time, whether it would be in Broward or our brother and sister counties of Palm Beach or Dade. It took a few times to come to the table with the same offer. Broward Teachers Union always sat down at the table with good faith bargaining. We realized of hearing what the fund balance is. We do pay attention to the audit committee. We listen to the board meetings. I'm here at the board meetings most of the time. But if I'm not, we are listening to the meetings. We know that there's restructuring happening with repurposing schools, or worst case scenario, which may make it for the record, I don't agree with closing any school. Just for the record, Broward Teachers Union has that position. You guys have your rationale, which are 4 community meetings with 2 questions asked to the community that's going to lay out the input of what you're going to do at our schools. So there is some type of plan happening that would possibly increase the fund balance for the future. We know there's a position here where we've gotten a ratification from over 11,000 of our 13,000 teachers that took the opportunity to vote for whatever reason why. They may have been absent, chose not to. It's a ballot that they get on their own. They choose to vote yes or no, and it gets counted. So it was an overwhelming of 83% to 16%, 17%? 83 to 17. So it showed that people are in favor of the offer of the 4% pot, which brought highly effective to a 4.56, and our pay for performance, and then our pay for performance of effective of 3.2 per the state statute. That is unfortunate that it's a separation and a pit against teachers, but that is what our statutes have been since 2011. And then our, what we call our grandfather teachers of a 3.56. That would be the salary increase percentages per those individuals on their base salaries. So that is just a start that we can move towards, where we hear some conversations of whether it's a full package of $100,000 compensation or moving salaries to that part. We think that there's some kinks that need to be worked out, more conversation. We're never going to say no to increasing any piece of our salaries and benefits. We have great health insurance at Broward County Public Schools. We have a benefit that every single teacher and every other employee not only deserves but is a need. So again, with the 13,000 teachers that are here in Broward County Public Schools, which is the largest group in the county of employees, we know that we can't do it without our other groups. So we're always respectively in favor of every single employee having the afforded opportunity to earn a raise per their negotiation strategies or ask. But we are asking you to approve the ratification, which it came from your house, of the offer of finally getting it into a 4% reoccurring. It was a long haul, a long ask. I think you needed to hear from various teachers in different positions, whether they spoke at our board meetings, whether they wrote you individual emails, whether they text you, called you. I don't know how they reached out to you, but we know that people reached out on their own accord to give you whatever their story was of why they needed to have an increase. Of course, we felt that we deserve more. We're asking you for moving into the next school year that you look wholeheartedly in the budget first, always first, of making sure that your most precious commodity, which is the employee, has a place in the budget for a livable raise that can really move their salary, that helps them for living and also for the value what they bring into our school system. Our district is moving in a positive direction every single day. Broward Teachers Union, we're in schools and we see the greatness. I was just yesterday at a ribbon cutting ceremony at Central Park Elementary with the big Everglades initiative that, because of this start of this 5-year program from that school, has brought it out to possibly 16 other schools that have reached out that they want to be a part of this initiative to bring community and awareness through understanding of the greatness of our Everglades and preserving all of our environment. So it just I saw 35 students that were ambassadors that glowed and gleamed of how well kept their school is, the beautiful mural that happened, and things like that are happening every day should be the screaming of what happens at Broward County Public Schools because of our teachers and every employee that gives back to make sure that our students are well taken care of. We know it starts with the bus driver to the cafeteria worker to the custodian to the clerical, and then reaches into our classrooms to the teachers and the teacher assistants and the behavior techs and counselors and everybody that fits into those pieces. So we ask you to approve this ratification. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, we also have, I'm not sure if he still wishes to speak, we have Mr. Kenny Minshew, and Ms. Ruido donated her time to President Fusco, so Ms. Terry Preuss, if she still wants to speak.
Hello, Terry Lopez Preuss. I've been a member of this community for over 30 years in the business field and also in the education field, and I'd like to thank all of you for everything that you do on a regular basis for Broward County Schools. I also want to thank you for listening when we were in negotiations, to have you come back and rethink. And I know that some of you were having family struggles, physical struggles that kept everyone from being in the decision-making moment. We thank you for coming together and making the decisions to help our teachers get to the point where they can keep a roof over their head and keep their own children's mouths filled with food that they need. It is very difficult for teachers to go in every day and take care of the needs of their students when they themselves are having struggles financially. And as you know, Broward County has gone into being one of the most expensive places in the country while we still pay teachers on a very low level. So I want to thank you for helping. And some of you don't know, but for the first 3 years of President Fusco and my having gotten elected, I came here every single Tuesday, and I saw money coming and going and coming and going. And every year I wondered the same thing. Why don't they budget for teachers first? And so I really appreciate that you're going to start doing that, because our teachers deserve it. And with insurance costs and windstorms happening and things happening here, the instability of, us being able to keep our homes is very difficult. So we have to know that you, the school board of Broward County, are paying attention to what we are going through. Not only us, the teachers, but all of the employees. And I want to thank those of you who are actually looking at me. I thank you for that. It makes a difference. It makes me feel like there's a reason that I got up here to say what I said. And I know that our teachers have worked so hard to teach students in the best way that they can. And we have so many talented teachers here who give their lives. They could go to another nearby county, but they stay here because they are Broward people, as are all of us with the Broward Teachers Union. So I expect that you know when you offer something that you will be able to fund it. And I know and I trust you that you will be able to continue to fund it. And I trust that. So I know that you will vote yes. And I know that our teachers will be able to get recompensed. And I thank you, those of you who decided to take a quick little look at me while I was standing here. I appreciate it. And those of you who didn't, I forgive you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker? No. Okay, thank you. Board debate? Seeing none? Ms. Pham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Terry, I want to thank you for your comments. And you're right. If we're offering something, we as a board need to know how that's being funded and to make sure that those funds are available. So some of the questions that we need answered before we vote on this is questions about specificity. To be perfectly candid, there's a lack of specificity, I'm sorry, I can't say it, where the money is coming from. It just says grant funds. We need to know what grant funds. Are they renewable grant funds? Is this just something that's annual or a one-time deal? We also need to know how that's going to impact on the general fund and where we're going to be floating. We need to know where exactly we're going to be positioned, not just for today, but for the next 12 months before we go into another budget. In addition, we need to know in this package that came Friday night, more than 234 pages, the mere description that we received attached is additional information regarding 5533. That's it. What is the additional information? We don't know where the additional information is here. Are we supposed to siphon through this and use our sixth sense and figure out what's been added? There's nothing here. We don't know what's been amended here. There's no notations. We don't know what's been deleted. It's impossible for us to discern what has happened, what's being proposed, what's being changed. And what's being added is just as important as what's being deleted. Some things need to be there. So the fact that this was delivered less than 7 days and without an adequate description of what the alleged additions, changes, amendments, deletions are, makes this insufficient for me to make an objective assessment. The critical facts are important as a board. We can't go blindly into a contract, any contract. And I believe more than anyone sitting out there, I'm going to bet that these teachers need a raise, and they have. And I've actually approached our chief financial officer about putting together a trust fund where monies for teachers can be put away, where we cannot invade that trust fund. And it's an interest-bearing trust fund. And that way, we can't redirect funds. They're there, and they're sitting there, and they can't be touched. But I was told that's not allowable. So I'm very much interested in what we're going to be doing now with this budget to make sure not only do we have the funds, but that they're safe. So because of the aforementioned reasons, and because this document is keeping us in the dark by being insufficiently described as what additions, changes, deletions have been made, I can't support this as much as I want the teachers to have a raise. And I do want them to have a raise. But it has to be done the right way. Because I don't want to get in the position like this board has in the past where they overcommit, they don't follow through, promises are broken, and I'm not going to go down that road. If I'm going to give my word on something, I want to be able to believe in it wholeheartedly. I know that we have the funds sitting there for those teachers, and no one can redirect those funds to any other account. They will sit there. And even if we don't need them, they will sit there for those teachers until we do need them for them. Thank you.
Ms. Charleston?
Thank you. Wow, Ms. Pham. Thank you again, Madam Chair. Let me just say that today is a great day that we can have a discussion in the sunshine on this agreement that we've reached between the BTU leadership and the school district. When you see something, you say something. And this morning, I will do so. First, I have a few budget questions for the superintendent. Mr. Superintendent, in the approved budget voted on back in September, which I voted against, how much was listed in the 23-24 negotiated salary increases? And I do have the document here, but I know you know the answer, just for the public.
Dr. Licata?
Ms. Marte?
Through the chair, thank you, Dr. Licata. I believe I saw you, board member, hold up a budget workshop.
Yes.
So as it relates to that document, there was no amount shown for raises. It was blank. The adopted budget included the amount provided by the state for the teacher's salary increase. That was approximately $17 million. That was listed on a separate page in that document and not listed as specifically for raises.
Yep. No, I have it highlighted here. Thank you for that, Ms. Marte. So the item, as Ms. Pham prudently referenced, lists $36 million coming from the general fund, including TSIA and grant dollars. What is the breakdown of those categories? Because the item does not list it, and I think Ms. Pham, and I think all 9 of us, hopefully, were prudent enough to see that. Mr. Superintendent.
Dr. Licata?
Ms. Marte?
Thank you, Dr. Licata. Madam Chair, the amount of the item is $36.6 million, and I'm using round numbers. $17 million of that amount is the TSIA allocation. The remaining 19.6 will be funded, as the board was previously told in their closed door, from the American Rescue Plan, the amount of $19.6 million.
Got it. So because we're now in a public session, we're no longer in closed door, and I appreciate your comment. I can ask public questions about this public process that I'm going to talk about. So 17 million TSIA, 19.6 general fund. So let's talk about the general fund.
Excuse me, sir?
I'm sorry, ARP. I can't read my own handwriting.
And ARP is not general fund,
that is
just
correct.
to be clear.
You are correct. So which category, now let's go back to the district budget summary that also we receive here, also back in September. The funds, I think, and you just stated, will be coming from ARP. How do we designate that on the budget summary that the board saw back in September, which I voted against, by the way? But I just want to understand, where would this be? This is on page 6-8, the district budget summary that shows revenues and expenses, goes all the way down to show the $5.6 billion district budget. So just outline for the public where those funds would be listed on that document.
I need to look at the document to be specific. I don't have that page memorized in my head, sir. But given that the total is the comprehensive budget at the bottom that you've given me, they are on that page somewhere. I would just have to look at the page, and then I'd be happy to answer the question.
Got it. So the 19.6 million coming from ARP, I understand that is clearly impacting this fiscal year. Will we have ARP funds next fiscal year?
Dr. Licata?
Ms. Marte?
Thank you, Dr. Licata, Madam Chair. The scheduled sunsetting of ARP funds is September 30th of 2024. The administration does not plan to build any ARP funds into the budget next year, as the expectation is that they will be substantially expended prior to the end of June 30th. There will be some dollars for summer school, but they'll be de minimis.
Thank you for that. So, which is actually going to lead into kind of my next point. And my understanding is a portion of these raises, now that we're in a public session, I've heard are now fully recurring, rather than a portion of the raises being non-recurring. So I'm going to ask a different question. So you just referenced ARP sunsetting September of 2024 2024, sounds like in a couple months. So what is the fiscal impact that this board, only on this topic, only on this item, will see in its next budget that we're talking about right now, only as it relates to compensation and raises?
Dr. Licata.
Ms. Marte, I believe you have that number handy?
Yes, sir.
I was gonna say, okay.
The impact to next year's budget, because this is recurring and the grant funds are sunsetting, is 19.6, it's a $19.6 million cost, known cost increase as we develop next year's budget.
So I'm going to repeat what you just said. Is it 19.6 hole that we're starting in that we have to find funds for next year? Or is there a portion of the 19.6? Only on this topic.
On this topic, 19.6 is the total cost we must identify resources to fund next year.
Thank you. So I've also been told that a condition of passing this item, an agreement by the negotiators, was to remove early release days on the next item. Then the district would provide some additional feedback on this recurring cliff that our CFO that our deputy superintendent, my apology, just clearly stated on the record, as if this board is dealing with monopoly rather than taxpayer money. So, Mr. Superintendent, since the board can't take any action on land sales until June, which I disagreed with, when will the board see suggestions for budget reductions and cuts for the 24-25 budget?
Dr. Licata.
I appreciate that question. Any type of land sale that we go through or anything property would have to go directly to capital, so it wouldn't impact our operational side. However, as we move through the next few months for redesigning and repurposing, as well as significant administrative costs in this building and in our other regional offices to offset a lot of our expenditures, we would look to see that in the next 3 months as we look through this repurposing effort that we must do.
Let me restate the question, Mr. Superintendent. So on this one known projected, I'm not going to call it a liability, I'm going to refer to it as a known cost that we have not planned to incur in the next budget cycle, which is $19.6 million. I haven't even gotten to talking about everything else on this list because I'm going to do that momentarily. I just want to understand, will there be some additional feedback and direction that you will provide to the board on this one particular budget gap? Clearly, I recognize all the additional gaps.
Yes,
okay.
As well as the others, absolutely.
Okay. And what about the other bargaining groups? So Ms. Pham actually asked also a very prudent question. Are there funds in the general fund to treat everyone the same, meaning 3.69%? Mr. Superintendent?
Dr. Licata.
Ms. Marte.
Thank you, Dr. Licata. The board was made aware that all funds for compensation increases for the current fiscal year, aside from TSIA, would come from ARP. And that was very clear to the board when we had discussions in closed door. So the...
Can I pause you respectfully? I want
Yes,
to ask
sir.
a very specific question again, Mr. Superintendent. So this may be a question for you. I think I wrote down 3.69% recurring. Based on the general fund today, there is one item before us that only deals with one segment of our employees. Can we, as a board, afford to do 3.69% for all of our employees today?
Dr. Licata.
Referring back to Ms. Marte.
Because I want to make sure that we're going to treat everybody the same. So I want to start right there. 3.69% for every employee group. Can we do that today based on our general fund?
Dr. Licata.
So, based on our general fund, the money for all salary increases this year, the board was told very clearly that it would all come from ARP, that the general fund, aside from TSIA, given the fund balance, did not have the resources. So
let's put a pause right there. Based on what you just said, we have one item before this board to deal with one group. And as a board member, I represent teachers, custodians, bus drivers, security personnel, and administrators. You mean to tell me that we can't afford to treat everyone the same? Mr. Superintendent, I want to clarify that point. I'm going to ask it a third time, just so everyone is crystal clear what's before this board.
I will refer that to Ms. Marte as well, because I believe she was extracting the answer through her statements.
The cost to treat all employees the same way that our teachers are being treated is $23.9 million. The intent of the board, to my understanding...
Not my intent, not this board member. Keep going.
When I speak to the board, I speak to the direction, sir, that the board in general gave the administration, to my understanding. The cost is $23.9 that would be absorbed by ARP this year, and we would have the exact same treatment as the funding for our teachers, with the exception of TSIA, which, as we all know, is from the state budget. The other option, because of the unique funding that our teachers receive from the state, would be for the board to do the same difference for everybody else at a cost of $13.6 million.
Got it. Thank you so much, Ms. Marte. Don't mean to, but I just want to kind of keep this point going, because you have just raised or emphasized a point, you and the superintendent, through your deputy superintendent, that this board has a vote before it that we're only considering teachers, but we don't have the funds to consider funds for any other group. That's disgusting. Let's move to the process, Madam General Counsel, and understand the board's role in closed negotiation sessions. Counsel, is there a Florida law that outlines the role of closed sessions for negotiations and what information is permitted to be discussed or shared? Would you share with the board, please?
Ms. Batista.
There are several laws that apply to closed-door sessions. For negotiation is under Chapter 447, and you are permitted, the superintendent is permitted, and his team, to share information with the board related to negotiation of all the bargaining units.
Great. And Madam Counsel, do you recall how many memos did you send to the board during this negotiation process between the BTU leadership and the district?
Ms. Batista.
I don't recall the exact amount.
Did you send only one or more than one?
I sent more than one.
Okay. So to that point, Counsel, why did you choose to send more than one memo out to the board related to this topic? Were you trying to create some emphasis? Did you have some inkling? Did you have some additional information? Why would you do that?
Ms. Batista.
For the most part, the memos were sent, the first memo was sent as a reminder to the board of what the obligations of the board are vis-a-vis the confidentiality of the closed-door sessions. The remainder of the memos were as a request from the chair to continue to remind the board of those obligations.
If a board member is found to have violated their fiduciary responsibility to the district and to the district taxpayers, could they be held personally liable?
Ms. Batista.
There are penalties, there are potential penalties under the ethics law and some criminal laws that could, yes, that could hold the board members personally liable or guilty, depending on what the law is that they could be charged under.
Thank you for that, Counsel. So here's my observation to the board. As I talk about what has become very clear to me during this process: pay to play, a corrupt culture, and Broward County Public Schools' questionable actions by so many in this district. Here is observation and fact number one. This negotiation process revealed, and I have a strong suspicion, that's why I'm going to say something and see something, that school board members were talking to the president of the BTU, potentially about items discussed in closed sessions. I think a third party needs to examine the communication that occurred between board members, staff, and the BTU president.
That's false.
Quiet.
Observation
Quiet.
and fact number two.
Quiet in the audience. This is your warnings.
Our warning?
Yes.
He gets to make an allegation like that? But by the way, it's not.
Thank you. Please sit down.
Observation and fact number two. Each time the board met in closed sessions, details of our discussions, dollar offers, percentages, and decisions somehow ended up online, on X, formerly known as Twitter, in Facebook groups, text messages, and emails to board members. If discussion in closed sessions were only with a select handful of board members and staff, then someone or many people were talking to folks on the outside. These facts require a deep examination immediately. Observation, these are my observations, and fact number three. The negotiation process, and I have a strong suspicion, that district staff were talking to the president of the BTU and leadership outside of information that should have been shared within district closed negotiation discussions. I also believe, and I could be wrong, the superintendent might have taken some actions in this regard, which may prove some of my initial suspicion correct. Observation and fact number four. During this negotiation process, the BTU leadership endorsed several candidates sitting on this dais, running in 2024. That's a fact. And congratulations to those individuals. One member up here posted in a Facebook group to thousands in the Broward County community. These are all facts and discoverable. This is the biggest example of pay to play that I've seen probably in this state. Between a union and school board members. I know the union has gone to school board members telling them specifically they must vote for the highest raises regardless of our bank account. And I have this vivid reminder that I bring every meeting, and I will continue to do so for all the time that I'm going to be sitting on this dais. I don't think we have a time limit because we never passed that policy.
It's not policy, it's Robert's Rules of Order.
Regardless of the millions of liabilities that the district has exposed, regardless of the information all 9 of us have on this dais, if you don't support it, we're going to pull your endorsement. To the public, yes, I support compensation for all employees. Many of you I talk to every day. Some of you I saw this weekend at Urban Air or Sky Zone with my little ones. You know I have your back 100%. But I will not support this culture that still exists today in Broward County Public Schools. Today I am calling for an outside investigation by the state's Inspector General to look into all of these observations. They're clear facts. Don't take my word for it. Let's bring in a third party. Let's examine how all of these actions connect to how we got here today. There's even a press conference set up next door already. Forecasting, I believe, what the result may be. I've seen this same dance before. I also believe that any board member or staff who participated in any of these actions that I have shared, I hope you join me in calling out this blatant corruption that still exists today, with new faces and old faces. If you have information, step up, speak up, and speak out. Because I've been doing it for a very long time. With these observations and clear facts that have tainted this entire process, Madam Chair, I vote against this corrupt culture today. Vote against officials putting their own personal interests ahead of the district's known liabilities. I will vote against this item, which does not take into account, Mr. Superintendent, all employees of the Broward County Public School System. Because what's good for one should be good for all. I think I've heard that at least from 9 of us on this board, so we're going to see if that actually plays out in just a little bit. It's wrong. It's shameful. And I believe this item should be tabled. I started off the meeting saying that. We got 200 pages just a couple days ago. Think about this for those who are listening. But the threshold for a board member to bring an item is 7 days. But when you're going to vote on something that's millions of dollars, you can bring it the night before if you support it. If you don't support it, you have a problem with it. I will continue to call out inconsistency. I will continue to call out a very clear, blatant culture that I'm trying to crack. And I've been trying to crack it since August of 2022, and I'm going to keep at it. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I hope that the state's Inspector General or Department of Education's Inspector General or the right third party gets in here immediately, because I'll be formalizing many of these comments that I've made that are observations, that are facts. And I welcome a third party to look into it. Thank you.
Ms. Rupert?
Call the question.
Call the question. All in favor of calling the question, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no.
No.
Two notes.
No.
3. Roll call.
Roll call
Calling the
to call the question on the item. Mr. Austin?
I'm sorry, the item is to call the question.
Call the question, yes,
I'm
sir.
a no because I've been consistent. All board members should have the opportunity to speak.
Okay. Mrs. Pham?
All board members should have the opportunity to speak. No.
Mr. Foganholy?
No.
Mrs. Hickson?
Yes.
Dr. Holness?
Yes.
Mrs. Leonardi?
No.
Mrs. Rupert?
Yes.
Dr.
I'm sorry, no.
Okay.
No.
No.
1 second, I'm sorry. Yes, I want to call the question.
Okay. Dr. Zeman?
Yes.
Mrs. Alhadeff?
Yes. 5.
Motion passes 5-4.
Well, actually, no, we need 6
I'm sorry,
votes.
6. I'm sorry, it did not pass. So
Okay.
we continue the conversation.
Dr. Zeman.
Thank you so much, Chair. I wanted to speak on the item. Is that okay for now? Thank you so much.
Wait a minute, you just voted no. Or you just voted yes?
Dr. Zeman.
On what
your
basis
turn
does
to
the other
vote.
school board speaker address this body?
No, I'm talking.
I think I have the floor.
Mrs.
Talking to
Pham,
myself.
Dr.
Sorry.
Zeman's turn.
Thank you
Talking
very
to myself.
much. I don't want Broward County School Board to snatch defeat out of the jaws of victory today. This is an item to compensate our largest employee group in Broward County. It is a group that in closed door we have gone into tremendous detail. Chair, I don't want to thank the superintendent and their staff for answering what seems to be an infinite number of questions that we asked in closed door multiple times, meeting to try and balance our fiduciary responsibilities with the need to pay one of our most valued resources in Broward County, our school teachers. And in closed door, a majority of this board voted for 3.96% raise, balancing our available resources with the need to pay these teachers more. And we did that. In fact, when you add the referendum money...
Point of clarification.
What is your point?
Mr. Zeman is disclosing confidential information as far as what happened during a closed session. I don't know that that's permissible. He's actually stating numbers and percentages of who voted for what. That is confidential, I thought.
Ms. Batista?
The amount that was just revealed is the same amount that is on the table today, so that's not a violation.
My question is, I'm sorry, you misunderstood me. I'm not asking about the amount. I'm asking about, he's talking about how people voted now. That is confidential. He's actually disclosing
I didn't hear that.
the amount of people that voted a certain way. Isn't that kept confidential, or can we discuss that outside of here?
The answer is the information is confidential. I'm sorry, I did not hear any violation because I didn't hear that there was a names named of anybody who voted for anything.
So I just want to clarify, because when I leave a confidential setting room, so I can disclose what happened in there without disclosing the names of the people, the numbers, how people are voted, or how they're swayed, as long as I don't mention names. I just want to make sure, because I don't want to violate any confidentiality clauses in the future. So we need to be clear and consistent. Which is it?
Ms. Batista?
The information within a confidential closed door is confidential. It remains confidential. That's the answer to that question.
So has a violation just been committed?
I did not hear a violation being committed. I did not hear, obviously, there has to have been a majority of people that voted for what's on the table today.
All right. Can we read back the record specifically? What was stated? Because, like I said, I didn't think we were allowed to even disclose if there was a majority, because that's disclosing where the board has positioned itself.
Quiet in the audience, this is your warning. Okay, Ms. Pham, Ms. Batista answered your question. Dr. Zeman, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair. As has been revealed in multiple public meetings, a majority of this board supported the offer that we made to the Broward Teachers Union. What I disclosed is self-evident by what was shared publicly, and is always the result of negotiations as we step by step. The Broward County School Board must vote a majority in favor of any offer that we put. So there's been no violation of closed-door rules, which are sacred. To disclose anything else would be a violation. But thank you for proving my point. You know, we can sometimes as a board snatch defeat out of the jaws of victory. We did it last week. When disabled children and their teachers were here, we spent an inordinate amount of time talking about anything but the kids. It was not our best moment. In fact, it was maybe our worst moment. This week, we should be here celebrating a difficult, intense negotiation with a school board who cares passionately about our teachers, but has to find the money to pay them, not just this year, but next year and every year thereafter. We should be celebrating that the total compensation of teachers is $92,900 in Broward County. The total pay averaged $72,400, numbers that the public loves us to present to them, because we worked very hard to save money in the past 2 years from other things to make sure that we can make a bet on teachers, a bet on administrators, and a bet on educators in Broward County. They are the people that deliver for the community, and this board has consistently voted to take money out of programs, out of software, out of travel, out of clerical and administrative purposes, and put it into the pockets of educators in Broward County. This should be a moment of pride for Broward County. And Chair, I want to be very clear about our staff. They spent a lot of time answering questions in closed door. They went into infinite detail for where the money was coming from to this board. We knew where it was coming from. We've been told. We voted for a 3.96% raise on top of the referendum, on top of the supplemental pays that we provide, on top of the increases in retirement, on top of the increases in health care costs. This board found, in addition to that, 3.96% of the money, some of which came from the state and some of which we had to go find in other programs. That was the difficult work that happened. It took 12 months of work to get to today. And as one board member, I'm very proud of Broward County School Board for finding this money, for paying educators better, and for celebrating that victory after the vote today. So thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Any other board member comments? Seeing none. The question is on the approval of item 1. Those in favor of approving item number 1, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no.
No.
Alston is a no because what's good for one is good for all of our employees.
Alston, Pham, and Fogelholy are no. Item passes. The item of business on the agenda is item number 2, a motion to adopt the provisions of the Memorandum of Understanding between the School Board of Broward County, Florida, and the BTU Education Professionals regarding early release days for the 2024-2025 school year. May I have a motion and second on item number 2?
So moved.
Moved by Rupert, second by Zeman. Is moved and second to approve item number 2. Is there any public comment?
No public comment.
No public comment. Board debate. Public comment. Ms. Fusco.
So I can have 6? I get 6.
Please come to Ms. Boyce.
I will happily donate 3 minutes to President Anna Fusco.
6 minutes for Ms. Fusco.
Thank you. Anna Fusco, Broward Teacher Union President. Okay, how about that? So about the early release, lots of misunderstanding about the need, the want, how we got it. Let me make this clear. There's no pay to play on anything. It's called bargaining, negotiating, the rights under 447. You have a staff in Broward County that provides the information to the superintendent and the board. That's between you guys. All of our negotiations have been public. Open to the public, view to the public, video to the public. The early release was brought to the calendar committee of an understanding of meeting the needs of students in middle school and high school to have the amount of minutes to able to continue to finish high school coursework if you're in middle school and to graduate. We have a contract. We have a board member up there that wanted to violate the contract. 1 sentence. We're all right discussing, yes, a contract, which I heard at the beginning of this meeting that they wanted to bring a contract up. So we want to honor someone else's contract, but you want to violate Broward Teachers Union contract. Out of the mouths of one of our board members, we need what's good for all. I wholeheartedly agree. That's your job as the board to direct the suit, to talk to the deputy suit of finance, who's been around a while, to find the money in the budget. It's called the budget. There's a budget. It all can be discussed. It all can be understood. We don't get in the weeds of it. We have access to the budget to see and view it. But that's the job of everybody else. The early release days was understandable that we want to meet the needs of our students. Broward Teachers Union never wanted to stand in the way. It was never pay to play. We'll give the days if we get never. We just wanted to have it done right, the opportunity that you bring it to the table and properly negotiate. It's called bargaining. That's what happened. The understanding of when you take away the early release days of why they were there was for teachers to work on grades. Elementary school teachers have 6 subjects times 25 students to grade and input. Middle and high school have about 180 to 200 students to grade and input grades. Those 2 hours that they got on those early release days, that was the intent. Now we fast forward, there was a situation with minutes. There needs to be understanding. Take away early release, put it as a whole day. Kids get more instruction, get the minutes, we move on. That negotiation piece for the next day, which is considered a planning professional development day, to allow the teacher to be able to grade student work and input the grade to have the report card done in a timely manner. There's a schedule. Grades in, report cards done, report cards given to the student. That was the understanding. And the understanding was when the following day was 6 hours to be taken up to principal's discretion and call meetings and data chats and so forth. We know there's always a need for that, but we're asking for 4 days to have as much possible to be able to grade papers. By the way, teachers are so unbelievably understanding when a student needs to turn it in at the last minute to be able to grade and input grades. So you give a little, you get a little. It's called bargaining, negotiating, which is proper, which is correct, which is what I'm sure you're going to do when you talk on the next agenda item with the contract which you got coming up for ACOM. And any other group that comes in here that wants to do business with Broward schools. So we ask you to approve the agreement that was made between the 2 groups, which was done when it finally got to the table correctly and ethically. No pay to play. It's insulting, degrading, and just blatantly wrong. I'm not going to sit here and banter or combat. I'm just going to make a statement. We did it right. I can't talk about what happened in the Broward County Public School groups, but the Broward Teachers Union came with offers, countered offers, sat down at the table. Every single one of our meetings was open and viewed. So the early release days were understandably needed for the student. Getting the message to understand the teachers why to give them up, but to understand that they will have time to get their work done during work hours, because nobody should be working after hours. But yet they still do. We appreciate you approving the raise. We know that you will figure it out with the budget. It was done right. It was done ethically. And we're asking you to approve this early release time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public speaker?
Yes, Chris Nelson, Fort Lauderdale taxpayer. Can I also have 6 minutes on the clock? Oh, you can really tell who's running this room. I mean, oh my goodness. But, I'm all for audience participation. I don't even mind, the yelling out. I know that the chair doesn't like that. But, if I had just behaved the way that the Broward Teachers Union president did, I would be kicked right out.
Please keep your comments to the chair or the board as a whole. Thank you.
She can say what she wants.
That's your warning.
But I fully support this investigation. If there's nothing to hide, then why not get the Inspector General involved
speak on the item, sir.
to look into this? She spoke on whatever she wanted on the whole thing. She didn't stay to the item. It's clear that most of these people up here are here because of Broward Teachers Union's endorsement, even though one of you won without the endorsement. But you've got a lot of people up here that owe that to the Broward Teachers Union. So if they're threatening to pull their endorsement so you do what they want.
Pause the time. Hold on. Thank you. The request, the action to remind you is to approve the MOU, which eliminates 5 early release days for the 2024-2025 school year. Please speak to the requested action. Thank you.
Okay, but Chair, she spoke exactly to what she wanted to. She was completely off topic.
Sorry.
And that's part of the problem. The teachers union gets to basically, they just talk the way they want and say what they want. And what I'm saying is, I think that if there was stuff going around that was not supposed to be discussed, that was being brought up in Facebook groups or things like that, I just say I fully support this investigation. And if there was any type of pay-for-play thing, maybe there wasn't. But if there was, then nobody should be afraid of an investigation. This is why there is a culture of mistrust of this school board. Okay, I'm just telling you right here. It seems like you're able to get money for certain things, but other times, oh, you don't have any money. But it's like, is there like a money tree somewhere, and that tree is like only available for certain things? And then when other things come up that they need money for, all of a sudden there's poverty, you know? And that's why the community and the taxpayers don't trust you guys, because there's inconsistency here. And then I hear, the Broward Teachers Union going at the school board. Well, most of the guys up here were 5 out of 9 or whatever, 6 out of 9 were endorsed by them. So it's like, why are they fighting against the people that they helped put up here? It's just kind of ironic when I see that. So I think that full disclosure, and by the way, the carrying on from the audience, it actually doesn't bother me. Just allow it to be, if the teachers union is going to carry on from the audience, also allow other people to carry on from the audience, okay? And I just hope that there will be an investigation, and if there's nothing to hide, then there's nothing to worry about. And I like seeing this vigorous debate. But in the end, thanks to Governor DeSantis, the teachers are getting their biggest pay raise that they've ever gotten, $1 billion. Thank you.
Any other public speaker?
Can I keep mine?
Dr. Wanzer.
So, Ms. Preuss, you gave your time to President Fusco.
And I would like to give mine to Terry.
That is not consistent with the policy. But
like to
Mrs.
speak?
Rito can speak.
Well, first of all, good morning. And I'm here listening to comments that have no base, no place, the disrespect, the allegations that have no basis, and also beside people talking about items that they have no clue. We are here trying to stand up for the teachers, to pass the salary raise, to pass the calendar as well, which is the early release days, but yet we still having conversations going around in an item that has nothing to do with what we are here for today. So, and that goes specifically when somebody who sits up there on the board making allegations with no basis. And yes, the Broward Teachers Union always follow protocol and does the right thing. And the way we did it very clear out to the public, and everyone saw every one of our negotiations. So get your facts clear.
Board debate. Mr. Alston?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate this conversation. I'm actually very glad to see this back because I recall the first discussion, and I'm going to keep my guiding star right to the next of me, because this board should make sure that we increase instructional time for all of our students, number one. Clearly removing early release days does exactly just that, and I think this board member proffered it. I think it was the Zeman-Alston or the Alston-Zeman tag team, however you want to call it. And then the board actually went along with that concept. So this actually is a good thing. Just one question for the superintendent to the appropriate staff. I'm assuming it's probably teaching and learning, deputy superintendent, or the chief academic officer. Just to confirm, in our current school year, can you confirm the number of early release days we have now versus what this will do going forward, just for the public?
Dr. Licata.
Dr. Hepburn, want to defer that to Ms. Hollingsworth?
Deputy Superintendent Howard Hepburn, defer that actually to Dr. Wanza.
Thank you.
Good morning. So currently, we have 6 in the approved calendar. For this year, we have 6.
So we're going from
6 to 5. I'm sorry, we're going from 6, we're going to have one day, which
Okay.
is February 14th.
correct. I just
Yes.
want to make sure. Thank you.
Yes.
So to that point, and because I absolutely understand compromise, I absolutely understand consensus, and I 100% understand good governance. And I think that was the recommendation from the vice chair at the time, who wanted to make sure, and the chair, who wanted to make sure that that was included. So I'm excited to support this item. I'm hopeful that this will be one of many solutions that will lead to increasing the 125,000 students that need resources, but then the other 125,000 students who are excelling, Mr. Superintendent, making sure that we also provide the right acceleration for those students as well. So happy to support this item. It is the right step in the right direction, and I hope that as a district, next year we can even push the limits a little further with more academic and instruction time for our students, because that's why we're here. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'd just like for the superintendent to reiterate, if we should eliminate these 5 early release days, to reiterate to especially our teachers how we will ensure that they have adequate planning time without working after hours.
Dr. Licata?
Yes, I'll refer that to our Dr. Wanza and Mr. Mazzarino, please.
Thank you. So the time that is now being converted to full instructional time, the teachers will receive that time on the planning day, which is the next day.
Thank you.
Any other board debate? Seeing none, the question is on the approval of item number 2 to approve the MOU, which eliminates 5 early release days for the 2024-2025 school year. Those in favor of approving item number 2 say aye.
Aye.
Highly in favor of.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the item 2 is approved, passed unanimously.
Madam Chair, I'm on the
The
phone.
sched-
Leonardi.
Mrs. Leonardi?
Yeah, I just wanted it on the record that I was on the phone for the vote.
Ms. Leonardi voted yes. The scheduled order of business for the special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting. workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Please identify the exit doors that are clearly marked for emergency exiting while in the boardroom. Board Member Zeman, would you like to introduce your school to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag?
Yes,
Dr. Zeman.
I am so proud today
Microphone.
to turn on my microphone first, and second, to introduce Bethune Elementary School. What an amazing place. Before I introduce them, though, I just want to remind everybody of Dr. Bethune and the amazing contribution during Black History Month of an amazing African-American leader that founded a university. She had $1.50 in her pocket, Chair, and 5 students when she got started with what became Bethune-Cookman University. It just tells us all that great ideas don't take a lot of money and a lot of people, but great ideas in the end turn out in the end. I want to thank Bethune Elementary School for the pledge today, and I look forward to us all standing for the pledge.
We are Mary McLeod, Bethune Elementary. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman. Board Member Pham will now introduce her school for a special presentation in honor of Black History Month. Mrs. Pham.
Thank you very much, Chair. Today, a few special announcements. One is...
Please speak into your microphone.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to thank the chaperones from Seminole Middle School. They were honored this week by the mayor of Sunrise, and they went on a bus trip up to Orlando to SeaWorld, and on the way back, they had pulled over because another bus, and these were charter buses, they weren't on our school buses, experienced a flat tire, and someone noticed some sparks, and one of the chaperones quickly evacuated the bus right before it burst into flames. So thank God no one was injured, and everyone escaped safely. They were safely escorted to a place on the turnpike, you know, the little traffic stops with the gas stations where they waited, a rest area. So I want to just give a huge shout out to the chaperones that were so alert and so quickly responded to a potential emergency that really could have turned bad, and just recognize them for receiving a proclamation declaring February 21st, 2024 as Chaperone Appreciation Day in Sunrise. I had much gratitude to Principal Gonzalez for keeping parents apprised of this very frightening situation. And the parents said that she communicated, and because of her communication, they were much more at ease with what was happening, receiving messages in real time. So,
Mr. Foganoli, did you have a correction?
Just Board Member, I think it's the City of Plantation, just to correct, make sure.
oh, yes, I'm sorry, I said
No problem.
Sunrise. Yes. And that would be Mayor Nick Sordo. So thank you. Last week in South Plantation High School, they competed in the Southeast Regional Envirothon, which is an academic competition with schools from Miami, Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach counties. And this was the very first time in a long time that the fielding team for this competition was announced that they were the Bright Minds and took first place for Broward County. So the Broward County students were representing the county at the state's competition in April, upcoming competition. I'd like you to join me in giving kudos to those students listed below who worked very, very hard and spent a lot of time preparing for this competition. And that would be Captain Charlotte Rowe, Sophia Bush, Jordan Pagan, Valentina Rovito, Isabella Radovan, Katrina Miranda Valages, Thane Lauchin. And thank you, Principal Henshaw, for sharing this very exciting news, and congratulations to all. And lastly, in honor of Black History Month, students from Eagle Point Elementary are taking to the stage to perform Lift Every Voice and Sing, often referred to as the Black National Anthem. These talented performers are none other than the Eagle Point Elementary Violin Orchestra, which has approximately 70 students. And they are fabulous. If you have never seen them, they're worth watching. So the orchestra represents a diverse range of musical abilities and ages from kindergarten going up to the 5th grade. So what makes them truly stand out is their commitment to music and the growth beyond the classroom. Not only did it perform for other schools and community events, but they also welcome former Eagle Point students now at Tequesta Middle School who return for a daily zero-hour class at 7:30 a.m. before making their way to the middle school. These are really committed students. Under this expert guidance of their musical teacher, Dr. Felix Spangler, shout out to Dr. Spangler, he's fabulous. These young musicians flourish, honing their skills and showcasing their passion for the music. So we all want to thank Principal Chrissy DeZayas and the team at Eagle Point Elementary for this video presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. In order for the meeting to operate with an appropriate professional environment at this time, we respectfully request that all cell phones be turned off. Public comments will be accepted on all agenda items in accordance with Policy 1100A. All written agenda comments related to today's agenda are shared with all school board members. As we prepare to begin with our school board workshop, we remind that our vision is 100% proficiency for all of our students aspiring to become an A school district. Our purpose today and every day is to achieve this goal. In achieving this goal, we're committed to ensuring everyone counts. Approach will be student-centered, teacher-supported, and principal-led. The following topics are scheduled for board discussion at this workshop: fiscal year 2024-2025 budget workshop 2, facilities update, human resources guidelines, compensation, closed door, chief auditor selection process update. As we begin to take public comments for today's school board workshop, the public will have the opportunity to speak on the items. I'm reminding the public that speakers are advised to refrain from obscene or vulgar conduct, slanderous remarks, or statements intended to incite violence or breach of the peace, and to speak on the item. First item up is fiscal year 2024-2025 budget workshop number 2. I will now turn over to Dr. Licata for staff for a presentation. Dr. Licata.
Well, good morning again. Thank you for that rendition. It sounded great to see those young men and women with those strings instruments. I want to make sure before we introduce this budget workshop that we're early in this, but as you saw today and what we move forward with and how we have to move forward, the budget is very scary. We know we have a lot of work to do. We know we have a lot of experience and a lot of quality folks in that staff. We also know that many of our regions, as well as our deputy superintendent, have spent a lot of time working down what we don't need any longer, and that includes getting rid of a lot of technology or programs and software. We're going to have to continue that. As stated many times, we don't have any money. We're not broke, but we don't have any money. And we have to continue that. We have to continue to put where our money is most important, and a vast majority of our budget goes to people, a very high percentage. So as we move through this, and as we move through repurposing, which is part of this presentation that's in there as well, we have to really consider the impact of spending money on things we don't need or too much that we have. And it's going to be difficult. We're going to make tough choices. We have to make tough choices to be fiscally responsible. But most importantly, I believe we could get some opportunities out of this process, some significant opportunities. So as I complete that opening, I want to turn it over to Ms. Marte and her staff as we begin some of the toughest conversations that we must have regarding the operations of this school district.
Thank you, Superintendent Licata. Good morning, board members. This morning's discussion is geared around the conversation that the board had for budget workshop number 1. The board asked to get more detail.
Just get closer to the mic.
Yeah.
I'm rarely asked to speak louder, Mrs. Alhadeff. Can you hear me now?
Much better, thanks.
Thank you. So today's presentation is geared around what the board asked during budget workshop number 1. The board, we heard, staff heard, and the group in front of you takes copious notes, and we get together later today and go through exactly what the next mission is. The board wanted to know more detail about what is in the current budget. They wanted to have a discussion about Title I, and Dr. Hepburn is going to do a little bit on Title I. We're going to give you an update on where we are with legislative session, and it is very fluid. Things changed significantly last night, so we'll talk a little bit about it, but we don't have it reflected in the slides. And today we look for not only to inform the board about where our money is currently spent and get the board's input or questions as we move into budget workshop number 3, but also to share with the board where we are currently with some of the topics that the board has deemed to be the highest priorities. And the priority topics that the board has shared with us, Jeff, let's go to page 4, redefining our schools, as the superintendent said, being the priority of salary increases being built into the budget up front, support for fragile schools, safety and security, and the financial health of the district. I have shared with this board and with my superintendent that I continue to worry about fund balance. I don't think that that is anything that people are unaware of. It is lower than both of our neighboring districts, but it is also lower than it has been for the last several years under my leadership in finance. So we have some work to do. The superintendent has a plan for that. I see him first thing every morning. He is my first hello. He is in my office every day. We continue to talk about his vision of how we're going to rebalance the budget and reprioritize what we need to do, and we'll get into a little bit more detail on that as well. So the results of session, page 5, you've seen. It is very likely that the conference report will be somewhere between the Senate and the House, although last night's offer was actually higher than both of them, which was a little bit exciting for us. But again, it's not done yet, and we'll talk about that during budget workshop number 3. At that point, we will have exactly what revenue we have here in Broward, and we will have a better handle on some of our projected cost increases as well as what our known cost increases are. And I'll make sure I separate those. Page 6 and page 6 you have already seen. Page 7 you have already seen. And again, I want to reiterate, last night's offer, and I got it from John and his team sometime late last night. Looks like our per pupil could be $8,959. So that is a bit better than what we expected. Translating that into dollars, if that is to be the final offer, we would get about $13 million more than I've been led to believe thus far. So that would be great news. The next group of slides is going to break down the budget. And staff and I, under Iram's direction, led by Becky and Deanna in the budget office, spent quite a bit of time trying to get granular with what the budget is composed of.
Ms. Marte, I'd like to interrupt you because I want to make sure we reiterate what you said, because you and I talked about it earlier this morning. There's a proposal for us to get an additional $13 million that we did not count on. It's a proposal. We do not have that money. We hope we do, but we can't articulate that out and thinking the public thinks we're getting $13 million more. It still has to be determined by Tallahassee, but it would help us. But again, we're never to use the term extra money in this building at
I
this
hope
time.
I didn't say extra
No, you
money.
didn't. No, you didn't. But I want to make sure that the public understands that $13 million isn't guaranteed to us. It has to be voted on, and we'll let everyone know when it is. We'd love to see it happen, but it's not here yet.
That's absolutely correct, sir. And as long as we're finishing that discussion, the big item that's still outstanding in Tallahassee is the cost of living adjustment for retirees. I don't want to opine on what I think is going to happen because my opinion is not important. But if that cost of living adjustment is to revert back to the 3%, the cost of Broward schools would be $70 million next year. So to be continued, and to your point, sir, if we have a $70 million cost increase for retirement, Houston, we have a problem. So we need to deal with that accordingly. So the next group of slides are going to break down the funds. Slide 8 breaks down the current adopted district budget of $5.3 million, and it shows you the major funds. General fund, special revenue, food service, special revenue, other, which is grants, debt service, capital projects, and internal services. We are going to start here, but I'm going to really focus in on general fund because the other funds have very restricted uses. Page 9, and the board can read it, they don't need me to, is the capital fund. It tells you the sources of those revenues and the allowable uses. Page 10 does the same for special revenue. Page 11 does the same for food service, debt service, and internal service. I'm going through these very quickly, but it is important. The allowable uses are non-negotiable. They are statutorily driven. They are what the board must do to have a successful annual audit. Page 12 gets into general fund. So of the $5.3 billion budget this board is charged with fiduciary responsibility for, approximately $3.1 billion is general fund. General fund is your most flexible source of funding, although there are pieces of general fund that are restricted because they are state categoricals. Page 13, so let's walk slowly. We're going to go from 3.1 billion, and I'm going to break it down for you. 3.1 billion. Of that amount, 1.7 billion is very restricted. 433 million is charter schools. We have no say about that money. The referendum, 252 million, is what the taxpayers of this county voted to use that money for. We've got to abide by that vote. Currently, $167 million go to the FES scholarship program. So the revenue comes in and the revenue goes out. We have no control over those dollars. Fringe benefits currently cost this district $487 million. That is FRS, that is health insurance, that is Social Security, Medicare, workers' comp, unemployment. Transportation costs for our students, $81 million. Utilities, $87.4. That's based on our current footprint and the number of schools we currently have open. And built into the current budget is a $200 million fund balance in 4 categories: restricted, committed, assigned, and unassigned. The measure of our fiscal Stability is based on assigned and unassigned fund balance. As of last board meeting, we were at 4.16%. I have shared with the audit committee who had questions about fund balance, and I believe we've shared with the board data around our neighboring districts. If we haven't, we'll be sure to get that out to you. We are about half the fund balance of both neighboring districts. When you look at general fund at $3.1 billion, you take off the $1.7 billion, that leaves us $1.4 billion that I'm going to go into further on the next page. Approximately 12% of the general fund budget is designated, as I said, for state categoricals. These amounts are earmarked for specific purposes, and the amounts are represented herein. So if you look at the detail on the slide, I'm not going to read all the numbers to you, but the total categoricals are $368 million. So again, you take the $1.4 million we started the slide, $1.4 billion we started the slide with, you take off $368 million, leaves us with $1 billion. And again, I'm rounding all these numbers. The next slide breaks down that $1 billion. So all of the salaries for employees that are not included in the categorical and included in the previous slide equal $780 million. That's all employees' salaries not included in the categoricals, and this is net of fringes, which are included in previous slides. We have $172 million of purchased services, which I will break down because I know your initial reaction is going to be, that's a lot of money. We have $60 million of supplies, $24 million of equipment, and $3 million of others to account for and break down our entire budget. What is in purchase services of $172 million? Included in that amount is nearly $50 million for maintenance of our buildings. Those are supplies and materials that maintain our buildings and the staff to do that. Insurance, property insurance, is $29 million of that number. Technology-related expenses, and Dr. Licata told you, Dr. Hepburn, Dr. Licata are looking closely at technology expenses. Those are $31 million. Equipment rental, the majority of that is copy machines in the schools and in office locations. Yes, Madam Chair. $3.5 million. Substitute and security costs, net of the safe school allocation, are $37 million. That breaks down the majority of those purchased services. There are contracts in that as well, and the superintendent has asked Dr. Hepburn, Dr. Wanza, and I to detail what those contracts are, but they're contracts for all types of services, referees, band coaches, there's many, many things in contracted services. That's $23 million. The next several slides show how we use our money. And in a nutshell, the majority of the funds in this district are allocated out to schools. I often hear about teachers assigned downtown. Make no mistake, there are teachers assigned downtown. Dr. Hepburn and I are going through those lists, and I will tell you that when you look at the, and I'm going to use air quotes, which I normally don't do, hundreds of teachers assigned downtown, most of our social workers are assigned to a downtown location because some of them are splitting responsibilities at schools. They never work downtown. Many of our ESE professionals, occupational, physical, and Simone can help me with that. Many of those individuals are assigned downtown because they are shared between schools. So we will break that out for you. I'm not going to be less than forthcoming. There are teachers assigned downtown, and we will tell you what those teachers are as well. But it is important that the narrative be truthful. And many, many, many of our teachers, if not most of our teachers that are assigned downtown, actually never set foot in this building. So this chart shows you how small our administrative overhead is. Dr. Licata has made it very clear to his deputies, it will be significantly smaller again next year. We've cut $8 million out of positions downtown this year. We will continue to, and that was adopted in the budget that you are working with now. All of the leadership downtown has met with the superintendent. The board directed us to use zero-based budgeting for next year. The memos have gone out. Ms. Martawala has prepared the memo. It's been signed by the superintendent. It has been disseminated. Every single department starts with zero. And they have been instructed by the deputies under the leadership of Dr. Licata that if they cannot justify it, they will not get it. So coming to your budget conference and saying, I need $10,000 for office supplies is not going to cut it. They're going to have to tell us why they need that amount. They're going to have to justify it. They can't tell us, I need contracted services of $4 million. They have to tell us exactly what those contracts are and provide Dr. Hepburn and Dr. Licata with the data that justifies continuing that expenditure. We are zero-based budgeting central office. The school allocations are formula-driven. And Dr. Licata and Dr. Hepburn and I are going through the 87 formulas that are in your budget book to look at legacy programs that we can potentially discontinue to realign the money to meet the board's commitment to their priorities.
I'm going to stop you there. Ms. Marte and I had a discussion the other day about the multiple redundancies in departments or newly created departments that we're able to work through, that it's been over the years where they've been added over the past however many years, and I believe that you'll see a significant reduction in redundancies over the next few months. We have a large number of vacancies that we're looking at right now that if we're operating this well, and I believe we're operating pretty well right now, we can always be better, that we continue to emphasize success by making sure we're as lean as we can be. And I do talk about redundancies often, so when we move forward, we're gonna try and eradicate them as well. But thank you for teeing that up, because we do have to get rid of some of these departments that do the same job, and that doesn't make sense.
And if I may, sir, I want to be very, very clear, and I've had this conversation with the Principal's Budget Guidelines Committee as recently as last week. We need to look at everything. We have legacy allocations out in our schools that have been in place 20 years, and we've added and added and added, but we have not assessed if some of the legacy allocations out there make sense. And it's going to be critical in order to build the funds that the board has directed the superintendent to build for salary increases for staff to stop doing something. We can decimate central office and there will not be enough money. You have to do payroll. There are things that must happen in this district downtown. So we need to balance both. And again, I've met with the principals already. They understand the mission, and that work is ongoing. We need to make sure that we align our resources to hit the goalposts.
Ms. Marte, before we partnered July 11th, 2023, where were we related to the rest of the districts in the state for administrative costs? The public needs to hear this.
So historically, this district has done well. The last several years, that's gone by the wayside. I actually told the superintendent, don't say that, it's not accurate anymore. Of the 7 largest districts in the state, we are now second highest administrative overhead. The charge is to get us to the lowest or aligned with Miami-Dade, who is one of the lower ones.
We have already cut into that. We don't have that number now, but with the dissolution of at least 60 positions here in the district, we're working towards that. That's not something I want to be at the top of the list. I'd rather be at the bottom of the list on this. So we are going to continue to cut that and that is going to be our focus, because we do not want to be near the top on that. It just does not make sense.
Thank you, Superintendent Licata. The next section of the document is capital budget. We have talked a little bit about this as items have come to the board. As we sit here today and after last week's board meeting, our unallocated reserve for capital is 56.1. I'm sorry, board members, we're on page 18. Part of budget presentation 3 is going to be a walk through the history of fund balance for capital. Fund balance for capital is not subject to a minimum with the state, and I know we've got some discussion on the board about the appropriate level of fund balance for capital. It's important to know that the state of Florida does not allow deficit budgeting, and we are in one of the most hurricane-prone areas in the state. So what staff will tell you, staff who's done this work for a very long time, is that it's important to have some rainy day funding capital that will get us through what could be a catastrophic storm. Hopefully it doesn't happen, but we all know, and you all know better than me because you've lived here longer than me, it does happen. I arrived shortly before Wilma, and I remember Wilma, but there are many people in this room who remember Andrew, so it is important. I am not going to go through all these slides. They are very similar to the slides that you saw at the last budget hearing. We've had de minimis changes in what we expect revenue to be. These funds are all generated locally from the 1.5 mills. These are not, the millage is not state money. Local sources impact fees. There is state money in PICO, and there is state money in some categories, but the majority of the money comes from local funds. Page 19 has some important information, though, I'd like to share. Available funds for new appropriations and capital reserves. So if you look going forward, that is the additional money that we expect year over year. So that schedule starts with $56.1 million, adds new revenue for 2025, subtracts what the appropriations are that we anticipate the board to approve, would leave us with $124.6 million. But as the board adds projects or tells the district to do more things, that fund balance is going to go down. You get a reserve memo. That's a practice that I implemented when I became your CFO back in 2017 because the board did not have a good handle on what their reserves were. It might have been one of my smarter moves because the board reads it and I know you're following it. It is very, very important that the board continues to recognize that the adopted budget that you all adopt at the beginning of the year, the fund balances in any of your funds are never what you end up with, that you continue to spend down all during the year. And we need to, if that culture is going to continue, we need to be prepared to do that. I have made it clear to my colleagues that if their budget is not done correctly at the beginning of the year, they are going to have a very, very difficult time getting additional funds. Not only does it have to come to the board, they have to get through Dr. Licata as to why they missed the mark when they did their budget. I will tell you, in my last assignment in my previous school district, it was rare that a department asked for money during the year because it was vitally important that you got your budget right to begin with. So that's the charge. And Dr. Hepburn and Dr. Wanza will agree with me. It was very clear in discussions as recently as yesterday. Page 20 and 21 are a long version of what I just said. It is important to realize that we need to have money for unforeseen emergencies and things that happen. In the case of, and I'm going to switch back to operating funds for a minute, during the year, the state recalibrates our budget because of changes in FTE. And in this district, and in Budget Workshop 3, we're going to talk an awful lot about FTE. This district expects to lose 4,000 more students next year. And anyone who's done budgets as long as I have, this is my 38th year, will tell you there is nothing more difficult than budgeting during declining enrollment. Because 4,000 children is $36 million. So we get these increases from the state of revenue, much needed and wonderful increases, but when you have decreases of students, you are taking an infrastructure that you've already built and you can't fund that anymore. So the offsetting costs aren't equal. It's difficult, certainly not impossible. We've certainly done it before, and we will give you a balanced budget. Superintendent Licata will present you a balanced budget at the appropriate time. But we've got some challenges that other districts aren't facing. Miami-Dade has loss of students to the FES scholarship program, but nowhere near the numbers we do. Their expected change in or loss in FTE next year is 1,000. That's really a big difference. Palm Beach is still growing. Other major school districts across the state are growing or stable. For whatever reason, Broward seems to have more loss. The birth rate change. The state expects FES scholarships in Broward next year to increase by 11,500. In our model, the state even told us you can't change that number. We're not negotiating that number. That's what we expect. So it was fixed in our model when we presented our FTE to the state. I'm going to stop talking now. I'm going to ask my esteemed colleague and partner in this work, Dr. Hepburn, to give you some information about Title I. And then, Madam Chair, we stand ready to answer questions.
Before you start, Dr. Hepburn, Board, Dr. Hepburn and I have been working together. We've had several spreadsheets that we've beat up consistently about how we used our Title I money. Is it most effective? Are we putting it in places that's going to make a difference for children, especially our underserved children? And we know the zip codes. We know those are the children that need even more attention to make sure that they graduate and have opportunities ahead of them. So we're going to look at it a little bit differently. I don't know if he's going to bust it all out today, but we do know that we have to be very keen with this budget. It's not something that you just rush and spend money to at the end of the year. It doesn't happen here, but I've seen where schools have just raced out and bought whatever, so they have the same, all that money spent, and it has really little impact on students at times. Not here. So we're going to make sure we're avoiding that. We're going to make sure that we're looking at what the Title Fund I money is being spent on with a plan and a process rather than waiting to the end of the year to figure out how they can spend it. So, Dr. Hepburn, I think I teed it up for you.
Yep. Good morning, Deputy Superintendent, Teaching and Learning, Howard Hepburn. If I could draw your attention to slide 23, which is actually reviewing our current state of how we actually allocate Title I funds to our schools. If you see the top upper left and right hand of the top of the page, where our schools are budgeted based on having a 50% or higher free and reduced lunch or CEP. Currently, no high school receives Title I funds, district-operated high schools. We do share this bucket of money with charter schools. It's a finite bucket of money that has to be distributed with district-operated schools and also charter schools. So just to clarify that. As you see, the threshold for 50% to 74.99% receives $632 per student, and then for 75% to 100% receive $642 per student. And you can see the graph on the left is the number of schools that actually receive Title I funds. And you see the charter schools on the far right of the green bar graph. And you also see the number of schools currently, this is current year's model, that do not receive Title I funds because they don't meet that 50% or more threshold. Now, like Dr. Licata said, we're not going to bust it all open right now, but just if I can draw your attention to page 25, because we've heard some of the requests about figuring a way out to get our high schools to receive some Title I allocations. Also, I would be remiss if I didn't mention the sunsetting of ESSER funds. at the end of this school year, which will drastically impact our elementary schools the most. We have a lot of small elementary schools, and when you do walk those schools, for the most part, those principals are spending their money wisely, and they're spending them on positions to support student learning or support building capacity for teachers. Oftentimes what I'm seeing, they're utilizing those positions to support their students with the highest needs at those schools. So we want to make sure that we kind of dampen that impact because it's going to have a drastic effect on our elementary schools. So with this proposed 24-25 Title I allocation, we're proposing a tiered approach. If I can draw your attention to the upper left-hand corner with the per pupil allocation, with elementary schools getting a larger per pupil allocation because they will be impacted the most. And so 50% or to 74.99% would receive $800 per pupil allocation. 75 to 100% would receive $850 per pupil allocation. With middle schools or combination schools up to middle, receiving $600 for 50% to 74.99%, and 75% and above receiving $650. Then the high schools and combination schools up to high school receiving $100, 50 to 74.99%, and $150, 75 to 100%, receiving $150.
I'm going to stop you there for a second. For the frame of reference for the board, our high schools have never been receiving Title I, to my knowledge. Maybe it was many years ago. IFC knows. Many of our high schools have the ability to generate significant income internally through testing, ACE, AP, IB, industry certifications. And they've offset so many of the costs, are able to offer so much more at their campus because of these funds. Often you'll see that Title I schools don't have the ability at the high school level to generate that kind of money, but they still have students that need the services. And when you look at the philosophy of that, you have to look and say, do these high school students need the Title I money? Not the school, do the students need it? And when you look at it that way, it's an easy answer that these high schools are trying to supply additional resources for these children, but aren't able to do it because of lack of funds. So when we look at this approach, think about that student in the school and not the school itself, because it's important. We know that these schools don't have all the resources that some others do, so we have to make up the difference for that. And to me, that's called equity.
Also, in addition to that, we wanted to make sure that we had the least amount of schools losing their Title I designation. So with this tiered approach, we only have 4 schools that we're currently receiving that are losing in this model versus in other models that we tried to review. You had dozens of schools losing their Title I designation, predominantly elementary schools. But with this current model, only 4 schools are losing their Title I designation that currently have it. It's 1 charter school, 2 elementary schools, and 1 middle school. And the 3 district-operated schools that are losing are A schools. Also, we wanted to ensure that the high schools that are receiving the money, that they have the ability to, like Dr. Licata said, to really address some of their high-need students. It does provide enough money for high schools to, one, if they wanted to purchase an additional support or resource position, or possibly split positions with their general fund, or in many instances, purchase additional resources that they can leverage at their school campus. But we definitely want to ensure that with the sunsetting of ESSER or ARP money this year, that the elementary schools don't totally absorb an impact that's going to be reflected in our classrooms. Because as I go around and walk buildings, you can see that they're spending their money wisely to make sure they're addressing the needs of students in their building. And that's it for the Title I aspect.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. Hello? Yeah, and the final slide is the timeline for budget workshops, and it has not changed from the start of this process. At this time, board members, Dr. Licata and his team stand ready to answer any questions you might have.
Ms. Rupert? I'm sorry, public comment?
Madam Chair, we have one registered speaker thus far, Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh.
You can go to podium A, Ms. Walsh. Dr. Walsh.
Oh, still morning. Good morning, Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. Okay, I have a few stickies. So, a former superintendent once said that if you have truth and transparency, you'll have trust. Unfortunately, the culture around here, it's hard to get truth. Certainly hard to get transparency. I just had to do my last public records request. And this is why you don't have trust. Since we're talking about budget, I'm curious about what was given up in the ARP funding in order to pay the salary increases. Because we didn't have that as backup. Maybe you guys have it in closed door, but that since this is not a closed door item, it should be a public record, the public doesn't have it. And I'm the chair of two committees that deal with dollars, the Facilities Task Force and the Audit Committee. I don't have it to give to my people. So where is it? Because now that we've confirmed that it's coming out of ARP, it's very relevant what was given up. Was it facilities? Are you working at cross purposes with yourself? We once pulled $8 million out of unallocated reserves that was going to HVACs. Are we making the schools worse in order to pay salaries in the short term? I don't know, because I don't have the backup. Some of the items in here mention redefining our schools, the AECOM contract. I'm not so sure I can follow some of these pie slices, but I'll have to have my follow-up questions for when we discuss it at the Audit Committee and others. So I've mentioned ARP. School services. I do find it maybe ironic, much as I love Sullivan, that communications and legislative is your biggest executive line item, given communications is something we struggle with. On slide 19, COPS debt, I'm just saying, COPS debt service. Luckily, we only go up to 2029, but you guys may recall the $250 million in COPS that was used to supplement the budget overrun of the SMART program. That will come due in our lifetime, I believe 2031, 32. Most of us will be gone, but the district hopefully will still be here. And then on slide 20, we have the PMOR. So I did pull the contract after last week, and I don't know that July 2024 is feasible to not have a PMOR, but you certainly should be asking for a transition plan because AECOM can hardly be said to be running the program at this point.
Any other public speaker?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. I had a thought about the fragile schools that are DNF, and I've mentioned this before, shared it with Dr. Hepburn. District 7 has some of the best principals that we have in the district. So often they have maintained a C or a B in really tough times, and they get rewarded, and I'm absolutely in no way saying that this shouldn't happen. The principals get offered the opportunity to go to a more struggling school, we'll call it, and then with a little bit more money, rightly so. I'm talking about the back end. So when we have a definition for fragile schools that are D and F, I personally have seen, because I've worked my butt off to help bring my schools up that were Ds and Fs. impossibly. And those principals in that community still working their faces off. But a few of my schools, most notably in Deerfield, have fallen because we took 2 great principals and moved them to another district. So I think the fragile school definition, or I'm kind of throwing it out to the board to say, listen, yes, absolutely, these are fragile schools, but so are the ones that we take the leadership from. And we have to have a back end of that plan. So that's really all I wanted to say on that topic. I know I've shared it with the superintendents.
Dr. Licata.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I've experienced that. I see it. I've been part of it in leading principals for the last, 15, 20 years. I met with Ms. Maxwell from our principals group, and I've asked her to come up with an idea. I already have one, but I want them to get it from their side, on how we reward principals who take on challenging, every school's challenging, but the more challenging schools that are constantly under state watch, always having transient teachers, which I also want to work with, and I've spoken to the union as well. We need to award and reward our principals that are doing those things in the schools through a complexity. I know that was not done well here previously, but we have, my experience, is some of the best principals who love their schools eventually burn out or get enticed to go somewhere else. Right. And you know who suffers? The children. And we know usually what the children look like, and they don't look like me. So I have asked the Principals Association to come up with their plan. I have my own plan already to where we award and reward our principals who are in these challenging schools that are constantly fighting so hard to get to that C and B, because one slip and they're down to the D. So I appreciate that. I will be bringing something forward to that because it's, and I know you talked to me the first night I've ever met you, you said the same thing. So we are going to continue that work in that direction because the value is making sure that we cover our schools the right way.
Right, thank you. Thank you for that. Page 15, just give me a sec. No, I'm a sequential person here. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Marte. I was actually taking the notes when you were breaking down those categories. So some of my questions were, what exactly does it look like? So thank you for already answering that. So we can flip over that one. On page 16, we had that discussion of where do we as a district fall administratively, first, last, sixth in the state. I've been here a little while, and we were told repeatedly as a school board by a previous superintendent that we were the lowest. We were the lowest at an administrative cost in the entire state. So my question is, how does that happen? What happened, and was it actually reality?
Dr. Licata.
So I've done a little bit of research, and I've sat with Ms. Marte, and we can talk about the past and learn from it.
Yes.
But we can't change it.
Oh, I know.
We can only change this way. That's why the rearview mirror is this big and the windshield is that big. There were a lot of changes to the org chart over the years where there was no reductions, there were just additions in some aspects. The creation of new departments or a need for this, a need for that. I don't know the philosophy behind it, I don't know the leadership value behind it, and I can't speculate. But I do know that we are going to be reducing redundancies. We just can't do this. And we're not filling positions right now, and we're going to continue that until we know for sure that we are going to meet the challenges of the budget. But we will be back at the leader as the least overhead.
Right, and I appreciate that, but I'm going to push back a little bit. My question was, were we actually ever one of the lowest? When was that time? And what has happened since then? Which is not a you question.
No, that's okay.
Because you inherited all these things, but like you said, it's impossible to sustain this. So we have to make sure we understand and not do the same thing.
Ms. Marte, I'm going to refer to you. I know you have a historical perspective from 2018, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
17, but close enough.
Okay, 17, 18.
The data that I refer to when I talk about the lowest overhead is state data. So every district using the district cost report, which is very prescriptive. It says you got to report this category and this line, and every district reports the same. So it's apples to apples. Wow, I am never told to bring the mic closer. We got to get something done with these mics. So the data is apples to other districts. It is correct that there was a significant period of time, even up till recently, where you were either the lowest or second to lowest. And Iram's going to have her first takeaway from this meeting. We're going to give you a chart to show you the change in that. But it changed significantly in 2021, the year that I left the district for a period of time. Now, I'm not taking credit for keeping it low, but that was the time in history where it changed.
Okay.
So 2021, 2022, 2023, it went significantly higher, and now it's going back down again. And as Dr. Licata said, will continue to be looked at. Most of my colleagues won't have lunch with me anymore. They don't talk to me. I am probably the least popular person in the building, but I don't come here to be popular. I come here to do a job for the taxpayers and for this board and to do right by our schools. So we will continue that pressure. And I do have some partners to the left of me and probably to the right of me who are going to do the work along with me. But it will get done.
Okay. So we'll have that in a written form or a data form so we can definitely look at it with the organizational chart, because I mean, I don't know, I think I probably had my mask on, but I was going to say my mouth dropped when that conversation was what you said, because I know we were told multiple times, right? And as a board, we thought we were, and it was even in the org charts that we were saving millions of dollars. So I'll leave that where it is right now. But it is a big question for me. And then the latter part of the page is the regional associate superintendent with with a T and no S at 3.1%. Don't we have 3 of them? Or 4? Or 3?
Dr. Licata?
We currently have 4.
Okay, well, okay, I'm not getting rid of anybody. I'm just trying to think, is that include, because you only said regional associate superintendent. It just made it sound like there was one person, unless I'm being too much of an English teacher. And no. I just want, it's a question about percent. Is 3.1 one person or 4 people? That's an easier way to break it up. So, and the answer, I guess, would be 4.
Yes, it is 4, and
Okay.
should have an S on the end of it, or be considered a category, then numerized with a 4 and that number.
Okay, either way, not a 1. Thank you so much for that. And these are pretty quick. I think the thing's going to start moving again. 16, 18. Okay. To go back for 1 second. I think there was one on the top. Nope, I did that one. Okay. So page 18. Referring to the vehicle leases, I'm not speaking to the bus part, but the White Fleet part. And this is just one of those aha moments for me, which is, when is the last time have we done an audit on our White Fleet? And being how many we have, who were they assigned to, and do we know where they all are?
I can answer that. We started about 3 months ago with facilities as well as Ms. Marte. We sat in executive cabinet, realized we need to redo that, in essence, to make sure that we have accountability for the vehicles, because some folks with certain titles had it and some didn't, and it was very, I don't want to say capricious, but arbitrary. So, Ms. Marte, are we progressing through that? I know that we are almost to the end of that, understanding where our White Fleet is. And it is aging, but where we are with it.
So, thank you, Dr. Licata. We know where the fleet is, and we have inventory and all of that stuff is handled. the policy around White Fleet is coming back to the board in one of the months to review that. The majority of our White Fleet is assigned to PPO.
Right.
By far. The
Mhm.
majority of our White Fleet is assigned to PPO, and it is aging. It has been very difficult because the state contract for this type of vehicle has expired, so there's been an issue. But yes, we definitely, we know where our assets are. It is, I don't want that question to linger out there.
No.
And-
So
and-
I'm to understand, I didn't mean to cut you off, I'm sorry, that our chief auditor is doing an audit for this.
No, we are doing it ourselves internally with our departments and reporting. We have an inventory of numbers. We're asking who's driving it, what their title is, what year the make is, and do we need it, or do we need to reallocate it?
Right. Well, I can tell you, as one board member who doesn't like to fly, and this is the reason, I swear to you, I had to go on an airplane, is I always borrowed a White Fleet. And the White Fleet that I would borrow from transportation, I believe it was, man, that thing way better than any car I've had in the last 20 years, and it had less than 30,000 miles, I gotta tell you. It was a beauty. And I do appreciate the fact that we're able to have those White Fleets, and that you guys know exactly where they are, how much depreciation has happened, and that you have been refreshing, which is probably one of the ones I got, was a refresher.
You were, and one of the things that we have to talk about is I was encouraged to get a new vehicle for me. We don't have one. It's almost 10 years old. It's got 100,000 miles on it. It's fine for my few trips. We have to think like that a little bit more. It runs well. We don't need to buy something like that. There's $100,000. We don't need to spend it.
I'm with you on that. Okay, and then on page 19, the technology refresh. My question was simply this: are we keeping up with attrition?
Dr. Licata.
Can you? I'm sorry. Maybe can you be a little more specific on that?
Are they breaking down more than usual? Are we losing more? Because this is the refresh. So over the years, as we've had a certain company, there was a lot of stuff. So I guess that's more of a Dr. Joe question, and I can take it as a follow-up. It's totally fine.
Yeah, we would actually, I think everyone would be interested in hearing that answer. So
right,
we'll
that's
follow up with
not
it.
an issue. On page 20, I just had a question about Deerfield Beach Middle. I think you mean Deerfield Beach Elementary.
So,
right? Okay.
I apologize.
I became very
I have the
excited, though.
correction. I have the correction, and I didn't say it in my talking points. I apologize.
No. I actually got excited because I was like, yes, I have 3 schools now that we're going to be moving about. But thank you for that. I think the last one was page 26. Nope, and I just wanted to make sure that the final hearing is September 10th, 2024, set in stone. Yes? Yes. Okay, that's it. That's all my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mrs. Pham.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess this would be directed to Dr. Licata. With our White Fleet, it's my understanding that there's multiple people that have cars that have elected not to live in Broward County. They live in other counties and use those cars either to commute when they do come in, or they use them randomly where they reside. Is there any kind of controls that you're thinking about implementing as far as restricting the cars used to business use and to those people that actually reside in the county where the school district is located?
I don't believe that we have any internal policy or controls on that, and I don't believe it's extensive in that matter. But go ahead, Ms. Marte.
So thank you, Superintendent Licata. All staff, and there are only a few, who are assigned a White Fleet vehicle, only use it for business uses. They must keep a log of their travel, and we follow and comply with IRS policy. They are charged for a proportion of that could be considered commuting. So they actually have a charge on their W-2.
But you didn't answer my question. If you wouldn't mind clarifying, we have a number of people that don't even reside in Broward County. In fact, we actually had someone that requested travel fees reimbursed for getting in a hotel because they don't live in Broward County, but they work for the school district. So what kind of checks and balances or guardrails, as you would call them, do we have from people taking advantage?
Did we switch, are we talking about hotels? Because I know
No, we're still talking about cars. There's a number of employees that use our white fleet that do not reside in Broward County. They work for the Broward County School District, okay? But they have cars that they use for commuting in from another county. In other words, you were just forced to move down here, Superintendent Licata.
I openly agreed and loved moving here this weekend, next weekend.
But that was part of your contract?
Yeah.
Yes. So if we have people that want to be using our cars, well, shouldn't they at least be residing in Broward County? I mean, why should they get the option to put all this mileage on one of our white fleet when they choose not to use their own vehicle? Because they're using their own vehicle where they live. You're saying it's only for business use. Rest?
So I understand the question now. My experience with white fleet is even though when I lived in the previous county and I had white fleet, I still had to pay for my mileage and deduct it and count it as income, or therefore with IRS, according to their codes, of any time it was used in that manner. But Ms. Marte, you had something more to add to that? Okay. But we will be happy to look internally on that to see what those costs are, what those numbers are.
Thank you. But my question wasn't about income. It was about the costs and expense that we incur. We have to maintain that insurance on that vehicle. We have to maintain the maintenance on that vehicle. So there's a lot of other additional hidden costs that we're absorbing because someone chooses not to reside in the district where they're working.
We will bring that to task. I don't know if there is a policy out there or a procedure, but we'll look at it and look at it very closely.
Student Advisor Eva.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to touch on the allocation of funds for Title I schools. So I come from a Title I school myself, and I've seen the disparity between the types of schools in Broward from a student perspective as well as a student advisor perspective. And as a student, I've seen that there's a rushed independence for Title I students to apply for grants and to get external support for clubs and opportunities that they want to take upon. And so the repetition of achievement from particular schools is vivid, while Title I school students are still struggling to have those opportunities. And then from a student advisor perspective, I've been able to see how students feel likewise, hearing comments such as like sometimes schools can seem as if they're from a different world with the quantity of resources available. And so I wanted to ensure that we prioritize any additional funding available that goes to Title I schools as students and staff are consistently trying to break barriers in educational equity. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Licata, do you want to speak to it?
First of all, I want to speak to an amazing student that we've talked a lot about, and she has some great news. Would you like to share all your acceptances?
Okay. Okay, so right now I have 3 acceptances from University of Miami, University of Florida, and recently Emory University as well. So thank you.
I know one of those was my letter, and only my letter. The other 2 was you. But that was, you from a student perspective, a very mature student that we feel that has a grasp of what goes on in our district. You hit on something that is important about following the student and making sure the resources, because it isn't equal sometimes, and it isn't the same. And it's our job, us, to make sure that we make every opportunity for every child, not just one. So every one counts, and I appreciate those words, and we are looking at that. So thank you. Have you made a decision yet?
No, I'm still waiting. Lots of decisions.
Okay.
Mrs. Hickson.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions and I guess a statement. I'll just say that high schools used to be Title I. When I taught at South Broward, and actually when I taught at Ely, we were Title I schools in the high school. But I do understand what you're saying, that high schools have the opportunity through the CTE funds, which I don't know were available early on when I was teaching, to balance it out. So it's important that we look at where they need more funds and make sure when we're looking at equity that it doesn't necessarily mean equal, it means equitable. So appreciate that. On page 16, I had a question because it was confusing. So it says the superintendent and general counsel are 0.9% of the budget, and then the chief auditor alone is 0.9. So why is it that one department is the same as two departments. It was a little, why is the chief auditor so high?
Dr. Licata.
Ms. Marte.
Thank you, Dr. Licata. The chief auditor has a much larger staff than the superintendent and the general counsel.
Okay.
And we can break that down, Mrs. Hickson, if you so desire, but they have significantly more people on their team.
Okay, I mean, I figured that. Just wondering why that is true. Okay, the next question I had was on page 20. Oh, well, I'll make a statement when we're working on here. So I think it's important that when we look at our budget, and I guess I'll equate it to page 15 for salaries, the budget shouldn't be the school board against the employees, right? It's a partnership. The whole point of us doing a budget is to make sure we're providing our students with what they need and making sure our employees are able to provide our students with what they need. So I think it's important that we keep that in mind as we go through this process. And I've asked for it since I've been here. And, I think it's important that when we look at our budget, it is centered around employees, not necessarily just teachers, but all employees, because they're what make our district work. And then we figure out all of those other pieces. But I will again mention that I don't want to see a budget come back with us that says employee salary 0. And I think it was really clear last year. At the very least, we know we're getting money from the state, and that should be allocated in there. And I understand that we want to be able to negotiate, and that, you feel as if we put money in there that it locks us in. But I think it's disingenuous for us to put 0 because we keep ending up at the same place. And it is the struggles that we just had trying to get to where we were today and being able to settle a contract with the teachers. And I think all of us would like to see that done prior to the school year so that we can start the school year in a good place, knowing what everybody's going to be making, and then we don't have the drama that we continue to have. So I will just reiterate that that's what I would like to see moving forward. I have one more question on page 20, and I'll just start off with saying that it might not be appropriate, and if it's not, you can just let me know. But I am very intrigued with something that my colleague said, Mr. Austin, and on page 20 it talks about the PMOR. So is now appropriate time to maybe ask him what it was he had in mind so that we could put it in context, and then it could come to us at the next school board meeting, if that is appropriate to ask. Yeah.
Madam Chair.
We're in a workshop. Go ahead.
Thank you. I can now talk on this item. Well, I was hoping, that's why I stepped off for the general counsel, because 5 board members, Ms. Hickson, if you recall, left the agenda open because I had thought that we were going to have this conversation a part of our school board special meeting. I now have learned that the chair adjourned the meeting, so I can no longer talk about it in a special meeting because I was ready to make action today. So I guess now I have to wait to another meeting of the board to do so. So let me repeat what I thought I said last week. I'll repeat it again. The intent, my intent, because I can't share with 8 other people, was for the district to have a conversation around a 0.25 FTE that this board supported weeks ago, a part of the budget process, because I asked that question. So whatever that dollar amount is, my recommendation was for the district to absorb that oversight that 0.25 FTE was handling. Not about removing AECOM, not about all the other things I think I heard subsequently. It was only about the 0.25, because we've talked about the Zeman item, and that's kind of in my head, the October of 25, where we are transitioning to that goal. Well, this may be an opportunity for the district as one of several transition efforts to start that process. That was the intent. So I guess now I have to do my own agenda item on a different meeting because I was ready to do it today. But I now came back to realize the meeting was adjourned, although the majority of the board said to do something different. So yes, my intent is for That is my intent. Let me just answer the question.
Okay, can I ask more questions? So can you, I guess I have a couple of questions because I'm still confused. What does the .25,
Yes.
right, FTE, what does that dollar amount equal to?
Well, I defer to the superintendent and staff, so let me talk about the role. I'm referring to the role, so both, clearly there's a fiscal impact, but I'm also talking about the role, having that role performed by the superintendent. He will designate, if it's the chief facilities officer, that's what I would assume, or whomever, right? That's whoever, right? So whoever that district role is that would oversee, so instead of there being a program director, there is now a district staff, and clearly there are still embedded staff under that position that used to report up to an outside consultant. Does that make sense?
Yes, it
Okay.
does. So I'd still like to know the dollar amount, but my question
You
to
are
the
familiar.
superintendent, to Ms. Marte, is does that fall under general funds, whatever we're working out here, or is that going to roll over into capital? Where would those funds go?
Capital.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. But I'd still like to know the dollar amount. Thank you.
Dr. Licata?
You can tell me later. I don't need it.
She answered it for capital, the question, so I didn't need to.
No.
What was the dollar amount?
Dollar amount, I'm sorry. I thought
Well, Ms. Marte said she didn't have that right now, so it can be, I think it's okay
Yeah.
to be a follow-up. I just wanted to be clear, regardless of what it is, that would not be available in general funds for some of these other things that we're talking about. It's specifically for capital. I just wanted to clarify that. So, thank you.
Dr. Zeman.
Thank you, Chair. It's $150,000 within 10%, Debbie, just so that you know, given the hourly rate of that position. It's an expensive position, just largely because the market doesn't have very many people that can do that job. So it's expensive, but that would put another $150K back in the capital budget. I'm fascinated by school board member Rupert's comment about an issue that I've been trying to encourage the staff and this board to think much deeper about, which is incentives for people to do the hardest jobs. We ask principals to take over incredibly difficult parts of our community. The job is inherently more complex. The support is inherently smaller. And we continue to make it harder for them to succeed than easier to succeed. I'll tell the story again about a principal trying to hire for 5 open teacher slots, going to a job fair, and nobody will talk to them because they're not just Title I, they're 100% free and reduced lunch CEP in a very difficult part of Broward County. And you know, under our old, antiquated, non-equitable based budget system, they got per FTE funding. So 500 kids, you got this much money in West Fort Lauderdale, and 500 kids in East Fort Lauderdale, you got the same amount of money with totally different needs. I mean, dramatically different needs. And so I hope that we think, Chair, more about incentives for paying people to do the harder jobs for greater complexity, so that we can get to real equity-based budgeting, not window dressing about equitable funding. And I'll challenge all of us to think about what that really means. If we're going to provide the right amount of money for the most challenging parts of our county, it's not going to be $150. It's going to be substantially more. I'll also point out, to Ms. Rupert's point, that it is up to this board to decide how funds are returned to schools. Right now, if a student passes an AP exam, around $1,500 goes to the school they're in. But often those schools don't have the greatest need. And so we need to think about all of the flow of funds. Maybe they need 1,000 and some of that money goes back. Maybe when wealthy schools raise money, we create a practice where they give some of that money to a partner school that is in a fragile state. I saw that last year at a book fair where a PTA president walked in with 40 grand that they raised at one book fair. One book fair at a wealthy school raised $40,000. This principal, by the way, who has now moved to our staff, looked at the president of PTA and said, how much are we going to give to that other school on the other side of the city? And the PTA president said, you tell me. She said half. And $20,000 went to the other school. But that's not the practice of Broward County. It is not the practice. That's a great exception. And this board continues to do FTE balanced resourcing, and that is not equitable resourcing. We know there's greater needs in other places. One way to fix this quickly is incentives for people to take the hardest jobs, the most complex jobs, teaching and principal. So I look forward to Ms. Rupert's point being dragged through the staff process just a little bit more. There's an implicit question, Chair, in this presentation about whether we should budget for inflation. I'd love it if you would take that, kind of consensus view of it, but I'd ask you to extend that as well. Every time I've worked with budgets before, we used assumptions about growth of cost or growth of enrollment and all that. But I think it would make sense for the community if we adopted a common basis for those assumptions, and I like a 5-year trend line. So if we're talking about enrollment, that's 2,400 fewer per year. If we're talking about TSIA funding, it's an extra 3% per year. Whatever the 5-year trend is, I would propose that the board weigh in whether or not that kind of assumption would make sense. I think it's great to budget for inflation that you can expect. We do that on utilities. We do it on other things. We ought to do it on everything for which there's expected cost growth. But we also should try and get whole with our community and be clear about what our assumptions are and put them out for the public to understand the budgets going forward. I also want to tell you my budget goal. This is just one member, but I want to find $90 million of new money. And I want to allocate that funds to teacher pay. And the reason I want to do that is that's the money that we need to find to make sure that average compensation for teachers in Broward County, which will be the first county in the Southeast United States, to compensate teachers at $100,000. I've written about it, I've talked about it, I give speeches about it, I believe in it, I think it's the right philosophy, and we're wicked close. $90 million to some people, and maybe even my friend, may be impossible, but I'm going to keep working, and we're going to propose ideas to get it done. I'm excited about the education compensation part of our budget. I don't think it is negotiating against ourselves. It's just a pot of funds. And that pot of funds may dry up, or it may get added to, depending on things as we get closer and closer to negotiations with all of our unions. But it is a pot that we can start from, and I think that that's a wise thing to do as we are this year. I'm also going to propose, Chair, that, and I don't know if you want to leave this just as a recommendation to the superintendent and staff, but if we have social workers assigned to a couple schools or 3 schools, or school psychologists assigned to 6 schools, I would propose we pick one as their principal school that they work at, and so that the budget reflects them being school support, not district support. Those folks are working for schools. Pick one would be my proposal, so that we don't get information that has to be detangled up here at the board level. Just for clarification, Chair, we have $56.1 million of unallocated capital funds. What happens to those funds if we do not allocate them before June 30th, the end of our school and fiscal year?
Dr. Licata.
Ms. Marte.
Thank you, Dr. Licata. They're fund balance. They roll forward to next year.
I'm sorry, these are capital funds, unallocated capital. If we don't spend them, they roll forward to the next year. I'm more used to talking about fund balance on the operating side, not the capital side, but they basically get added to the unallocated reserve for the following year.
Yes.
Thank you very much. A comment also that didn't come up enough, but our board, I think, needs to think a little bit about it because it's a real challenge to our staff and maybe to our thinking as well. Zero-based budgeting is the process that's being used today. We go to a school, we go to any department, and we say, start from zero, build up. It's a very useful and difficult thing for people to do, but it can expose more requirements, or it could expose some things that we don't want to spend funds on before. I think as a board, we need to think a little bit about it, because people are going to come to us with new ideas and new ways to spend money, but they're also going to come to us with new requirements. And we have to be prepared to kind of have different conversations, I think, as opposed to marginal budgeting where you take last year's and you do pluses and minuses. Zero-based budgeting, I think, requires us as board members to also think with greater agility. Speaking of the unallocated reserve, we've talked about this a lot, but maybe not gotten to resolution. If we have $56.1 million left in unallocated reserves, at some point, I hope that this board makes a decision about, we're going to look at the menu of all the things we want to spend that on. Let's use some criteria that we have data for right now, and let's make some decisions, or make the decision that we want to spend some of that now and put the rest in the next year's budget. I just don't like money I don't like telling people in the community we have money that we haven't allocated, even though we know we have way north of $3 billion worth of facility needs and other capital needs that we can spend it on. This is the end of February. We're most of the way or majority of the way through the year. I think it's time to fish or cut bait on unallocated reserve for my own view, but I hope that we get to a decision. And if it's a decision to postpone that money and push it to next year, I get it. But I would love to see the menu of facility needs that there are, criteria for how we're going to make those decisions, and then my preference would be to allocate it. But we keep kind of kicking the ball on that, and that part I'm not comfortable with. Lastly, I have two comments on Title I. Why do some schools fall out of Title I designation just because you're going to give some money to some new schools? It seems like the criteria if you're being a Title I is 50% or greater of free or reduced lunch or CP. So why would that change if you decide to give money to high schools instead of not giving them money?
Dr. Licata.
It's been my experience, and I'll let Dr. Hepburn as well as Ms. Marte answer this if I don't cover it. It's a set number. I've never seen it varied from level to level. We do know that high schools have always run in a different level simply in years past because it was based on free and reduced lunch, and high school children are less apt to fill that out. I'm talking 10 years ago. Now we have a different calculation formula. I don't know if it makes it easier or harder, but it's a stagnant number that we've always used. I've never seen it used differently, and I don't know if there's actual statute that says it's got to be one specific number for the certain grade level, and that was brought up as well. We had talked about it a little bit, Dr. Hepburn and I, because I would never, that was the first thing we both looked at immediately. We saw those schools that dropped, and we both said the same thing. How do we keep them in there? How do we keep them in there? So, Dr. Hepburn, do you have more for that? And Ms. Marte, you have more for that?
Yes, I'm going to ask Ms. Wright, who's here. She could provide way more detail in that Title I budgeting process.
Good morning. Luwanda Wright, Director of Title I. Thank you so much, Mr. Superintendent and Dr. Hepburn, for giving clarification. But to be more specific, the 4 schools that Dr. Hepburn alluded to in the presentation fell below the 50% threshold. They were generally on the cusp, ranging from 51 or 52%, and at this point in time, looking at our preliminary data, they are in the range of 44% in terms of that. Therefore, they will not be eligible for the Title I designation.
Thank you. So, Chair, just to be clear, it has nothing to do with whether we provide Title I funds to high schools. It's really just that the percentage of students who are on free and reduced lunch has fallen below the threshold for next year.
From that side, yes. If you fall below the threshold, yes, from that perspective. If you raise the number, obviously some fall out as well. So, but we also have to look at, is it a trend of lowering, and Ms. Wright, you know this far better than I do. You know that, does the trend show under the new accounting standards rather than going off the free and reduced form, has that shown a trend to lower every school simply based on that? Because I know there's various means for reporting it. So if you could expound on that, please.
You are correct, Mr. Superintendent. There is a trend where some schools, because we have the partial CEP criteria where there is no application submitted, there is a trend where we see now many parents are not completing the application process. So that is having an impact on our schools that are customarily non-CEP designated, and they are working diligently to have the communication out, but there has been a trend in seeing parents decline in completing the application. So thank you.
And we are encouraging through different marketing techniques to make sure parents are aware that their application entails so many resources for the school and for the student, correct?
That is correct. As the student representative, the student advisor alluded to, there are many perks with regards to having the free or reduced lunch designation. That's why we encourage our parents to complete the application, because there are so many expounded upon opportunities at the elementary, middle, and most importantly at the high school level. So thank you.
Thanks so much, Chair. I still have not found the value in extending Title I funds to high schools. I believe that spending that money on the same children, if you look at them as high school students, they were K through 8 up before they got to high school. And it seems to me the evidence is pretty strong that spending that money on those same kids before they get to high school has a greater effect. And I'm reminded that kids need to learn how to read so they can read to learn. And so investing that money, K through 3, investing it K through 8, is still a wise investment. And I'm looking forward to seeing some more research on that in case things change. And I still think we're missing the 800-pound gorilla, which is how far do we need to turn the dial on an equity basis to make sure that we can make sure that we're fulfilling the dream of public education, which is to give everyone the chance to achieve to their greatest potential. I think that that's going to get us toward all of our strategic goals, and I think it's a critical piece that we haven't had in this presentation and hopefully can have in the next one, which is if we're going to do equity-based budgeting, we have to have our hand on the dial, and we've got to figure out how far we want to turn it toward those people that have the greatest challenges in life. Thank you very much, Chair.
Mr. Alston?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, some easy questions for this round. So, Ms. Rupert, I'll start with just a lighthearted point. You made the observation, which is true, around the district overhead, which started back in 21. That's why you vote no against org charts and budgets. And I know you have. And in doubt, vote no. I'll also stay on you, Ms. Rupert, which you've been consistently a tough questioner for kind of district staff and peeling the onion back. So I think I've tried to follow the Rupert 2024 model since I've been here. I just want you to know that, along with a few other board members who served up here, Lois Wexler, Bob Parks, many others who would actually do just that. So I just want you to know that, and I'm saying that publicly. Mr. Superintendent, before you go, if you don't mind, 30 seconds. So I think you referenced earlier, and I'm trying to remember, and I forget the comment that you made regarding staffing, right? So remember during the budget conversation a year ago, you'll recall, I think I pointed out the additional number of staff in this budget that we're currently in right now, and now we're talking about it. Okay, now let's fast forward. Do we have a hiring freeze? Because I think you made a comment that said, hey, we're not touching, right? Is there a formal hiring freeze for Broward schools, yes or no?
Ms. Marte, you can explain that at length if needed.
Thank you, Superintendent. There is a
So the answer is
hiring, no,
Okay.
the answer is there is a hiring frost. There are positions.
Frost, I like that.
Well,
Spirits, Frost, look at that.
So there are some positions that we can't go without.
No, I get it. No, I got it.
So those positions are looked at.
So so here's what I'm asking. Outside of the essential,
Thank you.
critical positions, and I'm not pushing you, I'm pushing you, right? We know we have a money problem, right? So are you going to push the gas and give a formal directive to the district that says, we have a hiring freeze?
No.
Well, you just told me Frost.
Because I want to answer the
I got
question
you.
accurately.
Okay,
We
got
need
it.
bus drivers, security staff,
Right.
teachers, ESPs. There are positions that are reviewed, and we review all of those.
Okay.
There are positions we're not filling.
Okay.
The clerical message that the board gave the superintendent has been heard.
Okay, I'm good.
You're going to hear
I'm
from
good.
principals.
That's all. I'm good. No, I'm
Okay.
good. Easy.
Jeopardy.
So
We don't answer.
56.1 million. I think I'm going to talk about this in the next presentation, or maybe not, because it looks like all the dollar values are zero, Dr. Zeman. Although on the slide where it references all the ongoing facilities projects that I also asked 3 times, and I think the first conversation didn't go well with certain people. Then the second time, I think it validated the same questions I asked at that meeting, and then now we're on the 3rd round. So let's see how it goes today, all right? And thank you, Ms. Rupert, for clarifying the school. So my assumption is, before I get to the question, which I support the line item in the budget. So let me just answer that, okay? My assumption is, and I don't want to jump to the next presentation. This says we are gathering the needs and costs for review and consideration at future workshops. So under the ongoing facilities projects, is this connected to the next presentation? So it is. So we're going to talk about these three things that have a $0 amount at the next presentation?
Yeah, we're going to bring some of that forward on what the costs of what we would need to do.
Well, it says 0. I don't want to jump ahead. Okay, got it. So let me pause. So we're going to talk about only these three ongoing facilities projects, which I agree with Zeman again, because the same comment I made 3 meetings ago that folks seem to did not understand and listen. These aren't the only schools that are on the menu of needs. So are we going to have that conversation also at the next, because I'm only talking about this one slide on page 22, or 20 or 22, whichever number. Are we talking about that at the next workshop or no?
Yes.
So all facilities needs, yes?
Yes, we are, and we will frame that.
Across all districts, countywide, yes.
Yes, and we will frame that so it
Because
makes
I don't see that in the PowerPoint that's already been sent out. So I know you're saying yes, but that's not what I have, okay? So go ahead and get ready if we're going to have a countywide discussion on facilities needs, because I don't see that. All right, so you've answered that question.
Yes, and we will frame that so it makes some really good sense.
So there's going to be some additional material before this conversation.
No, I will tee it up for our wonderful chief of facilities as we move forward.
All right, I'll wait for it. So no one asked the important question is, who are the 4 schools? I was waiting for that question to be answered. So I got remind me, the 1 charter, 2 K-5, is it 1 K-12 school? No, K-8? Can you remind me? No, Dr. Hep, what was the third category? It's a middle school? Okay, well, who are the 4 schools and what districts are they in? Just so we know, or at least I know. No one answered that question.
Ms. Wright, I believe you have that correct. I know Dr. Hepburn was waiting to step in for me.
That's the most important. We're saying no to funds.
Dr. Hepburn's here.
Right, there we go. There we go. Oh, my apologies. It's now afternoon. Good afternoon. So the question, so when you reference the 4 schools losing Title I, who are those 4 schools?
I have them written down.
Or someone.
I forgot. Miss Wright's over there. She has them too.
Yeah,
No problem.
Yep.
Luwando Wright, Director of Title I.
Good to see you.
It's good to see you too, Mr. Austin. The 4 schools, as Dr. Hepburn alluded to, 1 is a charter school. The 3 remaining traditional schools are Fox Trail Elementary.
Fox Trail, yep.
Pembroke Park. Pembroke Lakes Elementary, and Glades Middle.
Glades Middle, got it.
Yes.
I see why no one wanted to tell me. Glades Middle. And what's the third? I'm sorry, the 4th?
The 4th is a charter school. We don't have the name of the charter school at this time, but we can get it to you.
Got it. So that's important for me or really important for the board, because there are 4 schools and students losing funds here. So that's important for me as the District 2 board member, and really for any board member. So if we could, before we leave, Dr. Hepburn, because I'm pretty sure we don't have to adjourn. This information is easy. I'd like to know the 4 schools, and if we are removing funds based on this new formula, which I guess the board is giving direction on, which I don't support. What are we putting in place, Mr. Deputy Superintendent, sitting as superintendent, to support these 4 schools, right? So they're losing something. What are we putting back in place for these 4 schools? So I'd like to know that.
So I just want to, Ms. Wright, if you can expound just to clarify, are those 4 schools in any model that starts with 50% threshold, would they still be excluded?
That is correct, Mr.
Because
Hepburn.
they've dropped under the 50% threshold.
Correct. So yes, since they are, I'm with you. So since they are being dropped from the threshold, I want to understand, and we're going to tell me who the 4th school is, these 4 schools, what are we doing to support those students, clearly who are losing some funds? I want to know that.
So as with all of the schools, because these 4 schools will be in the same bucket of all of the schools that are increasing in wealth and decreasing in the FRL status. So they would be dropped regardless anyway in any of our models.
Increasing in wealth, but also not, so what about the need? Isn't this right?
So with the needs, working with Ms. Marte, we are budgeting differently, looking at equity-based budget. And for some schools, it's going to be very specific for the group of kids within that school that meets that FRL status.
Zeman, I'm trying to squeeze. I'm responding to you.
Turn that dial.
I'm trying, right? So this isn't working, right? And this is not you, right? So there are 4 schools, and I can kind of guess the population of 1, 2, 3. I don't know number 4 because somebody hopefully will tell me
We have number
soon.
4.
Oh, there we go.
If you don't mind, through the chair.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Rowe.
The 4th location is 5022, which is Bridge Prep Academy K-8 Charter School.
Got it. Yep. Okay. Final question. So this is a clear observation. 4 schools are losing funds, correct?
Correct.
That will start in the 24-25 school year, correct?
Correct.
I want to understand, how do we ensure that the needs of these students don't do this because of the funds that are also doing this?
So
That's a very clear
So
question.
I'm going to give you a clear answer because these 4 schools are in the same situation as all of the other schools that are below the 50% threshold.
I get it.
So as we budget, one thing that we want to clarify is that there's a strong focus on the lowest 25% of those schools because usually the lowest 25% their makeup is usually free and reduced lunch status and below. And so as we work on the budgeting process, we're working on equitable budgeting to ensure that schools have what they need to address those high needs population of kids. So we're continuously working through that process right now. So to give you a specific answer of how that looks currently, I can't answer that specific question, but I can tell you that we're working through the process of doing equitable budgeting to ensure that the lowest 25% of those students are targeted at those specific schools that are under that 50% threshold.
I appreciate your answer. Thank you. I want to direct, if there is no objection on this from the board, that clearly there are schools, at least there are 4 schools, who today have funds or support. There also are needs, and I'm focused on the needs category. Yep. I want to make sure the needs of these schools, and really all schools, don't do this. So I'd like for the superintendent to come back with that part of this because that's not a part of this. So I am not, so to be clear, I don't support the recommendation from staff on the allocation plan, and I clearly don't support the needs of these kids, which clearly I don't want to go down. So I just want to be very clear about that. So is that any objection through the chair? If the superintendent can circle back with me on these schools and any other schools where the funds are doing this, but I also want to understand the needs, but also make sure those kids are getting what they need, okay?
So I just want to clarify. Bring back a plan or information based on the schools that were currently receiving Title I allocations that are being dropped as a result of recent reduction in their FRL status.
Well, based on the proposed Title I allocation that staff is proposing.
So here's,
Right.
but this is what I want.
But yes, I'm with you. The answer is yes.
Yeah, okay.
I got
Gotcha.
it. The answer is
Gotcha.
yes.
Gotcha.
I'm with you, yes. So we'll circle back on all those schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a couple of things. I did notice the high priority items that are listed, and I just want to also mention that while I appreciate these high priority items that we're looking at as far as the budget, I would be remiss if I did not mention that what I consider to also be high priority is the mental health of our students and staff. And I think that's an area that oftentimes get neglected. I think it's important that we emphasize that area because it's important that we develop the holistic well-being of a child and that we ensure that our staff are also emotionally sound as well. In addition to that, what I also consider high priority would be how we support our ESE students. I think that's an extremely high priority area, and as we look at the budget, it's important that we look at ways in which we can improve our ESE support. And I've always mentioned that as we go forward, that we look at how we provide incentive or actually how we accommodate our students at the classroom level rather, and whatever is involved in doing so. I think going forward into the upcoming year, and I've spoken to Dr. Hepburn about that before, that we see how we can monitor compliance in the benefit of our students by looking at it at a classroom level for ESC students. So I would love to also for us to look at these two areas as high priorities, which would be our ESC support as well as mental health of our students and staff. In addition to that, Board Member Hickson revived a prior conversation that Board Member Alston brought up, and Board Member Alston reiterated his intent of what his item meant. And as we're talking about budget, I would like to direct the superintendent to explore or research cost savings, budget impact, and provide to the board, well, let me rephrase. I would like to direct the superintendent to explore or research and provide to the board cost savings, budget impact, to bring capital program management in-house that will include but not necessarily limited to program director, program control, and planning director as soon as practical and no later than our next upcoming regular school board meeting on March 12th.
Okay. Ms. Leonardi? We'll have everyone circle back.
Just really quickly, I know Mr. Alston asked for the superintendent to circle back with him regarding those schools. I would just ask that that information be shared with the entire board. Thank you.
Of course. Okay, my question on page 8, the food services funding, the $192 million. Can that be used for anything else? Because it says special revenue, food service, $192 million. Can it be used for anything else or just food service? Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Marte?
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. Food service funding is some of the most restricted funding that the district has. It can be used to provide children access to food and a healthy diet.
So when it says special revenue, is that special revenue still out in the food services? That's still in the bucket of food services?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and they have their own audit by the Bureau of Nutrition, and it's very prescriptive. The money can only be used to pay for staff and commodities that feed our children. At limited amount of equipment, but anytime we buy equipment, even lunch tables, we have to get permission from the state office. Anytime we want to charge any type of maintenance and all that, it all has to be approved.
Okay, great. My next question on page 16, the percentages. For me, it would have been helpful to see that in the dollar amount as like another category. So what is 1% equal to? Oh, there's a chart.
So, Madam Chair, the superintendent and general counsel's office is close to 1%. In dollars, that is $3.4 million.
3.4 million. Perfect. And then each of these categories, is there another breakdown, like board, for example, is 0.4%? Is there a breakdown somewhere of what makes up that 0.4%?
Yes.
Where is it?
So I have some of the detail with me. So in the board line item, there are 19 positions, and there'll be a dollar amount for that. And then there's objects that tell me how much might be supplies and material. Most of that is in your general budget book, but we can get you that breakdown.
Yeah, that would be helpful for me. I'd like to see the breakdown of each of these percentages and what goes into it.
Okay.
So for me, I was thinking that when we have these workshops and discussions, that there would be a stronger conversation from the superintendent as far as suggestions of what we should potentially reduce. And then in the workshop, that's when we have the conversations to say, well, that's a good idea or that's not a good idea. So I know we have a list of dates coming up, but I would like a stronger movement of action of where the board can actually weigh in on each of these. If the superintendent feels that something should be reduced in a category, then for you to bring it to us so we can weigh in on it. Dr. Licata?
I agree with that. That's how you make progress, but with that comes org chart also changes, and people sitting out there that see that their positions and such will be cut. I'm okay with doing that, but it does require some damage control, because there's no way we can do that without cutting. There's no way we're going to get where we need to without cutting. But when we do that publicly and start reducing the org chart and looking at boxes and start cutting them out, there are people that see this and view this. So that's the difficult part of it. Unfortunately, it's the natural part of it, and it becomes hard. But remember, when you have a super valuable employee, a staff member, you somehow always find a way to keep them, and we want to make sure we do that. So I will absolutely do that. We always try and be careful with that. But Ms. Marte, duly noted, our executive cabinet will now turn to the boxes instead of the numbers as we move through that, because I think we're at that place anyway.
And I know that's a sensitive conversation, but it's very important for us to take action and to move forward. And not just talking positions, whether it's anything else, whether it's a program or a technology or whatever that other bucket is, we need to start having these tough conversations and moving forward so we can get to our goals. As far as Dr. Zeman's suggestion to budget for inflation, I'm supportive of, and Mr. Alston's suggestion to ask the SOUP to bring back a plan for the schools, I'm also supportive of, and I'm also supportive of Dr. Holness's ask to direct the superintendent to bring back cost savings in our capital program, to bring it in-house. I'm supportive of you bringing that conversation forward to the board, to a board meeting.
Hey, Chair Porter-Moynier, I think we might be able to conflate two of the items that you brought up. I talked about equity-based budgeting, turn that dial, and Mr. Alston talked about the schools that have just fallen below 50% free and reduced lunch. With your permission, I think what we want is that one issue, which is what are the options on equity-based funding? How do we turn in that dial so that more money goes to places where there's greater need? And I think that that's more than just 4 schools, though, and I just want to make sure you're okay with that.
I'm good with that, but I also want to point out a very clear observation. These 4 schools fall geographically South County. Just an observation.
I think you'll find that all the schools with greater needs have a geographic centrality, and not just South, but Central and East.
Is anybody not in agreement with the items that I just spoke of?
I just have one correction too, ma'am. I also said that yes on inflation, but that also the budget ought to carry a common assumption of a 5-year trend for anything that it's looking at. So it's those 2 things.
Yes. Is anybody not in agreement with the Zeman-Alston Holness ideas? Looks like everybody's in agreement. Good. Dr. Licata?
I had stepped out. Staff, are we clear on what was asked of us? Do we need it to be repeated or confirmed? All right, we're clear, and we can watch the video, of course, but I just want to make sure that we have the opportunity to question if we're not sure. Thank you.
Ms. Rupert, do you have anything to add? Microphone.
It's on from my end, let's just say that. The plan that Dr. Hepburn will be bringing back for the schools that we take our leaders from, there needs to be a plan for that. We have to have that conversation because it will have a dollar amount attached to it as well. So thank you, if my colleagues agree or not.
Yes. Okay, so staff has the direction? Great. All right, moving forward to the next item, the facilities update. Dr. Licata.
Well, it's good afternoon now. So along with the connection between what we just talked about and where we're going, we have this thing that's out there right now. This thing. Can I give it 30 seconds?
Mm-hmm.
So we have this thing called repurposing and redefining going on. So that, to me, bridges these two, and it makes it I think it makes it more complex, but in the end may make it a lot more simpler as we move through it, simply because we could be more targeted. Today we give these weekly updates on what's going on with our facilities. I think that's more comprehensive than that's ever been given, and it's there. It's for everyone to see, not just the board member of that area. But now it's time we got a few items that, as we move through Ms. Chupkowski's presentation, we got some things we have to get off or get on, and I can't use what my dad would say because it's public. But reality is there's a lot of leftovers from years, and we have to figure out, are we going to continue to promise them, keep them on the books and do it, or are we just going to cut it? There are some things we just can't do. And anything we do moving forward, and you'll see in the next presentation, there's a zero factor of it not costing us anything that hasn't been allocated already, or there's an additional cost factor that would come from the money we talked about earlier, that 56, which can decrease quickly if we continue to do, including the items we may be bringing forward as well. So it's really difficult now to go ahead and pay for everything we have to do with what we have left. There are some items that I adopted when I got here about that needed to be done and haven't been done for years and years and years. So we're looking sort of for directions, and you'll see the numbers there, but you also know that where a lot of these schools exist and where they are. So as we go through this, Ms. Chupkowski has a very good opening, but I think we bridge the previous conversation to the next one, and then what was brought up about the long-range facility plan, which does not, by the way, for clarification, did not give me a date certain. But in my mind, a date certain is after we decide in June what the facility's long-range plan will be solidified. We can bring something as a draft. But as I spoke to several board members, when we bring that plan forward, it's going to have schools 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, whatever it be. But once we make decisions on our repurposing, we will have to extract out those schools if they're not being utilized or not being changed or potentially closed. So it's complex. There's a lot of moving parts to this as we move along, and we have to constantly be in concert with the budget process, long-term facilities, our capital budget, as well as our redefining. So there's a lot of complexity there, but I think it'll get very clear in a few months when we look at these things, especially with the items that were asked as we move forward on those pieces. So Ms. Chupkowski, would you please move forward? I don't think you have a lot there, but if you would mind going through, and we will be happy to serve.
Mr. Alston wants to say something before.
Just a question.
Sure.
Through the chair first, and then I just asked a general question before. Are we going to go through in these slides all? Yes? Is that how you want to
The
proceed?
will of the board, if you want, we can go right to questions.
A little bit.
A little bit? Okay, all right. So then I will, you do. Okay, all right. So then I will pause. I'll wait.
Mr. Fogelnall, do you want to weigh in now, or are we on the list?
I actually want to do now because I do want to make comments on those statements that were made by the superintendent. That's okay. I don't know if you still have other questions, Austin. I'm sorry.
I'm going to reserve my time to after the chief speaks to go backwards in time a couple months. Thank you.
Got it. Okay, so and I'll ask my questions really quick. And Superintendent, I think that this might be the right time because you just had said that from all our conversation earlier of having budget questions and the budget conversations, very clear that we're in a tight spot. I think all of us can agree, and we've talked about it, we talk about 4 or 5 schools at a minimum, right? At least 4 or 5. We've had this discussion multiple times. But I think everybody on this board, everybody on staff, people in the community are very clear that we're about 40 schools oversized. So 50. Can you speak to that, right? Because I think if it's very clear on that side of budget that we're in a tight spot. We know that that's the step we need to take. But the question really is, are we slowly ripping the Band-Aid off, or are we ready just to go all in and do what's best for our community, best for our budgets, best for our staff, everybody, right? But we continue to have this conversation and sort of just walk on eggshells here, and I think we're really hurting our community. We're really hurting our kids by not having that real conversation. So I just want you to speak on that a little bit. I know that this is probably going to come in the future, but I'd really rather have it now, if possible.
No, I can't say thank you enough for asking me to speak on that. We, depending on who you talk to or who you speak with, we have a lot of schools that probably need to be repurposed, closed, so forth and so on. I don't want to die 1,000 deaths. I have spoken with several superintendents that have done this successfully. Actually, I spent an hour and a half on the phone with a superintendent who did it successfully back in 2018 in a district that looks a lot like us. It's actually just the same size as us. And they did 20 schools in 1 year. And I asked them that very question, and this is a very well-known, and I'm not going to use his name simply because I didn't get permission to use his name, and he's not consulting with us. He just did this on his own time because he lives nearby. He said the best decision, the hardest decision was to make that grand one shot. Let's rip that Band-Aid off. That was the hardest, and he felt at days he was just beat up and he couldn't sleep. But as it matriculated, it was the best process in which he said made it successful to do. Because we know that it's going to impact the entire county. You've been to the meetings. People think it's not going to impact their school. Well, certainly it may not impact that one little school. It's going to impact everyone's community. That's right. And I don't think it's fair for us and to start making those hard things until we talk to the community. And we made that very clear. We're building that trust. We're building that. We heard a lot of things that we didn't hear. Ms. Saunders and I speak every morning. But I believe in my heart as the leader that if we were to piecemeal this, we would be our own worst enemy, and we would not be transparent. It is my perception. I don't make the final decisions on this, and we will bring it forward this way. But I think we can't just nickel and dime. And again, I'm not going to use what my father would say. It's not appropriate, but it makes all the good sense. We got to either do something or don't. And I appreciate you asking me that, because I don't think it's appropriate for me to bring it out until I'm asked about it. I don't want to flavor anything. But all my research with San Antonio, with Houston, all the other districts that have reduced, they did it one shot deal, and it's worked out much better in the long run. It's hard at first. You're taking a beating, but it was the right thing for them, and I believe in my heart of hearts, after listening to so many superintendents who have done it, it's the right thing for us.
Right, and I appreciate that, and I think that as board members, right, you do as we direct. I think we have a responsibility to get out to our community. I want to give a shout out, right, to Commissioner James. We had this conversation, but we have our town halls, and those are great, but it's our responsibility to get out to our communities. It's my responsibility to get to Dania Beach, to Hollywood, to have those real conversations, to be very transparent. So I'm doing that. I'm going to do that. It's going to be more conversations. They may be smaller groups, but I need to have the community be clear, to understand, to be able to ask questions, to have a Q&A session, to be more in tune so I can understand how they feel, so you can understand how they feel. So I understand that feeling, but I just don't think it's going far enough. We're not doing enough. And I don't think the community is going to be fighting against something if they're clear on it. The community needs to be clear to understand what the issue is, and we need to find the solution together. They will find it. I know they will. But we have to understand, we need to know our history. We need to understand where our communities are coming from, how they feel. They have been run over. The trust is gone. So I really do want to have those conversations, but as board members, we do have a responsibility. So I know, for one, I'm going to be taking that on, having those conversations. You're going to see those town halls coming up very soon, back to back. But we're going to be out here. So I believe that I, for one, as one board member, want to see the big change. I don't want to prolong hurting our kids and hurting our community. If we're going to be a board of change, we have to change for the good. We have to change for the better, and do it now. We know what the issue is, but we're constantly talking about this. We're going to come through the same problem next year. I know you guys have heard me say it time and time again. We're going to have the same problem next year. Why didn't we talk about budget earlier? Why didn't we talk about raises? The money is not there. So you're going to keep taking it from places that we shouldn't be taking it from to find raises, to find money. But enough of finding money. Let's make the right decision now. Let's fix our district. I look up at this logo and see everybody talking, and I'm just like, man, it was the same issues when I was in school. The same thing. Dysfunction, no trust. So I really just want to see us to make good change. It may cost me things in the future, but hey, let's go for it. Let's do what's right now. So I really challenge superintendent, come to us. If it is going to be more, if it's going to be the right thing to do, let's rip the Band-Aid off and let's just do what's right. Thank you.
Dr. Licata.
Thank you. It is our plan on the 20th, as we've been beating up back and forth. It's linear, and there's a plane of just presenting some ideas or getting a lot more granular and be very, very specific. In there is the criteria that we have to work with. And you could put 6 or 7 boxes of criteria, and then when you pull up that school, it's in 5 of the 6 or 5 of the 7 boxes. That criteria, it gives you a database decision. It gives you an opportunity to see, is it low enrollment? Is it a facilities need? Is there a birth rate shrinking in that neighborhood? Is there competition that we can't compete with? Is it leadership? Is it the programmatic piece of that? These are going to be, and I'm just running out a bunch of them there on my head. And then start looking at schools and saying, well, this one fits in every box. Why is it going to be open? This one only has 1 or 2 boxes. But we've vacillated on that, but we're leaning more towards giving some hard information where we're not just laissez-faire about the approach on the 20th. It's going to be pretty solid. Our principals are ready. They've been told we're going to look at this thing, and we're going to look at it big. We're not going to piecemeal it. And there's going to be a large number of ideas, schools, criteria, properties, such, because you're right. If you guys are going to go to your community and talk about it, we have to make sure that you're equipped to talk to your communities and say, well, this is what's going on. And we will workshop it one-to-one before this comes forward, so we get all of your ideas individually and be able to have you have as much knowledge as we do as we move forward. So when your constituency is calling your phone all the time, you have the knowledge up to date with it. So this next workshop is going to be unique for us because it's going to be a lot of input from each one of you individually to make sure that we've captured what you think we need to. But that first workshop is going to be where it gets real hard. Very, very, very hard.
Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. I think there's a difference between having the courage to do what's right and having the information you need to figure out what right looks like. And to Mr. Fogelholy and others who believe that we ought to move big, I don't have enough information yet about whether that's the right answer in my own view. I'm really looking forward to getting into the data. I'm looking forward to understanding the criteria that we're going to use. I'm really interested in learning like tangible, practical outcomes. How long does it take to reboundary a school? How long does it take to sell something? How long till we get the money? What are the implications legally for leasing it out if we want to do civil service housing and things like that? So there's information I don't have, and if I don't have it, the public probably doesn't have it. And as that information comes out, I am 100% willing to take the courageous step and close as many schools as make great sense for Broward County at the pace that I believe that it makes sense doing. But the only reason I'm not out yelling about 40, which is kind of a rough number that we've come up with that is expensive but may not be necessary, is I'm waiting for the rest of that information to come in, and we'll get that information out. I don't want to be disingenuous with the public and say that there's a number. We've said as a board at least 5. And so that is, I think, a clear expectation in the community. If we go beyond that, it'll be really based on the information that comes in and more that we learn about the processes and things like that. I think the board expectation from the community is that we're thoughtful, we're intentional, and we make decisions that are best for the whole community. And I'll continue to advocate for that, and I'll do it as broadly as I can, Mr. Fogelholy, to the community. It's the right thing to do. I just don't know what the message is yet until I get all the information. Thank you.
Mr. Fogelholy.
Thank you very much, Chair. And Dr. Zeman, we can't have it both ways. Because I've done community meetings with you that you've told the community that we're 40 schools oversized. Okay. You can't do it 2 ways. We know that. The data that I know is that an elementary school that may be under-enrolled, we're spending $500,000 a year to keep it open and spending millions to keep it up and running. That's the data we can start with right there. So I just want to make sure it's clear. Don't make it look like the bad guy here. That's the data we know. That's what you said. We said it together. We know what we're dealing with here. So I just want to make sure it's clear. That's not just Fogelholy in the corner yelling us out. We know what the issue is. Let's stand on it. It's going to be, I've been consistent on this. I'm consistent now, and what I say here, I'll say in the public. I'm not going to change up when it comes here. So thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. So I appreciate your passion, Mr. Fogenholy, and I'd like to also thank this board and our superintendent for having the courage to even move forward with this conversation. Because in the 6 years that I've been a board member now, this is the first superintendent to realize that we have a problem and proactively work to trying to fix this problem. So I commend you for doing that, and the board for supporting the superintendent in this process. But I think it's important that we make sure that we are following a process, we're following policy, and we're following a criteria that we vote on as a board and we agree to use moving forward within this process. Because we can't go off on our own little silos and do our own thing. That is not going to work. It's going to get very messy, very quick, and we will lose the confidence in our constituents when we move forward in this process. So I would love for our board members, I think that's great energy, have conversations with your community, but we need to make sure that we're working through the superintendent to have those conversations and make sure we're following the policy process and criteria. Ms. Ruper?
Thank you. Just on this point, I'll wait my turn later for the comments on the PowerPoint. Do we have 40 schools that we could actually do this to? I am looking forward to see all those numbers, but I've also had meetings with the superintendent, with some of my constituents, where we've flat out said it's not going to be happening in my certain couple areas. So when it goes down to trust, I trust my superintendent to tell the truth at all times, and that's what he's done. I'm only as a good a person as if my word stays that way, as my word. And if I go and tell commissioners and other people that are very, very busy working for our kids that this is not going to be happening at this point, the enrollment is almost exactly, we're a little bit under, I don't want to go backwards, but now it's like I am not prepared to close 60 schools or 40 schools. I can tell you that, not in a hot minute. And having gone through the boundary process, having gone through umpteen things that take forever to get there, then let's put everything under certain criteria, like the superintendent just said. Let it all roll out that way. But ultimately, it's the board's decision. And as one board member, I'm going to tell you from right now, I'm not closing 40 or 60 schools, because schools are the heartbeat of every community. And some of the worst hit facility problems are some of my schools that actually their enrollment is up, or they've maintained it. Excuse me, like Moorgate Middle, with their flooding and everything. Great principals, fabulous teachers. So I'm with you, Danny, to get all the information. Excuse me, Mr. Fogenholy, but I still call you Danny. I'm with you for all that, but I just want to tell you where I am and what I've said and what our superintendent has said, because I don't want anybody to say, you lied to me, Ms. Rupert. You lied to the community, Dr. Licata. You lied, Tori, Mr. Alston. I don't want that. So before it gets ugly real fast, I think we're all talking about what's going to happen on the 20th. There has to be a preview of what's going to happen. And quite frankly, I don't think a week or 2 weeks before we get our information is enough. Because I'm still getting phone calls now telling me that schools are still going to be closing in my area and the principals have been told. That is not true from my perspective. So we need to cut this and be honest, which is what Mr. Fogenholy started with, right? So I need an honest answer during this PowerPoint. And that's all I expect, and I think every board member wants the same thing. We represent our constituents. I've represented mine since 2010. I've never lied to them knowingly. I hope never anyway, but I just don't do that. I'm real 100% all the time, and this is what you're gonna get. And when I get the information, it goes right out because I don't filter it unless it's protected by the attorney in law, just for seriousness there. So that's part of the conversation that needs to go on here today. When would we get that information? It is too soon if it's only 2 weeks ahead of time, and if principals are getting the heads up, there's a leak somewhere because the community's still calling me. So that's my angst today. And I had to be honest with you for that because I need to be able to help each one of you maintain your integrity, just like I want to maintain mine and the superintendent and our staff. So we got to be on the same page. Is it 40, 60 schools? Is it even possible to go through boundary processes, registration? We've already had open houses, magnet programs. So it needs all those ideas and parameters have to be figured into all this. So I guess I'm a little verklempt. Let's just say that. All right.
Mrs. Pham?
Okay. Thank you. It is a really difficult position to be put in, but it can't be ignored, and it's not going to go away on its own. It's not going to fix itself. One of the things that I learned as an attorney is that things can be front-end loaded. And what I mean by front-end loaded, it means where all the work is done up front, and all the pain and suffering and the sweat is up front. So really, this is a situation, what we're looking at now. We can either attack this as a problem in its entirety, or we can do it piecemeal and feel the pain for a longer period of time. You know, I think the community themselves, they want to get on, they want stability. They don't want to have to worry each year, is my school going to be one of the next ones on the list? So I think looking at the entire problem instead of trying to fix here and there, a little bit there, and it's going to drive more and more students and parents out of the district. In addition, one of the things, someone just texted me, and they said the schools are the heartbeat, maybe, but the community isn't sending the children anymore, and this is obvious. So we, as a school district, have to look at where are we failing. There's something going on here. Are these people, they're not just up and pulling their children out because they're relocating, but they're choosing other schools. And yet we're glossing over that, and when it's not being addressed. And until that time that it is addressed, there is no need to increase schools, and we'll probably keep dwindling from the phone calls I get from parents because they're getting more and more angry and upset and feel the lack of respect, and they don't want to stay. So until we change our image and how we respect parents, their entitlement to information, how we treat them, when there's an emergency, allowing them to know what's going on so that information is communicated, they're not going to stay. So what I recommend, and I believe Dr. Licata, the approach is to take it head on, take the bull by the horns, and let's be transparent up front. Let's not make these people bleed longer than they have to, and say this is what we're looking at, and take a firm, fair, and consistent approach. It's got to be that way. We can't discriminate. We can't be arbitrary. We have to say, this is what we're doing, this is what we've done across the board, and this is how this has to be addressed. So, thank you.
Mr. Alston?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let me try to bring this backwards because I think I'm going to add another piece of humor here. I think I was told at the start of this meeting if something is not on the agenda, we can't talk about it. But we've been talking about repurposing for the last 30 minutes. But no one stopped me. No, I'm not talking. No, I got it. Right? No one stopped me, right? The two people to my left didn't stop the conversation. So I'm assuming this is okay because both the workshop and a special meeting are both public meetings. So I appreciate this conversation on repurposing. But let me just make kind of two observations. And Ms. Rupert, again, I'm calling your name again. You just highlighted really the point that no one wants to talk about. It takes 5 votes. And it's a political decision that this board is going to have to make, right? So you are 100% correct, and I think everyone knows that, that is the case. It will take 5 votes to pass whatever it is. Next point, Mr. Superintendent, another kind of fair point. As we're talking strategy here, let me preface by saying I agreed with your comment in the newspaper. Okay, your comment in the newspaper, I think, was high schools should be off the list. You made that statement regarding repurposing. Okay, I got it. Well, this is my word. I'm rephrasing the strategy I read in the newspaper. Okay, we should be talking about it right here. I shouldn't have to hear that or read that in the newspaper. That's kind of the other point I want to make. Because to your point, or it's different points, I have not, other than just like Dr. Zeman, yes, I have a thought on what I believe the numbers should be. We're all waiting on the data. But I think we're trying to wait, because I've been asking the strategy, the criteria, all the same things we're talking about. So what I don't want to do is you're sharing a strategy that really 9 people haven't said yes or no to. Okay? Right? So whether I may personally agree that yes, high schools should be off the table, by you saying that, you now have put 9 people in a position that either has to say yes or no. But I thought we were told that's going to happen in June. Right? No, I don't, I'm just, right? So that's just an observation. Let me bring it back home, Madam Chair, because I thought we were talking about facilities and repurposing. Why are we allocating funds today? This is where I want to start the conversation, because that's what this, now that I can talk about this PowerPoint, I think I can talk about it now, right? Why are we allocating funds today when we just spent 30 minutes, and I disagree with this approach as well, where you have said and the board has said, hey, don't touch property until June. Now you're saying, well, we can allocate, several schools, but we're still repurposing, right? If the intent is pause everything, right? Just stop, drop, and pause. That's essentially what it sounds like we're saying, right? If we're going to stop, drop, and pause, then let's do that. But we have not said that, and that is not what this PowerPoint is presented as. This PowerPoint is saying, here are the areas or schools that we're going to allocate today, and we want the board to provide direction. I get it. We've already read the PowerPoint, okay? But that is counter to what this board just said at the last meeting, right? We want to pause. We want to have a comprehensive conversation and debate about the way forward. This is not comprehensive. This is not the way forward, because we've said we want to talk about repurposing, okay? So that's how I wanted to start the conversation 30 minutes ago when I was on a different PowerPoint that I just alluded to. So if we're going to talk repurposing, then we need to just go ahead and table this conversation. I'm sorry, Ms. Rupert. I'm sorry, Madam Chair, right? Because there are only certain schools that are listed in here that I think may have a dollar impact. I asked the same question at our December workshop, right? I think we went through, Madam CFO. There was numbers, and then superintendent thought we all heard something different. Everyone responded differently. There was a yes, this amount is in, no, this amount is out. Yes, a city will do it, no, a city won't, whatever it is. There's some money that we're being asked to do today. So if we're repurposing, and this district's position is stop, drop, and we're going to repurpose from now to June, let's table this conversation, Madam Chair. We don't have to start the conversation. Now, if you're telling me the district's position has changed in 7 days, let's say it right now. Because 7 days ago, the position of this district and board was to pause. No land sales, because we're waiting on redistricting. No procurements, no services. We're waiting on repurposing. So, Madam Chair, I'd love for the superintendent to provide his perspective on if we are pausing all things in Broward schools to wait on repurposing to come from on high. That's what I understood last week.
Dr. Licata.
Thank you, sir. These are the items, and I don't know if the wording is exactly right, that pause on all items. I didn't ascertain that, but maybe it was. But these are the items that are just lingering, and these are the items that we either have to do something with or not. Some of them are zeros, some of them are already allocated monies, and do we want to put more into it? But this is, I need direction on this, and if we are, we are. But if I'm going to go forward with it, I'm going to go forward with it, with direction from the nine folks up here. That's why this is here, and it's not about asking, for money. It's about asking, do we do it? That's really what I think. It's two different perspectives. If we're asking to do it, this is what it's going to cost to do it. Asking for money is different, I think, in my eyes. Maybe I'm wrong. But there's a couple items on here that are more of updates, what's going on with it. There's a couple items that we know that have been lingering for 4 or 5 years, easy, that we have to figure out what we're going to do with it. And there's an item on here that's really intriguing that I can't talk too much about, but I think it was brought to me to continue to work on. And then there's an item at the end that has been lingering for 3 to 4 years about the deaf and hard of hearing. So this is more or less to put this to rest. Do we make a decision to go forward with it because it's going to cost this much money, or do we go forward with it what the number is as it was and as it was designated long before here? So there are some really good updates here, but there are some questions. Do I go forward with it, or do I go forward with more money? Those, or just don't do anything at all. So that's really where we stand. This has been lingering again for many years, but there are some really good updates as well. So that's really where we're coming from, and that pretty much, and it shouldn't be long, but I know it does set itself up for what's the future and how we move forward.
Sure.
So I appreciate your frame, because you framed it nicely and wide, so I appreciate that.
It was framed that way for me last week in a vote by this board. So, Madam Chair, what I'd like to propose is that we have no conversations about allocating additional funds, because I thought we said that we don't know if Coral Glades, Deerfield Beach Elementary, Markham Elementary, or any other school may be a part of the repurposing plan. So it will be counter, right, since we don't know schools. I'm making a point. The point is, we know no schools that's a part of repurposing that's coming March 12th. Why would this board today, on February, whatever today is, allocate millions of dollars to come back to the board when we haven't made a decision? So, in that spirit, in that vein, I think we need to pause allocating any resources to any school until that conversation starts. Secondly, this is not a countywide comprehensive what we need for all of our schools. The same as I said at the December 12th workshop, I know it vividly, repeated it again weeks later in January when folks I think heard me then. I'm repeating it again now that we're in February. This is not a comprehensive plan. So my also recommendation is, again, for the 3rd month in a row, that there should be a very clear strategy, PowerPoint, booklet, you figure out the tactics, on let's identify all schools across this county, what are the needs, and where should we as a board allocate those pending available resources. I thought we were very clear about that weeks ago. That's where I'm at. I don't even need to start the presentation here. Anything about allocation of resources, we can talk updates, I support that, but we're going to do exactly counter to what we just said we're not going to do. So let's see.
Dr. Zeman?
I would like to say it back to you in a little slightly different. This presentation then would be received for information only, not for decisions. We could hear what the update is, and then we could just move on to the next agenda item. So I love the idea of taking a brief that's just for information only. I also believe that at a workshop, we ought not to be making decisions about the budget. That should be at a school board meeting and an item. And so if we could take this for information only and hear the staff's work on this so that the public and all of us are up to date on these 5, I think that makes great sense, and it would allow us to get to the next item.
Madam Chair, I agree, but in defense, and I don't share this view of the 2 board members in their schools, right? I'm sure their perspective, and I don't speak for them, is this has been on our workshop. This is now, how many workshops have we had just in months just with these same 3 schools on it?
Many.
I'm tired of seeing these. I love all your schools. We love all schools. You guys love workshops. This is the 3rd or 4th workshop with 3 schools that we're talking about again. Come on. Right? Whatever.
Okay, so we've all read the PowerPoint presentation. If this is for information only, what I would suggest to the superintendent, if there is any action that needs to be taken on any of these schools, that you need to bring it to a board meeting so the board can vote on it. Everyone good?
Yep.
All right, let's move forward to the next item, Human Resources Guidelines.
Oh, public comment.
Sorry. Okay, public comment.
Yes, Madam Chair, we have 3 individuals signed up for this item. We have Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Mrs. Kimberly Burke-Mohorn, and Mr. Vicente Thrower.
I'm yelling my time over.
Good afternoon. You want to clarify who you're giving it to? I'm still at 3 minutes.
Microphone?
6 minutes.
6 minutes.
6 minutes.
Okay, someone gave her time?
Yes,
Yeah,
it's been
6 minutes.
6 minutes.
All right, thank you. Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. Okay, just to review, so 10 years ago, we had a bond that got put on the ballot too fast, and that's the whole reason for today's painful discussions. Because no analysis was done, nothing substantive, and the ask was for probably a third of what it should have been. So all of the comprehensive discussions, which there is no way 3 new people, including a superintendent, are going to bring you a comprehensive plan by March or even June. There's too many moving parts. It ain't happening. These are all things that the Facilities Task Force, you can go back and check, but we've been jumping up and down about all of this stuff for 10 years, and some schools more recently. So on today, and I actually agree with Mr. Alston's logic, because there are items on here, but it's not comprehensive. I can't see any reason you would close Markham, but remember the thing with Markham is that the removed board did approve a new building, but didn't fund a new building. Then some shenanigans went on the mutually separated superintendent, where the classroom sizes were shrunk to lower than SREF. But now we've got the OIG breathing down our necks, so suddenly we're amenable to making the classroom sizes the right size so that we can say that we are following SREF and state statutes and the culture is changing. But I have emails that show that the plan under this superintendent was still to give Markham itty-bitty classrooms. And then the way that this is phrased to tell you it'll be up to a year delay, well, yeah, because everybody's been, you know what, I don't have a civil word to use, but has been messing around with the sizes of Markham classrooms for about almost 2 years, is when they first started to shrink. You've got Deerfield Beach Elementary. That poor building, Building 1, used to have a budget, but they sat on it for probably 10 years. Coral Glades, finally getting an auditorium. There's a cost increase there. Markham, Stranahan Cafeteria, don't get me started. You're not going to close Rickards, you're giving them a new building. Not going to close Northeast, they got a new building. So the $56 million in capital reserves, if you piecemeal, I mean, there are projects that absolutely should be moving forward. You can't approve them at a workshop, you can at a meeting. And there used to be a unallocated capital reserve of about $50 million 10 years ago for rainy day. So if you get rid of the $56 million and we get hit with a catastrophic hurricane, good luck. Let's see. Long Range Facility Master Plan Steering Committee, which we think is meeting on the 19th, right before the board workshop. There's a list of things that have been asked for the better part of a year. Demographics, enrollment by TAS, enrollment by municipality, enrollment and capacity data, including those who are residing and attending, the students that live in Boundary but not attending. Reassignments by school. Magnet programs, enrollment and costs, innovative programs, transportation, school leadership, and operating costs by school, so that we have a complete, clear picture of where things stand something that didn't happen 10 years ago, and I am not at all confident that it'll happen this time around, at least not the way I would envision it. Administrative space. Before you talk repurposing, we are over by at least $250,000 in administrative space. So the state, there's a ratio that's supposed to happen there. You need to be reducing administrative space. Broward Estates, North Fork, the SMART programs are on hold. Plantation, I don't get Plantation very riled up every now and again, but I heard a rumor that they're going to try to reduce the seats at Plantation High by putting in administrative space. Because then you leave half of Plantation who isn't attending middle and high with nowhere to go but to continue doing reassignments. Do people want to do that? No. But you'd have to ask the people in Plantation that. Let's see. And Central Park Elementary, one of the biggest elementary schools, is now at half of what it used to be. And now getting to related, since none of these projects are running themselves, the contract with AECOM. Getting rid of the program director would mean you have to amend the contract, because there are two provisions that were built in after the last coup where the program director was kicked to the curb behind closed doors. Now you can't do that, but Article 6.2.1 and 6.3.4 speak to the program director and leadership. So while there should be a transition plan for the last year, and bringing it in-house was absolutely the goal, I don't know how you do that by July without amending the contract. But admittedly, if you have 0.25 of a program director, the subs cannot legally be running the program, much as they might like to, but they didn't go through the competitive selection process, so that you cannot have a contract with the subs. I don't care how many checks they write. So you need to look at who's actually running the program and then decide if to save the money you're going to amend the contract, because I don't know legally how else you do that. But I agree, as much as I want to see Markham done, this needs to be done right. And maybe the answer is a whole new school.
Thank you so much. Any other public speakers?
Good afternoon, Kimberly Burke-Mulhorn, Margate. Just listening to everyone speak on the dais, I just wanted to talk about the process and how we have been waiting for at least 12 years to get a Markham, and then to have this conversation about repurposing. I think that the conversation needs to be had beforehand, because it's going to take money for Markham. And looking at the increases on the presentation, $42 million, why not build a new school? Why not build a new school? Pompano is growing. Pompano is not one of the ones that are, decreasing as far as birth rates. It's not, it's not one of the ones that it should be, but we know that we're always a target. Blanche Ely should not, and I don't know who actually made up the list, Blanche Ely should not be on the list. You need to make sure that you go in those classrooms to see if they need to be repurposed, because we've done renovations and they're no longer classrooms, but they're still on the list as classrooms. So these are the things that need to be done also to make sure that you're making the right decisions when it comes to these schools. Back to Markham, we need to make sure that those children are not in portables for 4 years, 4 to 5 years. Their whole elementary experience should not be in a portable. So when you're making these decisions, and the decision makers, make sure that you are actually not taken away from the fact that the experience of the children are important, and that we need to make decisions and make them quickly. And what I mean by quickly meaning don't hold to the last minute and then all of a sudden you want to make all these different decisions at one time. I think you should break it down to areas, and we have a big county. You can't do it all at once. So let's start with the South and the Central, the North, whatever you need to do, but make sure that there's a strategic plan to make sure that these children do not have to suffer for a long period of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sixon?
Thank you. I just had a couple of points. You know, I've been going around the county, and everyone seems to think that there's a list of 67 schools that are going to be closed. And I think it's important we reiterate that list was just a list of schools that meet criteria for being under-enrolled at this time. You know, as I go around, I try to tell people, we as a board gave direction to the superintendent to do at least 5, and he's going to bring us the list of what his suggestions are, and we as a board are going to vote on that. But I don't think it's not right for us as individual board members to go to cities and tell them we know what schools are going to be closed, because that's not true. And there's an issue with that, because that's part of the mistrust. So as a board member, I would like to ask my colleagues to just have the same message, that at least 5, it may be more, but at least 5 are coming to us, and we're going to vote on that together as a board, that there is no list, because it's very confusing to people, and it also adds to that mistrust, because then they think I just don't know what I'm talking about, which could be true because I'm on the C team. But I don't know that it is true. I don't think that there is truly a list yet, and I think it's important that we have the same message as we go out talking to our constituents, because it's confusing them. And you are all districted board members. 2 of us are countywide. And we should have the same message, and I don't think that message is coming across to them very clear. And I would, on the items that we have in front of us, we have some things that have already started in construction. So I don't think that we can say we're pausing on them because they're already in construction. And I believe last week we were just saying it doesn't make sense to look at land sales when we're not looking at a bigger picture. I personally wasn't under the impression that we weren't going to move forward with things that we had already approved. But there's also confusion on long-range facilities planning and where redefining the district falls in that. And we started a long-range facilities planning a little while ago. We had a big meeting. Whether it was great or not doesn't matter, and we spent money with AECOM trying to make a framework for that. So I think redefining falls within that, and there's just a lot of pieces. We have to, as a district, do a better job of putting those pieces together where they make sense, because right now there are lots of different pieces, and it seems like they're different things, but they're not. It's a long-term facilities plan that has redefining within it, and we have to be cognizant of what we've already approved and not make those communities think that we're going to renege on what we've promised them, because we have promised it and we need to make sure we move forward. So I agree, none of this should be voted on. It goes forward, but there's nothing in this presentation that we as a board have not already approved, except for if there's additions. But everything on this PowerPoint were things we've already, whether it was this board or a prior board, have already said we're moving forward with. So that's that's what I remember. So I appreciate that we are not voting on anything today, but I don't want anyone to leave or get the impression in the public that anything on here was something we didn't already agree on, because we did. So thank you.
Thank you. And just to your point, Ms. Dixon, as far as board members saying if a school, you don't have the power as one board member to say whether even if a school was closing or not closing. That's a conversation that this board is going to be voting on. Mr. Alston?
I just have a question, just so at least I'm clear. Let me be clear about my comment. The board has had multiple workshops on 3 schools in the past several weeks, in the past several months, where we started to understand the cost if we did just those 3 schools. That's where the conversation started in December. There has been no board action, or Mr. Superintendent, Deputy Superintendent, CFO, correct me if I'm wrong, where this board, to your point, Madam Vice Chair, has agreed to anything since December. We've been in a workshop setting, just having conversation, including right now. That was my point.
Ms. Dixon?
Madam Chair, if you can speak to that, because if I'm not mistaken, we did take board action on Stranahan. There's a cafeteria being built, and this is a construction update. Rickers, we agreed to the new building, and that building is in construction. This is an update. Markham, we agreed on a new building. I see there's like increases there, so that's not something to discuss today. I think you were just updating us on what is moving forward. Deerfield Beach Elementary, money was definitely put in there, but we're not sure where that has landed because then the money got pulled out. Coral Glades, we approved in the DEFP. In the Deaf and Hard of Hearing's a project that's been moving forward. So as far as I understand, everything in here we have had board action on.
Madam Chair, do I still have the floor?
Right.
I know you're responding to me.
Are you done, Ms. Dixon?
If the superintendent could address,
knows.
is that a true statement? Because maybe I misunderstood.
Go ahead.
Dr. Licata?
Yes, all those on there are items, many of them are very old, and yes, they are all items that were taken on board action. Most of it that was an update, but I worked towards the pleasure of the board.
Okay, wait. I'm sorry, Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Alston?
So let's delineate. I agree with half of your statement, Madam Vice Chair. The other half I don't agree with. The board took no action on Coral Glades in a board meeting. The board took no action on Deerfield in a board meeting. The board took no action on Markham in a board meeting. We've had several workshops where numbers have come up. We started with one number, ended with a number. Everyone forgot about the number, right? So that's what I'm referring to. On these 3 ongoing facility project schools, we have not taken any board action on those 3 schools.
And Dr. Licata, staff speak to that?
Yeah, and maybe we're getting lost in semantics on it,
I'm
but
not.
this, maybe I'm getting lost in it. I don't know if this board took action on all of those. I know a board, but I know staff has some response to that with some historical perspective on these items.
Okay. So before, respectfully, because I want to make sure we're going to start from the same place. The capital reserve, so if I need to get out my pencil again, I'll do it. I thought we said the capital reserve number back in December was 56 point something million dollars. Back in December, no, am I wrong? I'm wrong. Okay, I'll pause. Tell me.
Dr.
Someone tell me
Licata?
I'm wrong.
Ms. Marte?
Thank you, Superintendent. In December, the capital reserve was 57.
Okay, yep.
And as of last board meeting on the 21st, it is 56.
Understood. So I need a Sharpie so I can take 700,000 off of this, okay? Understood. I also understood in December when we went school by school, I asked the question to go school by school to understand what the impact was, and I think we ended up at 7.5 million if we did all 3 schools. Then in that same conversation, the superintendent said, well, we're not going to touch one school. There is one specific city or partnership that will handle the one school. We had that conversation in a public workshop. I don't recall any budget amendment coming back. I don't recall the board taking action on that because we've had now the 3rd conversation on 3 schools. I'm not talking about Rickards. I'm not talking about Stranahan. These are the 3 schools I'm referring to. So now that we're on the same page, if the board has taken action, Madam CFO, when did those amendments come to the board for board action on Coral Glades, Deerfield, and Markham? That's just a question.
You're the superintendent. Dr. Licata.
Ms. Marte.
Thank you, Dr. Licata. The short answer, sir, is that the additional funding for Coral Glades and Markham has not been acted on by the board, nor has funding for Deerfield Beach Elementary.
Now that we're on the same page. So, if the board has taken no action, Mr. Superintendent, Vice Chair, I want to make sure we're on the same page here, because this was your comment. The original starting place of my comment was, we need to have a full conversation about all schools and facilities. I said that in December. One of the board members said the same thing. That's point number one. The second point, there were several board members, and we debated on the dollar amounts. I think if we utilize all the staff projected expenses or costs for these three schools, I think we landed at $7.5 million, if I recall, somewhere in there. We went from 7.5 to 8.5, wherever. I got it. Whatever the number is. It's less. Okay. Oh, less. Okay, well, more monopoly money. So that's where we started. So if we're going to have the conversation today, Madam Chair, let's be clear. You want to give direction. If you want to give directions, 5 people up here, I guess in a public workshop, or you want to poll, do it. But we have not given direction on 3 schools. That's how the December conversation started, because I came to the aid of another board member and got chastised for doing it in a very public place. Not true. So I just want to be clear. Now no one remembers.
Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much. I think a couple of minutes ago we talked about going through this for 5 minutes just for informational purposes to let the staff talk to us about these things. It's clear that the board at some point approved these projects to get started, and this is just more information about these projects, which I think us and the public deserves to know. And I accept that you've said that this is for informational purposes only, and I look forward to hearing from the presenters.
Thank you. So I would just say again, Dr. Licata, if there's any action that this board needs to take to move the Coral Glades High School Auditorium, Markham, and Deerfield forward, then please, I said Markham? Yeah. To bring it forward to a board meeting so this board can vote on them. Thank you. Okay, moving forward, we have the Human Resources Guidelines Compensation conversation. Dr. Licata?
My team is moving forward. I'd rather, if possible, Mr. Azzarito, could your team come to the front? It gets a little awkward from up here to dodge some faces and such.
Madam Chair, point of clarification. We lost our court reporter. Where's that person taking minutes?
Dr. Licata?
We have
Ms. Dr. Wanza?
We have never taken official minutes at workshop. That's been a standard practice for. There are summaries of summaries of the workshops, but there's never been official minutes of workshops taken.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Wanza, when they're set, please introduce the team.
Good afternoon, school board members again, to our constituents and the public who are watching. Before us today are our Chief People Officer, Mr. Azzarito, and from the Human Resources and Equity Division, we have Ms. Debbie Ann Scott, who's the Director of Compensation and HRIS. We have Ms. Susan Rockelman, who's executive director. I forget your new title, but she's now an executive director. And we have Mr. Eric Chisholm, who is the director of talent acquisition and operations, non-instructional. And they'll walk us through the brief presentation. And Madam Chair, just for the record, we do have public speakers who signed up. Mr. Azzarito?
Thank you, Dr. Wanza. Are we doing public speakers first or presentation? All right. Board members, good afternoon. David Azzarito, Chief People Officer. Happy today to come and talk to you about our compensation guidelines. We spoke back in December. We talked to you guys one-on-one to kind of get a consensus of what you would like to have us discuss. The overall consensus was, how do we determine salary when we make a hire, whether we hire from outside or promoting from within? How is that salary determined? And so we put our information together, a quick presentation. You guys have seen the slides for a little bit, and then we'll have some question and answers. So on slide 3, just to touch really quick on that bottom bullet. So besides except for the teachers and school-based administrators that are assigned to the pay for performance pay schedule, the district does not differentiate pay based on performance contributions. So that's only on the teachers and the school-based administrators that are on the pay for performance salary schedule. Slide 4. Just going to talk about those bottom 3 bullets really quick. How is pay determined? So for our groups that are on a collective bargaining agreement, so the pay recommendations for those employees are determined in accordance with that documented, approved, negotiated language that's outlined in those agreements. So as employees are hired, what is determined already, what is laid out into the agreement, that's how we determine what their initial salary is going to be. For the meet and confers, which is our BPAA, which is our principals and assistant principals, ESMAB, which is all of our directors, managers, executive directors, and COPA, which is our confidential office employees, that's based on the market analysis, internal position comparison, qualifications, and experience. Under certain circumstances, the superintendent may recommend an exception to the contract or policy and request approval for a higher salary or step placement when warranted by individual skills or supported by business needs. So the next slides, 5, 6, all the way up through, I believe, 10, just breaks those down by each. Slide 5 through 9 just breaks down each group by their bargaining agreement language or what's in our handbook on our ESMAB, BPAA, and COPA employees. So that's kind of specific for each group. So going to slide 10, I'm going to hand it off to Ms. Scott.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Debbie Ann Scott, Director of Compensation and HR Support Services. I just want to start off by saying that the primary objective of this presentation is to provide the methodology behind determined salary placements. The Compensation Department operates on principles of full transparency and fairness to both internal and external employees. The process ensures that employees are treated fairly, and as an organization, we strive to provide our employees with competitive pay programs in order to recruit, attract, retain, and reward them. Acknowledging challenges such as disparities and lagging increases is a big problem in fostering a comprehensive understanding of the salary determination process and our ongoing efforts to address these issues. So if we look at slide 10, I went ahead and prepared a 5-year pay increase comparison with our neighboring district and the federal government. And as you can see, we are kind of lagging a little bit over the last 5 years. With our neighboring districts, in 2019, we gave about a 2% increase, whereas Miami-Dade did a 3% increase. The federal government was about a 1.4%, and Palm Beach was a 3%. So this kind of gives an overview that operationally what has led to some pay disparities is a lack of increases over the years. The increases that the district provided in recent years were not enough to bridge the pay gaps that we are seeing.
And that leads into slide 11.
All right, thank you. So we asked, there was a couple of you guys asked about specific positions. So we wanted to find one that we could use as a comparison, as an example. So with what we did is looking at slide 11, this is an example. So budget analyst 5 position. And so what we did is we looked at current employees in there, and let's say there was a vacancy and we were hiring somebody from the outside. What would be that offer? So you can see it's kind of in the middle of the page. The market, the company average is 87.1 thousand. The market value, the market salary for that position, we're about 24,000 below the market. Many of our positions within education are below what the market offers. This position, however, is 24,000 kind of below the market. So if somebody was coming in, and up there in the wording, it talks about somebody with the same amount of experience. If they had an average of 24 years experience, the salary recommendation for this person coming in would be between 84,000 and 87,000 to maintain internal equity. However, because of that previous slide where we have not necessarily maintained what the market's doing, the person may be asking for 95, 100,000, things of that, as high as 100,000. And that might be what the market's going for. So in this example, it may be necessary to offer above the recommendation of 84 to 87 to make sure we're acquiring the best and brightest that are out there. This position may be open for a year. We haven't found anybody. They may have made decisions to try to hire somebody and made an offer of 84 and the person turned it down. So there's a lot of factors that go into it to where we get to some of our hires, compensation maybe has their recommendation, but there are some instances where we do need to go a little bit higher to make sure we're acquiring that person. So just a little example of what the market does, what we use to determine what our salaries, and sometimes that we do need to go above that. And that is it for us.
Thank you. Public comment.
Yes, Madam Chair. We have Teresa Coleman, Raquel Bell. They're probably coming in. Is someone yielding time with?
Teresa Coleman.
Okay, so Raquel Bell, you're yielding your time?
Please speak to them in the microphone.
Thank you, Chair.
Wait,
Good
hold
afternoon.
on. Mrs. Bell, you're yielding. Please say it into the microphone. Your name and.
My name is Raquel Bell.
And you're giving your time.
And I'm giving my time over to Teresa. Thank you.
Thank you. 6 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Teresa Coleman. For the record, even though I'm wearing my badge, I have taken time off to be here today. I have been employed with the district for a little over 24 years, and 20 of those have been in the risk management department. For those of you who know me, you know I am usually never at a loss for words. However, to stay on track here today, I have prepared a speech. For more than a year, I have been voicing concerns over the disparity and inequity in pay and improper job descriptions for not only myself, but for others in my department and throughout the district. We have submitted requests for salary reviews, job studies, etc. through the compensation department. We were informed any changes would require funding. Where would we get that funding? Our budgets have been reduced drastically over the last few years, and as was just discussed in the previous presentation, we are low on funds. In our department alone, we have staff with 20-plus years in the district that make considerably less than those that have been in the district for less than 10 years. They have the same job titles, same basic job descriptions and duties, and yet those with more years of experience are making less. I'm sure this is an issue in other departments and areas as well. We frequently hear if you leave and come back, you can make more. Be thankful you have a job, or there is no funding. I truly enjoy my job and don't feel I should have to look for another position to be compensated fairly. Longevity employees are important to the function of the district. We have historical knowledge and have withstood all the bumps, turns, and obstacles and are dedicated. To lose longevity employees because we cannot ensure fair compensation would surely cause repercussions. We always hear about the teachers and how they cannot make ends meet and they are struggling to survive. What makes you think any of us are any different? Don't get me wrong, teachers are definitely important. But what about custodians, food service, bus drivers, admin support, and countless others? Without those staff members, the district would cease to run and would never achieve an A rating. Staff members feel undervalued, underappreciated, and undercompensated. The morale at this point in time is truly horrible. Everything is on the rise except for our pay. Gas, home insurance, property taxes, and groceries have all skyrocketed. In October 2023, the Consumer Price Index was up 18.7% compared to February of 2020, and groceries have risen by 23%. However, we have received minimal increases over the last several years. Granted, if you make $100,000 a year and you receive a 2% increase, that's $2,000. Probably would cover your gas to get to and from work. However, if you make $50,000 a year, that's only $1,000. Wouldn't cover my gas. The district tried doing a percentage increase based on seniority to bridge the gap in some of the pay inequity for COPA members. It is appreciated, but it's too little too late, as the gap was much wider than a percent or two. I was told a committee has been formed to review the inequity and disparity throughout the district. However, the committee, as I've been told, consists of chiefs and a director. Don't you think other staff members below those positions could provide valuable feedback? I encourage you to take a look at the monthly employee report that is produced as a public record. It can be sorted by job title, years in the district, and salary. It's quite eye-opening. Please feel free to do a public records request. I look forward to something changing in the very near future, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Yes, Madam Chair. We have Mr. Peter Tingham, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, and then when a podium becomes available, Ms. Dorothy Davis.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak to this issue. Chair, school board members, Dr. Licata, I have been a long-term employee who retired a few years ago. And my first job at Pompano Beach Junior High School with a master's degree and 2 years experience was $7,171 yearly pay. At that same time, I also had a student. He wasn't in my class, but Mr. Vignola was a student at Pompano at that time. Most of you know him, I'm sure. This salary inequity, compensation is a difficult issue to stand. I appreciate the comments by Ms. Fusco and Mr. Alston about all employees being valuable. The perception, and I think in fact, that a person who leaves the district and comes back in, or an employee who comes from the outside, gets more compensation than a person that has been loyal to the district. I can cite several examples of people who have been here a long time working underclass that should be paid more money. The other thing I'd like to talk about is that SMAB employees, and I forgot to mention that, I'm the executive director of SMAB, the administrative employees, have not had opportunity to have any referendum dollars until this second time. This is the first year, and we're only in a one-year contract with that. We would hope that you would consider that for the next 3 years for us. That was the first significant raise that SNAP employees have received in a very long time. If you go through that chart with that flat line on the bottom, that's exactly where we have been over time, with very little increase in salary and nothing really to the salary schedule itself. I'd also like to point out that sometimes they change a job title and a person might receive a cut as much as $4,000, yet that person is still doing the exact same job they're doing before the job title was changed. I have met with Mr. Azzarito, and he said we're going to review the salary handbook. We also have people that have been promoted to a position and have received no additional compensation, even though they were promoted to a position from another. And as was mentioned earlier very eloquently by my preceding speaker, there are departments here where the same job title, and yet in one department they're paid about $6,000 to $10,000 more than the other department. Mr. Azzarito has tried to address that with some supplements to the other department, but still the inequity exists. And I guess the last thing I'd like to say is we need to retain our employees who have institutional knowledge, and I respectfully thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Microphone.
Good afternoon, Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. As someone a frequent flyer of the public records request process, I'm going to absolutely speak in favor of making sure any committee that's looking at job descriptions in that area, because remember, this is public records requests, and I'm pretty sure that their titles do not include the words public records request, coordinator, specialist, or anything like that. And I have heard complaints over the years, job studies that take forever to get done, people who are performing functions that are way outside of their job description, but they're never put into a position with a job description that reflects, and the pay, the compensation that reflects that. So hopefully, and that this will be the start of that being fixed, but just to remind you, this board, approved doing an audit of all things HR. So the vision from the audit committee, because they seem to be along for the ride, is that we're going to have the COSO model, and step one, in terms of your internal controls and your framework and your system, is recruiting highly qualified people. And it's not just about compensation, and it certainly isn't just about experience. In here, the example they use with the budget analyst, you have to look at the job descriptions that this district uses, because we have a multitude of problems with job descriptions. One is you have people doing things that are outside, and then you have people that are maybe doing one thing in their job description. And that would be fine if you pay them, like, say, 1/20th of their pay, but there are people that are doing half of their job description that get full pay. That's not a very good use of taxpayer funds. So the budget analysts I bring up because often these job descriptions have such vague education or experience requirements that literally you could have a degree in underwater basket weaving and end up auditing internal funds or something. That needs to be fixed. We cannot have these vague job descriptions. And that's the stuff that was on page 11. So please look at whether, when you're saying that the budget analyst is paid less here, are the job descriptions in the market, are they more rigorous in terms of education and experience requirements? Because it's not just about the number of years. You could have been doing something for a number of years and not been doing it well. I did find it interesting on page 4. There are 2 bullets about what pay recommendations are based on, qualification, experience, and the last bullet. Under certain circumstances, the superintendent may recommend an exception to a contract or policy based on things like individual skills or supported by business needs. That's an interesting one because I've never seen that applied. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board public comment? No. Ms. Sixon?
Thank you.
sorry.
We still have Ms. Davis.
Sorry.
Good afternoon to the superintendent and board members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I represent Dorothy Davis. I represent the COPA group of employees, and we are so happy that the board is taking a look at the compensation practices of the district as it relates to groups that are not covered by bargaining units. And COPA is one of those groups, and we have been having some conversation with the HR department about our concerns as it relates to salary placements. I think the district does a wonderful job of recruiting from the outside, and it has been said that it is better to come from the outside. And we do struggle with employees feeling appreciated internally when they are being promoted to positions. There's a lot of distrust in the process as it relates to how their salaries are placed. One of the big problems with COPA is that the salary schedule in and of itself is not easy to recognize when you are making movement on it. With the quartiles that the salary schedule is composed of, the majority of the employees that are COPA stay in the first quartile for the duration of their employment with the district. So that in and of itself, whether you are getting the annual increases or being promoted, when you stay in the same area for the majority of your career, it is hard on morale, and it is difficult to see movement or appreciation for the work that the employees are doing. One of the things that we've been meeting with HR about, and we have progressively been going forward, is the criteria in which you use to make determinations about salary placements. And I'm talking specifically about those that are being promoted within. One of the big problems that we have seen is how we count experience. And I think Ms. Walsh made some references to the fact that the district historically have used placing people in job descriptions with no intentions of changing what they do for work assignments. It's more of a gratuity for putting you into a different position. That means I need to stop?
Continue. Okay.
Yes?
Keep going if you need to.
I'm sorry. Okay, so with that in mind, when we use experience in to determine the salary, a lot of the time we're finding that the experience that's being counted is not relevant to the job that you're being placed in. Point of example, if you have worked in the district for 20 years, and I'm just going to stay in the clerical realm, and you have been a general clerk for 10 of those, and you get promoted to a confidential position, which I represent, and you're going to become, let's say, a clerk spec 3, which is a reasonably higher level job. We have found in counting experience, the person that's coming in, the new person coming in being promoted, the district is using the whole 10 years that they only did general clerk work. And by doing so, it sometimes places employees that have been doing the job very well for a long period of time at a disadvantage, because you bring that person in over and above the salary of the person that has done the work, grown in the district, and is currently doing a good job. So these are the discussions that we are currently having right now with HR, and we want to get to a place where we have a salary schedule that employees can first understand and appreciate movement when the district is giving employees movement. And we want to be at a place where when we are asked about the fairness of how the district implements salaries, we're able to stand on that and say with confidence, it is right, it is correct, and we are not at that point at this time. So while we appreciate meeting with the district, and we plan to continue to do so, it is very comforting for us today to know that the board also has concerns about the morale and the treatment of employees. And I thank you for this time.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Dr. Wanza?
No, Madam Chair.
Mrs. Hickson.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Azzarino and Superintendent Licata for bringing this forward. I'm pretty sure I've been bugging you about it for a little while, especially when we see the H items come forward, because often we're seeing that people that are coming into the position are making more than people who are doing the job, and it never made sense to me. And, you know, I appreciate the market analysis there, but I also would point out that we are a nonprofit governmental entity, and you can't really look at what the market pay is for a job and expect that you're going to make that same money in an educational institution, because we just don't have those same kind of funds. But what happens is new people coming in, because you want new blood, that's what they're looking for, and somehow that's what they end up making. And, you know, we had that issue upstairs when we had a new person come in. They came in making more than someone had been there for 20 years. And that was why I asked for us to be able to do this. So I agree with all of the public speakers that came. Thank you so much for coming to share what you know, what you're experiencing, because we're seeing that as well. Job descriptions that don't necessarily fit maybe were made so that someone could slide into somewhere else, and we have, I think, a long history of that. So I hope this is the beginning of us pulling that apart and making sure that we are paying our valued employees what they're worth, what we can afford in an equitable way, so that there's not that animosity in the building, because that's what's happening, is someone new comes in and you're causing this whole animosity in that department, and it makes it very hard for them to work in a way. I'm not saying you're not doing your job, but, you know, in a way that makes it cohesive for us to be able to be moving forward. And we do need not just teachers, but the bus drivers and the risk management people that let us go on field trips. Thank you, Teresa. And, you know, all of those different things to make sure that we are providing our students with what they need. So I realize this is a first step, but I really also want us to continue looking at this and seeing how it is that we maybe get rid of some of those job descriptions, because we don't really have someone doing those jobs now, and cleaning all of it up and looking at how we do this pay equitably on a budget of a government institution. So thank you.
Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. Kind of funny now that I just spilled water on this, but for the employees who spoke up, I'm going to read you what I had written across this last night, which is this. How about a hiring policy that you cannot hire anybody in that is paid more than doing the same job that sits next to you? I would like to see that policy. Because you know what? When Mr. Fogan-Holy became a board member, and I sat next to him at some point, we kept switching around, we make the same amount of money. We work as hard as each other. Our job description is the same. If that's what we have to do, I think we need to do it. This happens every single department, every single one. It's truthful. It happens in clerical, it happens at the warehouse, it happens all the time. And how would you feel as an employee sitting here? I know I'm not on the timeout table for people who keep asking me. No, just trying not to get COVID anymore. So I'm sitting here doing my job here, 12 years, 14, whatever it is, okay, and then someone else comes next to me and they're paid $10,000 more than me. And I went to college for mine. I checked off every single part of the job description, everything, got your degree, did this, this, and this. So I'm meeting all these obligations. Susie comes in from out of town. Susie has a college degree, but she's only worked for 2 years. But somehow gets put on the H thing as an agenda and gets passed because of that item that I believe Ms. Walsh says, the one at the end where it says, it's up, an evaluation, I'm sorry, but it's up to the superintendent to see if the job responsibilities and knowledge required to perform the job. So there's always like an if, right? But we need to take a better look at that. What I would love to see is, I would rather have seen a chart showing not people's specifics, I don't want names, job categories, and the percentage of people that came in from out of the district, outside of even education. And what they came in as, how many years, and what did they have in common with the people next to them, which, guess, by the way, these people next to the new person have to basically take part of their time and help the new person acclimate, and that person still gets more money. So I have an issue with that. I've had an issue with that since day one, and I don't believe we're showing our employees any sort of empathy, compassion, kindness. It's been a tough, I want to say decade, but especially for this district, it's been a tough last 5-6 years. And to have our people with their morale as low, and I'm going to say this is as low as I've ever seen morale. And I say it, and then I'm always stunned when you get the emails, and you get the phone calls, and you get people taking off from their job so they can come and speak at a school board meeting to talk with us. So this board has heard you. That's why we're having this conversation, and that's how it started. And I thank you for coming, for saying, for speaking up, because there's so many people that will call and I say, well, can you give me a better example? Can I say that you can? No, they're too afraid of that. So we have to be the bigger adults in the room and figuring out how to change this. We need to change this. We wouldn't have an employment problem. Definitely wouldn't have a budget problem, because people would stay. And that's important. Historical knowledge is important, but also family is important. And if we're not showing that we're a Broward County School Board with a heart, then we're not doing our job. So I thank you again, employees. I appreciate you. We hear you. And we're going to fix this. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Any other board member comments? Dr. Fulnes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I am in total agreement with Board Member Rupert. It's really disappointing to hear that from the comments from the public that new employees coming in doing the same job as someone who's been here a long time getting a much higher pay. I think that's just not right. So I think this impacts internal cohesion among employees, it impacts morale, and it does impact one's perception of how we value employees. So I concur with Board Member Rupert, and I would love to see that we place a greater value on our long-term employees in terms of benefits and compensation, and to make this equitable to our new employees. Not sure what measures to be taken, if we need to look at job descriptions, and if the pay for these existing employees is no longer at that rate, then we need to either move those employees up, or we need to reconsider how we pay our new employees coming in, because that does create a disparity in pay that will result in decrease in employee morale, as well as impact the cohesion among employees in different departments. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Seaman.
Thanks so much, Chair. On slide 10, there's a slide that seems to indicate that we gave a 0% raise to non-instructional staff this year. I'm curious if that's zero because we haven't settled with all of the non-instructional collective bargaining units?
That's correct. Dr. Licata?
I'm sorry.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, I just don't want the public to think we gave a zero raise. So this chart possibly could have been constructed in a slightly different way that just said, hey, we're missing data from this year because we haven't settled yet. But what it seems to show is that we gave a 0% raise. Now, it looks 2 years before I joined the board, that was in fact the case, that there were 2 years where non-instructional staff got a 0% raise. So can I just confirm that, Chair? Is that true?
Dr. Licata?
Staff?
Yes, that's correct. Bonuses were given out, not salary increases for non-instructional.
Yeah, terrific. Thank you. I just want to make sure that the public's aware of that we just haven't settled yet with non-instructional staff. Have we made a public offer to our non-instructional staff, Chair?
Dr. Licata?
Mr. Azzarito?
Yes, the offer to FOPI, our non-instructional, was a 2% non-recurring bonus. We have, we're meeting with ESP and TSP, which are part of BTU, tomorrow, and we've met with PBA as well. And so with PBA, it was a 2% non-recurring bonus.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Ms. Pham?
Thank you. It's true. We hear this over and over and over again, how inequitable our own system is at payment of our loyal employees. It's a sad state of affairs. And I'm going to address this question, I guess, to the Superintendent Licata, and it can go from there. But I want to know who is the individual that's responsible and oversees this, in what departments. And I want to know if we can have an action plan put into place where they have to come back to us within the next school board meeting or 2 school board meetings with their proposed solutions. Because we have to stop kicking the can, as this board likes to use the term, down the road. Nothing is changed. Nothing is happening. So whose head is going to roll if this doesn't get implemented and changes get put into place?
Dr. Licata?
So the persons that are responsible for this, that have been actually very attentive to it and brought it to me immediately, is Mr. Azzarito. We both come from places that this is hard to understand, so we have talked about it frequently. Mr. Azzarito has now been reporting as part of the executive cabinet, because what he does in this arena, as well as negotiations, it's vital that he's there, and this is one of the areas, because we are not consistent, and I haven't heard anything wrong yet that has been said, but this will take time. It also obviously take money, but to analyze experience and what level of experience is the experience relevant. The idea of bringing people in from the outside is very difficult too, because if we're not matching market standards, we don't always get the positions filled either. It's a complex problem, but I'm very confident, because Mr. Azzarito has educated me a little bit on this as we go through, and his team is awesome, by the way. But Mr. Azzarito, do you want to talk about what Ms. Pham said and requested? If I don't know if it's the full board that's requesting it, but what she indicated to us.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So the first thing is we're talking about very few positions. We hire thousands of teachers, thousands of non-instructional employees each year. And the vast majority are hired within a range. There aren't any issues. A lot of it's dictated by bargaining agreements. So we're really talking about a select few positions that sometimes somebody coming from outside may get more than the average of what somebody internally is making. So I really wanted everybody to know that these guys look at everything. They look at all the experience of a person. They come up with a range. And there are some times when, for instance, if we did put a policy, I'm sorry, I'll get to Ms. Pham in a second, but I just want to answer Ms. Rupert. Putting in like a handcuff about saying, okay, you can't come in if you don't make what everybody else makes, then we may not be able to hire anybody for that position. So sometimes there has to be, you may have to go a bit higher. Now, the answer to that may be going back and looking at a salary review for everybody in that position, and does the board want to talk about, increasing that? So there's ways to around it. But again, we're talking about a few positions. To look at most of our ESMAP positions in our COPA, our BPAA, our principals and assistant principals, are also dictated by the Meet and Confer handbook, but there's not really issues there because most of those are internal hires. But with ESMAP and COPA, yes, we do need to take a look at it. We do want to have a study, a market study. I do like Ms. Rupert's idea of putting together a chart that we can work on. It will take a little bit longer than 1 or 2 next meetings, as we're getting ready right now to get into crazy hiring time and reappointment and a lot of other things, but I can do a board follow-up with a timeline on when I can get back to you, if that's okay with the board.
If I may respond, I've encountered it already several times, and I haven't been with the school board that long. The lady in the back is nodding, no, that's not true. They see this all the time. So we need to clarify, I think, so the record is clear. Is this happening on an ongoing basis, or is this less than a handful? Because I think I can name a handful just on my hand.
More than a handful, but it's less than, I don't want to give a percent, but it's a very small percent that we're talking about.
Actually, we'll do that and look at it and look at those positions, because a lot of them we've already talked about, as well as Mr. Jaboan's positions as well. Everyone's been bringing these to try and level the field. So, yes, we can bring that back and show exactly how many. It's not thousands, but it's not 5. So it's somewhere in between there, I'll say. So we're gonna grab that and get that data. It'd be hard to figure it out right here in front of everyone, but we'll get it for you.
Do you mind if I ask what progress you've made since you've been here? I mean, you said this came to your attention immediately upon you coming. What progress has been made?
There has been some recommendations over the last few months to go ahead and balance the salary of certain positions that were here, but I was given sort of directionally sent to make sure we're not spending more money than we're taking away. So everything that's been brought forward through this operations budget has been to decrease before we increase. So we have not increased any, we've been decreasing along the way. So it's give and take. So in order to increase, I have to decrease more than that, because we're bringing everything budget neutral or budget negative so far. Correct, Ms. Marte? Yes. But we've done a few of them just to keep solid, super strong employees. And we got to continue to do it too, because the folks that spoke are great people. They really are good people.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So with regards to the comments made by Mr. Azzarito, regarding there might be a few employees that this would relate to. So then would it be possible that if we have an incoming employee, since this is not, as you mentioned, Mr. Azzarito, a lot of people, if we have an incoming employee getting a higher pay than existing employees with the same job description doing the same work, can this board be provided with that knowledge, and so therefore we can look at the option of increasing the salary of the existing employees to match the incoming person?
Dr. Licata.
So I just want to add to that, Dr. Hickson, Holness, I'm sorry. Whenever we do get a recommendation from TAO, there's a full detailed rationale for every recommendation. The items that do come to you at the board, sometimes that's beyond our recommendation. You might not see that, or you might not have knowledge of it, but that's an agreement that was made outside by maybe the superintendent, or other management because of a hard-to-fill positions. So, when you see items come to the board, it's not just compensation that's arbitrarily given these, salaries. That's sometimes it's beyond our control. And whenever we do see that, we do make a notation in the rationale that the department needs to review and do an audit for those employees. So we do the due diligence, to get that information to the department.
I understand, but here's my concern. The concern that was voiced by members of the audience is that the inequity in terms of pay for incoming employees as opposed to those doing the exact same job, having the exact same job description, is concerning to the public. So as a board, is it difficult to, if you're presenting such employee to us to approve, to also present information to say, well, this is above the pay for employees, existing employees that we have doing the same job with the exact same job description. So as a board, having that information when we are voting on that item, we can decide if we're going to also consider elevating the salary to match the incoming person.
Madam Chair, thank you. Thank you for the question, Dr. Holden. It's Eric Chisholm, Director of Talent Acquisition Operations, Non-Instructional. We brought a great level of information to you this afternoon. So the apples and oranges, the first part is some of what was discussed today was meet and confer COPA employees. No salary is presented to the school board for those clerical employees. That specific information, we calculate the years of experience, and like for if they're in a department secretary, we're just calculating the years of experience, and that person's name is just presented to the school board and is voted as a support position. The administrative positions are the positions that are presented, and it specifies the salary associated with it, but we do analysis on both of those employees. COPA analysis will say what the internal people are making. The people they're sitting next to, we look at the years of experience associated, also years of experience as well as the number of years of experience they have with the district. That's not how the salary is just determined specifically, but it does come into play when compensation is looking at all of that. But to really zoom in on your question, you won't see specifically the COPA employees because the name is just presented to the school board, but we do have the analysis.
Okay.
We can provide the analysis moving forward.
Okay.
Okay, great. So my comments is in regards to a job study. I think that we should do a job study specifically for the public records employment, the people that came. I don't know if I'm saying their job title correctly, but I think it's important to, out of respect for them, the years of service that they've given this district, to do the job study and then present it to the board, and in time, allow this board to do right by them. So that's my colleagues could weigh in on that. Is there yes, no, maybe so? Ms. Dixon?
I agree with that. I have one more question, and I don't know if it ties into this, because it's the same question I have often. I'll wait till they're paying attention. So every single board meeting, school board, regular school board meeting, we get a list of people that are getting a pay increase of $8,000, $5,000, $12,000 in some instances. And every time people tell me it's just a few people, but it's a few people every meeting, and that's in perpetuity because whatever increase they're getting. And when you have teachers who don't get, because it's a job study or it's a whatever in that contract, which I know that you've tried to explain it to me, but maybe it's just that I have a wall up, I don't know. But whenever this comes back to us, explain that. I know it's in the contract because that's what you keep telling me. So what do we do about that? Because it's concerning to people who don't have it in their contract that you just automatically get this huge raise. I've never seen any of them less than a couple of $1,000s a year. And it's just frustrating to me. And I'm not saying those people aren't valuable enough to get that, but we have lots of other people who are just as valuable that never have that opportunity. So when we're looking at equity across the board, that's really what prompted me to ask you about this conversation. And I don't see that in the discussion that we're having today. So if we're going to have an additional discussion on this, I would also like to bring that forward is that I'm guessing it's BTU, so, where is it in that contract, and why is it only for a sprinkling of people, and all these other people don't have those opportunities? I know we could not afford to do that for everyone, so I'm not asking that per se, but it's just, it seems like there's a select few, and sometimes it's like, oh, well, we needed to bump them up because we want to keep them. Well, $12,000 is a lot of bump. So, I still have the concern on that piece, which was what initially prompted me to ask you for all of this. Thank you.
Dr. Licata.
Staff, Ms. Rockman, did you have something that you felt needed to respond, or Ms. Scott, or Mr. Chisholm?
Thank you, Dr. Licata. Thank you, Board. You saw us having low sign conversations, and we were discussing sometimes when we are offering salaries, our hands are tied, if you want to say it, by the collective bargaining agreement. In some of the collective bargaining agreements, specifically, you have a TSP one that handles some of the administrators. It is very specific to what amounts are allowed to be given to external people as well as internal people. So many times that is the group you may be hearing from too, is that they're coming in making more or less, and that is because we are specifically tied to following the collective bargaining agreement in some of those situations. So, and then the other thing is exasperated as when we don't give raises, it keeps our people at that same income. So unless you get another job to be looked at again, you're always going to just continually make the same salary that you started with 5 years ago, 10 years, whatever it depends on.
My question would be then, we negotiate every year. Is it something that we can, why are we not having the discussion on the whole contract and how we make that more equitable? I know it's a big ask, but I think it would be important moving forward to have a really solid discussion just on that piece and part of the negotiations.
So with that particular contract, TSP, Mr. Chisholm was just saying we've been working with them for 4 years on trying to change that language. So it's two-sided.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. Although I agree with you about bringing forward the public records employees, I really have to talk for the other people that aren't available to sit in our audience today. So I would personally like to see it for all the non-instructional, their warehouse people, wherever it would go, because it is, it's in every corner of this building and this wonderful big family that we are, I hope. And if I keep calling us a family, I hope we'll be feeling and acting more like one and protecting our people as much as possible. But I would definitely, and I don't want it to be longer. I don't want this to be, we're going to talk about it today, we're very interested, and then all of a sudden we're into the summer, and then we're back and the school starts and it's just crazy busy. So I'm just one board member saying, yes, I agree with the non-instructional for the public records, but also for the other people. And tell me how many people that is. I mean, if it's like 7,500 people, that might be hard for you. If it's 100 people, less hard, or maybe it's 10 people. It's hundreds of people? Thousands of people?
Dr. Wanza.
Mr. Azzarito, okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Scott.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of people, and my recommendation to Mr. Azzarito, I worked in the private sector, and each year there were a benchmark survey for all employees, right? So they went through all positions just to make sure they're in market with the industry, and if they're not, then there is an equity adjustment made to those employees. That will cost the district. So if, the recommendation could be that we can start out with the COPA group, or, and then each year we kind of chisel away at, the disparity with the different groups. So it's just a thought.
I think that's really more of a superintendent and, a direction from the board to the superintendent, but to see how much staff can handle. But I'm thinking, just give me a second, about, well, there has to be a database of, let's just say it's thousands of people. And what are their job titles, what are their classifications, how long they've been here, and what are they paid. And then I bet there's probably a database with Mr. Chisholm, and he could tell us 45 people, and I'm making this number up, people, so don't quote me. 45 people came into the warehouse. I'm just using the warehouse. And from outside to do the same position as these people, and they started at $10,000 more. And I'm not saying that happened, but that's the kind of information we're looking for, because then it would have validity as to what the employees are feeling and bring scope and understanding for why we really need to tackle this. And this is something that, honestly, we've talked about for years. And it is time to take it off the talking about and put the feet in motion already, because otherwise our employees are going to put their feet in motion, and I don't want to see that happen. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we can just go around. Dr. Holness, you can weigh in.
On
doing the job study with public records request staff positions, and then in time continue
Yes.
to down the line, as she so eloquently spoke.
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Zeman? Ms. Pham? Yes? Say in your microphone. In your microphone, please.
I don't have any additional questions.
Okay, thank you. No, we're weighing in on what we're talking about.
Frankly, I want to see action before I weigh in. I want to see what happens. This has been a long-term issue, and I want to see that.
But this is about an action item to tell them to do a job study for equity and pay.
That's what you asked for.
Maybe an external job study, but not from internally, because I don't see this as getting resolved. I know no one has done anything. It's so frustrating for the employees. So I know we do a lot of studies, and if it's just going to be doing a study and dropping the ball, then let's not waste our money. So I want some kind of commitment backing up that action study. That, you know what I mean? We're going to hire someone and we're going to do something about it, not just look at it and say, well, that's nice. Okay, that's my
Dixon, you were.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's us that have to take the action. So they're going to do a job study, bring us back to the board, and the board makes the decision. So I say yes, I would like the data so that we can take action as soon as possible.
Mr. Vogenal?
Yes, Chair, all across the board. I think, like we have talked about it, every position in this building. You know, we talk about the morale, and it's, like Ms. Hickson said, it's up to us. So, yes.
Thank you. Dr. Licata, can staff repeat back their takeaways?
Dr. Licata will repeat back their takeaways. Dr. Wansa, I know you were in transition. Do they have the answers, or do you have that answer?
So I'm sure staff has some. We have some down here as well, but there are a couple of things. There's the one that obviously the board just weighed in on, and that's around doing the job study for not only the individuals in the risk management office who came today, but actually doing an equity study across positions in the organization. And then, as Ms. Scott talked about, looking at once we bring that data to the board, then the board can make a determination on which jobs will be done incrementally over the years to kind of correct the entire situation. That's one. The second one, there was conversation around in the presentation itself, the slide that speaks to at least making it known that the zero for this year is because we are still in conversation around potential pay increases for the remaining labor groups. And then, Mr. Azarito, I think there may be one or two more that you all have down there.
So looking at so the contract language with TSP, we're going back to the table with them, so looking at how we can address that language so it allows for more fairness in salaries.
And that is it, I believe, correct? Ms. Scott, I think we got them all covered, correct?
Okay, board, are we good with this?
Good.
Okay, so because we're behind schedule, I'd like to go to our last item, which is the chief auditor selection process, and then the board will have closed door. Mr. Jabowen, are you ready to present?
Chief Auditor Selection?
That would be
Yes,
Mr.
Chief
Azarito.
Auditor.
Yes.
Oh, I'm
Yes.
sorry.
It's fine.
Sorry, Mr.
Exactly. Okay, we're almost there.
Thank you, Ms. Scott.
Sorry, just interesting data comes up. We just ran the auditor. We got our how many hits on our
So, Madam Chair, we have Mr. Azzarito, Ms. Rockelman, and Mr. Chisholm here to facilitate this conversation. Mr. Azzarito.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon again. David Azzarito, Chief People Officer. I have Ms. Rockelman and Mr. Chisholm with me to discuss the Chief Auditor selection process. So on slide 3, if they put it up, you guys have it. So just a quick updated timeline, not much to update, just that we extended it. The job advertisement, it was going to be February 11th. We moved it to February 18th. So a total of 16 business days. We are now at, thank you, just down by 227. So just updating you on where we're at. So with the job advertisement, it ran from January 26th through February 18th. And I'm going to ask Mr. Chisholm to talk about the different sites that we advertised, our different methods, our reach out, and take it from there.
Absolutely. Eric Chisholm, Director of Talent Acquisition Operations, Non-Instructional. I do want to share some exciting news that just came in. We received over 25,000 people that actually, when we put this out, now that says something good. Those were people who actually saw the advertisement, not necessarily people who actually applied to the job. So that's just letting you know the reach is definitely out there. In addition to that, we work closely with Mr. Jaboyne to really look at outlets that will really give us a great bang. The Florida Government Officers Association, Information System Audit, National Association of Construction, Institute of Internal Auditors, of course the Council of Great City Schools, LinkedIn, Glassdoor, American Institute of CPAs. Our reach was extended to all those organizations so that we can get the job out. We worked very aggressively when we were here the last time to move it forward. So we just wanted you to know that we were really aggressively working. So when you think about some of the takeaway, there was investments in this work to move us forward to get a great pool of people, but unfortunately at this point we have not seen that pool. In addition to that, we did some cold calls. We actually pulled people who actually possess CPAs and directly sent the notification out to those individuals who had the Florida certification. So that meant that they saw our advertisement, we sent the link directly to them. And then in addition to that, we received phone calls where people who were out of state. We clarified the need there specifically that they would need the Florida CPA. One of the last things I wanted to point out around that, in one of the conversations and communications, there were people who were looking and wanted to better understand the makeup, the reporting relationship of who the chief auditor reported to. That was pretty seamless to share with them. They reported to the 9 school board members and just give them a full appreciation of what the job really looked like. This was definitely a collective effort, and working with Rockelman, who pushed out a lot of this 25,000, if you will, getting that information out to the stakeholders and communities, as well as working with the other agencies that we spoke on, and they've continued to reach back out to us to let us know, hey, do you want to extend your advertisement? We have not extended the advertisement because we wanted to be before you today. And with that, unless someone else want to add something else, I think that's what we have.
No, I appreciate it. So as he said, so at this moment, after the advertisement closed, we had 6 candidates applied. 5 candidates were not qualified. They didn't have a Florida CPA. 1 candidate had the Florida CPA and technically qualified for the position. So overall, not a strong group of applicants. So we're here today to ask for some more direction. You have received some stuff from the committee that discusses looking at the job description, outsourcing the search, outsourcing the auditing function altogether. So just wanted to kind of see what the board members, what their take was. I do want to say one thing, though. One of the things that's been brought up is the screening of applicants. And honestly, and I'll probably get torched on Thursday by the audit committee for this, I do not agree with the audit committee screening resumes. I believe that's our HR function. Myself and these 2 next to me are highly capable of looking at resumes, comparing it to a job description, and determining who and who does not qualify for the position of chief auditor. Once we've selected those and we've sent those to the board for your discussion, for your looking it over, how the audit committee is included is fine with me. How you guys determine that. There is a slide, I'm sorry, there is another slide on sample interview. So once we've determined who is going to be the finalist, if the board would like to have the audit committee do one-on-one sit with them and do one-on-one interviews, have a panel as we did for the superintendent search, have the public interviews in front of the public like we did with the superintendent search, wide open for all of that discussion.
Okay, thank you. Public comment?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Good afternoon, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Audit Committee Chair. I appreciate that Mr. Azzarito already knows what might be problematic, but actually, for the most part, it does seem as though he's trying to avoid getting lit on fire by the Audit Committee, because I see that under possible next steps. The first thing, revising the job description. There's just no moving forward until that happens, which then brings us to a task assignment that would probably be necessary because you can't get this done before the chief auditor actually leaves, and that was something that really should have been addressed at the front end. So the audit committee recommendations were to stop the current process. That's because of the job description. We respectfully disagree that HR possesses the qualifications necessary. It's not just about looking at a job description. You have to know what all of those things mean. And sometimes people put things on paper that sound good, but don't necessarily mean anything. However, I don't think the audit committee would be opposed once we provided input into the job description with an external firm that specializes in executive level audit and accounting professionals doing the screening. I'm sure that would be a compromise. But they were not willing to compromise on not being involved at the front end, because if you don't have buy-in at the front end, if you don't revise the job description, then what is the point of us interviewing people? Because we're going to be interviewing people that we disagree with how they got there. So please use that as a takeaway. So one of the things was hiring a temporary external chief auditor with extensive K-12 experience in Big Four or other large accounting firm background. That government would also be relevant. But just to look at the job description for Broward County, minimum qualifications currently, an earned bachelor's degree from an accredited institution in my favorite degree, underwater basket weaving. A minimum of 7 years of progressively more responsible experience and or training in the field related to the title. Good Lord, you know what a door that opens when you say in the field related to the title of the position? And by the way, when we say, well, this one does say an accredited institution. Not all of them say that. A Florida certificate in public accounting. Given the Florida requirement that you have to have 150 hours, I think that's still the rule, it's hard to not have a bachelor's and some master's credits and have a Florida certificate, but the audit committee disagreed that this was the hill to die over. That's not a deal breaker, because you can give someone from out of state who might have a wealth of experience, they just haven't lived in Florida, give them time to obtain the certification. There was an overemphasis on construction. If you look under preferred qualifications for this job currently, and by the way, it says advanced degree. Again, in what? Food service? Anything random? Or maybe in accounting, audit, business. A lot of accountants would get an MBA because having a master's and an undergraduate degree in accounting tends to be redundant. Experience in one or more of the following: facilities, engineering, architecture, construction. What is this position? It's for the chief auditor. So in contrast, we looked at the job descriptions, or we'll be looking at the job descriptions from Miami-Dade. Palm Beach is a little different because they have an inspector general, so it's even more intense than the one from Miami-Dade. The one from Miami-Dade, let's see, unless I closed it, specifies an undergraduate degree in accounting and gets into very specific responsibilities that are consistent with the title. Minimum qualifications, they did want a CPA in the state of Florida. Again, given where we are, you might want to give them time. Minimum of 10 years progressively responsible supervisory experience after obtaining degree in public accounting, internal auditing, or finance with at least 4 years of senior level management experience after obtaining degree in financial auditing areas. So they're more precise than our job description. So that's step one. And then step two is the job description needs to be revised. The screening is important. And then I think that the interview process will fix itself.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
No, Madam Chair.
Board member comment. Dr. Zeman?
Yeah, thanks very much. It seems like we've run into a situation, we wanted to move very fast. And because we wanted to move fast, we used the existing job description without running it through us. So it seems like that's obviously something we would like to do. The challenge is, what are we going to do in the meantime? Right? I mean, no matter what, if we decide to redo the job description, that has to go to a school board meeting, obviously then repost, go back through the interview process. If you don't mind, Chair, do you know whether the other 5 applicants failed because of the CPA only, or was that the only thing that limited them from being qualified?
Mr. Azzarito?
Through the chair, I can't get 100% on that. Once I saw that they did not have the Florida CPA, I didn't really go back through all of it.
Okay, terrific. But it's okay, I'm fine. I think that the critical thing is to figure out kind of what does the plan B look like. I love the idea of redoing this job description. I believe that this job is about leadership more than about accounting. This is about leading a staff of 30-plus people, delegating staff assignments, supervising their work, supervising the work of contracted auditors as well, as the chief auditor will attest. This is not an internal auditing organization anyway. Oftentimes we have this peak load problem and we bring in CRI or other firms to do the work that they do. So I would love to redo the job description. That's something we could just say do that, and then obviously repost. I'm not in favor of advisory committees participating in our interview process for our 3 people that work for this board. If we are not duly elected or appointed and qualified to pick someone to work directly for us, then the system isn't kind of designed in the right way. But since we're accountable to the public and to the voters for who we hire and the work that they do, we have the obligation, I would say, to hire those 3 people and to do it to the best of our ability. I will invite experts in the field to join me to think a little bit about who the final candidates are so that we can make sure that we get the best choice. But I would love to redo the job description and then repost, and I think the rest of this we can decide at a later date.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I agree that we need to look at the job description, but I would also suggest we had a process for hiring the superintendent, and if we have 3 hires, I think the process should look the same or similar, very similar for the other 2 direct. Not that we're getting a new general counsel, just in general, whatever that process is, we have 3 direct reports, so all of them should have a similar process. And if I'm not mistaken, one of the pieces of the process was to have a community panel. So I would agree that we should continue to do that, and that I believe we picked the people that were on that panel. So if we want to pick the people that are on the audit committee, that would make sense.
Ms. Rupert? Oh, wait, hold on, Ms. Rupert. Mr. Jabone, you want to weigh in?
Thank you very much, Chair. Joris Jabone, the current Chief Auditor. I would recommend to the board to as you update the job description, to look into dropping the certified public accountant requirement, or not make it a Florida certified public accountant requirement, because it's the same test across the country. It's just that the different states have certifications for them. There are also certifications that you may want to have as optional, such as a certified internal auditor. Could be something that they're very capable individuals that have those designations that you may want to have as far as the certifications are concerned. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. Madam Chair, or through the superintendent, when is the chief auditor's last day? Remind me again.
Mr. Azarito or Mr. DeBowen?
Thank you, Chair. The last day would be April 11th. I do have unused vacation that I would need to take that would cause me to leave at the end of March.
Okay. March 31st. Okay. How many board meetings do we have between now and end of March? One. But of course.
There's one scheduled on March 12th.
Okay. But as usual, we could always do a special tag on with the workshops, et cetera. I agree with my colleagues that spoke already about redoing the job description. I personally like the idea of every stakeholder having an opportunity to speak and give us their recommendations. The audit committee has been around forever, and that is the committee. So having them screen the applications, I don't find that out of out of the norm for me. But I would ask the question as to if they screen everybody out, are we still given access to the resumes, et cetera, et cetera? Because just like we didn't like for our superintendent and our general counsel to only get from the headhunters the 5 people. You know what? We picked sometimes somebody, may not have clicked with the committee, but all of a sudden we're like, yes, okay, let's invite this person in. Let's have them come into person and speak to the public. So I like the variety. And as it goes back to kind of nodding with Dr. Zeman, is that we are the elected people, appointed people, elected people, and we make the final decision. So I don't know if that has the same capability right now, or what. Maybe you could tell me how that works when it comes to the auditing committee, because I think you said you don't have access to the resumes, or did you?
Oh, we do.
Oh, okay.
No, we own the screening process for every position. We work with, if it's a principal screening for a teacher, or if it's a director hiring a manager, the screening process, all the resumes are coming through us that go out to the hiring manager overall. So if somebody is screened out that should not have been, it's on us. It's not on the committee.
Oh, no. I just wanted to know the process. Because you were saying you don't agree with the audit committee having a say. So I was trying to figure out what was your pushback?
Somebody either with
I'm
screening,
sorry?
just a screening process. Once we've said, okay, these are the 15 people
That's what I did,
that
right
qualify, that goes to you guys.
Perfect. Okay, so they can't screen anybody out. Okay, I guess your comment where you said you don't agree with them being part of the screening.
Currently, Mrs. Rupert, right now, the resumes come in through HR, and Mr. Azarito, Ms. Rockelman, and Mr. Chisholm are the ones who are screening based on the current board-approved job description. Mr. Azarito's comment was, right now, that is where the screening ends. It's not being sent out to the audit committee for secondary screening or things of that nature. Okay. So he was saying that in his professional opinion,
he wanted to keep it as is.
Right, but then we did provide a slide where the audit committee,
yes,
similar to what Mrs. Hickson said, is a part of the selection process to give feedback, right. And it's a hybrid, if you will, between the superintendent selection and the principal selection process. So it's a hybrid of those two, where the audit committee would definitely be involved once the board determines that these are the individuals that we're going to interview. Just like now, when an ad is run for principal and it's screened as to who, then the district has an interview, and then they send individuals out to meet with a stakeholder panel. So if you use that process as the analogy, the audit committee would be the stakeholder panel to give the board feedback on the candidates under consideration.
Okay, I agree with that.
Okay. Thank you.
And one more thing. Okay. And I'll give you guys the name in a little bit, but the National School Board Association, we're not a part of them anymore. So it's COSPA. I don't know if you knew that, but that is what took over, and I think that would be a point that, thank you, COSPA,
So I don't know if we've reached out to them or not, but that would be obviously another, besides the Council of Great City Schools, because I know before we used to send it to NSBA.
Can you say that again? COSPA?
COSPA? Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I'm trying to look it up on FSBA, I'll tell you.
Ms. Pham?
Hey, thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Ms. Hickson. I really like the community panel where we involved the community last time when we made the selection for the superintendent. I disagree with Mr. Zeman that audit committee members that are appointed should be excluded from that function or from participating in any way, because I rely on my audit committee member to provide information and updates and to keep me enlightened. Some of the things that I'd like to see in here is under the preferred qualifications and experience, I would like to see forensic accounting experience if possible. So I think it's invaluable. I happen to be friends with someone that does forensic accounting for school districts. Unfortunately, he's not interested, but they are out there and they are experienced and they would be wonderful. In addition to that, the Florida certification, we discussed whether or not you need that. I would suggest a hybrid of the suggestions that were just made, where I would say a Florida certificate in public accounting or a commitment to obtain one within a year, something like that, because you don't know, Florida law may differ from another state's law, but if we have someone that's highly qualified and ready to come in, give them that opportunity and let them get that license within that year. In addition, here you have computer skills are required. I think we should inquire to specific apps that we're using in programs, so the adjustment would be much easier. So if we can ascertain which computer applications they've been working with and programs, if they're already experienced in that, that would be a plus for me. If they're not experienced in that, then I would want to know which ones they had been using. Are they up to date? Are they current? Or are they more advanced? It might be something we want to consider. Also, on here,
Ms. Pham, you agree that we need to revise the job description?
Oh gosh, yeah,
We're not doing that today.
I'm just making, well, actually we are. We're making suggestions. That's what we were talking about today. We're supposed to brainstorm and put things out there. This way they don't have to come back at the board meeting and we make it, because you don't like
No,
when
they
we...
do. It's a process.
So, can I finish or are you cutting me off?
Keep going.
Okay, thank you. I would also like to see in here anything about any conflict of interest, because I know in the past we've had that, where people have had involvement or they're related in some way. So I think we need to bring that to the forefront about a conflict of interest, because if that's there, that's a red mark, and it's a big red mark. It's a big red flag. So, really, they're my strong points. I have others, but I would also consider that you have the lack of specificity in the degree requirement. I think you should have to have an accounting degree. You need to put that, not just a degree, a business degree. It doesn't cut it. That's not what we're looking for. I like the part that Dr. Lynch recommended in reference to overemphasis and background in construction. I think that's really relevant. This is where we've had the majority of our issues impacting millions and millions of dollars. So that's something I would bring to the forefront and emphasize and get that in there. And I'll let you do the rest, but I think I hit some high notes that will really help tailor this to our needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member? Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do agree with revising the job description, and also, as was suggested, I believe earlier, to look at different major districts, maybe to our north and south and others, to see what their job description looks like. I also appreciate the recommendation of the current auditor in terms of the CPA being in any state as opposed to just being Florida specific. But I do believe that looking at the job description and revising it and comparing our job description to other major districts would be important. So I have a couple of questions. Considering that we have 6 applicants and only 1 seemed to qualify, I guess we have to give direction in terms of where we go from here. But the concern that I have is how will this impact us as a school district should we not have a hired applicant by the departure end of March, not April anymore, by Mr. Jabwin?
We're going to need to task assign someone.
Okay, so I understand. So is there anyone internally within the audit department that could serve as this temporary role? And I guess I would appreciate the input of the current auditor.
I would ask Mr. Azzarito to work with Mr. Jaboan to decide who would be the most qualified to be tasked assigned and then present that to the board in a school board meeting.
Okay. And lastly, Madam Chair, I fully support the involvement of the audit committee in the interview process when we do move forward.
Perfect. Any other board member comments on this? Okay, so I have two comments or just thoughts I want the board to weigh in on. One is, would we want to hire a firm, or I should say, Mr. Fogenholy brought this up in one of our meetings with having firms kind of compete to produce applicants like in competitive way to this board, and then we're paying them if they bring someone forward that gets the position. You know, we've tried, right? And now, you know, maybe we have to try something different and look at this differently. So one, I want to see what the cost would be to do that, and if the board would be open to that competing of firms to bring someone competitively forward for us. So that's my question or comment. Dr. Holness?
Okay, so thank you for that, Madam Chair. The question that I would have is, do we have, and I appreciate the prior suggestion when we were searching for a superintendent that Board Member Fogenholy came up with, although we didn't go in that direction. But the question that I have is, are there companies out there specifically, just like we had before, that were geared toward finding a superintendent? Are there companies out there specifically geared toward finding auditors for a school district?
Yes, correct, Mr. Azzarito?
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair. Could you tell me whether or not any member of the board or you have asked the current chief auditor his recommendations for moving forward?
No.
Would it be okay if we do that now?
Sure.
Mr. Jaboan, how would you suggest that we proceed to find the world's greatest candidate to come behind you?
Thank you through the chair. Thank you, Dr. Zeman. I would recommend that the board ensure that it is clear to the incoming chief auditor as far as that person reports to the board, that the challenges in the position is the different polls that potential person who watches our meetings would feel coming into that. That person is getting hired for their judgment, and the board, I imagine, would evaluate that person on their judgment in analyzing all of the sources of information, including the committee and the public as well.
Terrific. And would it be advantageous to hire a search firm, do you think, for this particular job, or are candidates not really swayed by that kind of approach?
I don't think a search firm is needed. So after college, this is my 5th job, and the industry we are aware of the different openings around the country. And so it's really, I don't think a search firm will do much for you, except that they can call people that have jobs already.
Correct.
And then seek certain things out of them to get them to move out of their jobs to be able to make a job change. That's mostly what the firms will do. That they have their collection of inventory of people who they've worked with over the years. They'll call person A and said, I have an opportunity here. Would you consider leaving your job for this one, and so forth?
Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, we need to weigh in and come to or can we do both? Can we Mr. Azzarito, you guys keep doing what you're doing, and we throw it out there to search firms. Mr. Fognoli?
Thank you very much, Chair, and I appreciate the suggestion of bringing that up again. And my question to Mr. Azarito through the chair is, what extent do we recruit? Do we do those? Do we like make those calls? Simple LinkedIn messages, right? I know Mr. Chisholm is very active on LinkedIn. Hey, listen, how are you? Love your job? All it takes is somebody's bad day to make the leap, right? Somebody going on Google and Googling Hollywood Beach, which is beautiful, to say, wait a minute, might be brighter over there on the east side or down south. So that's what recruiters do, right? That's what it is. It's building relationships. These guys add every single, especially if somebody specializes in auditors or school district jobs, it's just building those relationships. I have IT positions all day on my LinkedIn because I've built those relationships, right? Wishing birthdays every year. But until it takes that one time that they'll reach out to a recruiter and say, I'm not happy. Right? I didn't get that promotion. Hey, they're mistreating me here. I'm looking for a new opportunity. So for me, I would like to have that. I would like to have it open because it's an opportunity. Me personally, I would love to see if we can find somebody local, a boutique recruiting firm somewhere, because I know we're looking at big and nationwide. That's not always the better. Bigger doesn't always mean better. If we can find somebody really hungry, local in Broward, to really go hunting for that person. Like I said, just having those conversations. But I really want to know, I'm going to go back to the first question of how much do we do that, Mr. Azarito?
Mr. Chisholm spoke about it a little bit earlier, but I'll let him.
What was the question?
Recruiting.
And we do. Absolutely. Definitely this was more tailored, specific because of the type of recruitment it is. When we're looking at regular recruitments, a lot of time we get a lot of engagement. We get a lot of applicants for, say, for example, a director position or manager or supervisor, and we go through them. This type of job did require more work, and that's why we made, I shouldn't even say just more work, a different type of work stream where we were having to utilize specialized companies or recruitment outlets that actually specialize where they're there. They did some notifications along the memberships because it goes on those job boards. So we made our job more visible through those outlets. And while we didn't pay for Glassdoor specifically, our ad ended up on Glassdoor because they shop and they scoop up those type of jobs and they put them out there. And also we were working with a very aggressive timeline. And some of the things I was sharing earlier, we looked at the individuals that either were in our database that had either applied for jobs before. We even went as far back when Mr. Jaboyne initially applied for the job. We still had that data, although those individuals did not get the job. Those are still candidates that at this point could be at a different place in their career and were very much interested that we reached out to them. We not necessarily have been seeing that engagement yet because we have closed down the ad because we didn't see a whole lot of engagement and we needed some additional direction from the board today. So really what we're looking at is even what you said, we call those cold calls. I think we all know they will be working for this board and we never make promises to anyone. One candidate said to me basically, before I move from my job, I don't want to waste my time doing the application. I basically want to know that I'm getting the job because you're reaching out. I can't assure that candidate that. I have to assure that candidate that this is a vacancy and you would have to go before there are 9 supervisors, for lack of better words, that will be interested in seeing your skills and your qualities. So it really comes down to not one thing, multiple things that we need to do and continue to do.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And I think that, right, you discussed one thing, visibility of a job, visibility of the position, right, getting it out there. I believe that the person we're looking for is not looking, right? They're not looking on job boards. They're not looking on LinkedIn or Glassdoor for an opportunity. I'm talking about somebody that is in the position somewhere else. It's having that conversation and finding the person and saying, hey, this is the opportunity, this is the time. Most people, it's about getting a door that's open, right? Most people don't know the door is there until we talk to them. That's the thing. So it's having that conversation. Like you said, of course, somebody wants an assurance, but just the hope or the belief of that happening, wait a second, this could be an opportunity that I am qualified for, but somebody just gets that thought in their head, but it starts with the conversation. So again, the question was how much are we doing that? How much are we messaging the person that's not looking. They don't have a banner on LinkedIn saying, I'm looking for a job. Not that person. I'm looking for the person that's solid, looks happy in whatever school district, whatever company, whatever it is, messaging saying, hey, how are you? I'm with the Broward County School Board. How are you doing? I'm doing good. So I have a question. 1 to 10, what's the chances that you would look for another opportunity if it was perfect? You'd have the 9 greatest bosses on earth, right? What would it take for you to look into this? And you'd have opportunity to be on TV all the time. You'd be a celebrity. No, but I'm saying there's other opportunities. How often are we doing that, Mr. Chisholm? Are we doing that at all? I'm saying outreaching to people that aren't looking.
Through the chair. Yeah. At this point, that's limited. I think where we're really going and having this conversation is we need to do that.
Yes.
We can do more of that. And that really entails going on LinkedIn and you're really hounding people's page. Most of us know we get notified by recruiters all the time. There are inboxes all the time from recruiters that go in your box and say, hey, Mr. Chisholm, are you looking for this type of employment opportunity? We can do that. We also can engage LinkedIn as well as working with some additional firms that are also getting some of those leads for us where we're then making the phone call and the conversation. I think it's a combination. We can do additional things, but I also believe we would want some help.
Yeah.
I personally, one person here, believe that a firm would really help us at this point because we did make a large investment in all of these outlets and we just got a small return, maybe because of the short turnaround, we don't know, or also it may be some of the job description requirements where people are out of state, and I know you talked about local, but we want a multitude of candidates to be applying and looking at the job, so you're just not selecting from one person, you're actually selecting for maybe multiple people, and your decision is more sound around the different talent that they bring. So I think it's a combination. We can we can stretch our reach, if you will, and start tapping into those candidates, and then I think we should consider a firm to assist us with that.
Sure, and I think going back to that, Chair, and I'm going to end with this, I just think when we say those firms, there are people that work independently as a recruiter, one person, at home, independent contractors that have their own business that really do this, right? It could be retail, it could be IT, it could be school-based. Like I said, when I say local, there are many people that if they heard this right now, they would come knocking on the door and say, I'm ready to go. And you don't even need a contract, I'll bring the person. And once I bring the person, I'll come for my money. That's what it is, it's just a fair shot. So when I say it's open, give the open opportunity. Like I said, I belong to a boutique IT firm, and that's what it was. Just give me the opportunity, and I will fight the big one because I have a better relationship than they do. I can build relationships better than they do. So for me, it's just I would love to see us do it better. I know it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of staff, but also just looking at local boutique firms that we could do for a fraction of the price of getting those big boy recruiters that we're just one of many. I want to find those people that are going to be passionate about our position, find that, build the relationships, and get us the rock star that we need. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Leonardi?
Yeah, I'm in favor of an unretained search, opening it up and whoever brings us the candidate that we hire, paying them. I agree with a community panel consistent with what we did with the superintendent, and I agree with looking at the job study.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I just want to add something too. I think it's apparent that we need to extend the ad. We didn't really talk about that, but if we only have one applicant, I think we need to open that ad back up again, especially we're talking about a firm, not a firm, but we didn't really give direction that we want the ad back open. I'll just remind all of us that every time we've used a search firm, everybody has complained about the search firm, that we wasted a lot of money, we could have done it ourselves. So I'm a little leery about a search firm. The headhunter idea, I guess that's the technical term, right? Probably maybe makes more sense because then you know what you're paying for because they've brought you applicants, but I don't know how that works in terms of paying them and what the cost is and all of that. So would be interested in knowing more information, but the idea to pay a big firm, we've done that a couple of times now and every time have not been really satisfied. So, well, no, I don't mean it like that. knows I don't mean it like that.
The former
I
vice
don't
chair.
mean who we ended up with. I mean the process of the firm is really what I'm talking about, not who we ended up with. So he knows that. Anyway, I just would, plus we're looking at a very short timeline. So I would like to look into what does it mean to use, for lack of a better term, headhunters to do this that are local, with the addition of our HR team, just amping it up a little bit. It sounds like you were already on that path. You just need a little, maybe more personal pieces to that. But I also want to talk about extending the ad deadline. Thank you.
Chair, can I jump the line?
Yeah.
I'm voting exactly like Ms. Leonardi.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Pham?
I thought I already spoke.
Okay.
Yeah, how I'm voting.
Dr. Holness?
Obviously, what we've done before in terms of having our department look for someone was futile, so I am now in favor of the search firm to proceed.
Okay. So I think we need to work on the job description, go through the process as quickly as we can. If we need to do a special school board meeting to get the job description through, then we do that.
We can put it on for the 12th.
Okay.
March 12th.
March 12th. And then we have to, Mr. Azarito, you have to work with Mr. Jabowen as far as the task assigned person. We're going to need to move that along. And then I would think we would need to bring an agenda item to the board meeting for the board to vote on the search firm, because there's going to be a cost associated with that. Ms. Marte.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for acknowledging me. And if the cost is over $50,000, there's a procurement item that has to come to the board first.
Okay, Mr. Azarito, do you have any idea what the cost is?
It would normally, headhunters and search firms are 20 to 25% of first year salary. So if we're looking at a roughly $200,000 salary, then 25% would be $50,000.
Okay, so what is the process then, Ms. Marte?
You'd have to go out for an invitation to bid, and I don't know the format. I'll have to get back to you, but it would be a board item that would have to come forward to award. So we'd have to put out a scope of work. Ms. Andreu and her team would do an evaluation, and then a recommendation would be made to the board as to the firm that we would use.
Okay, so is that what the board wants to do?
It takes.
Yes. Or keep it under 50,000?
That's what I was going to recommend.
Yeah.
If we were to put it out, if we were to bid it out and simply say what our criteria is and put it under 50, it would not reach over and the firm would not get more than 49.9, then the people that don't want to get involved won't get involved. But I'm sure there'll be some search firms that will get involved under that. This way you don't have to go through the procurement process. It's that. What's that? I'm just telling you how to navigate it if that's the direction you go. I'm not telling you what to do, but that's the way you can navigate it to keep it without doing the procurement, which gives you the opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Okay, the one thing I'm afraid of opening up the job again, like now before we revise the job description. I'm concerned then we're working off an old job description and not what we want to change it to. So we should probably just pause, and then once this is done, we can move forward with opening it up. Okay, so do you have your direction?
Yes, Madam Chair and Mr. Superintendent, may I? The only thing I want to add, if anyone is listening, Broward Schools is recruiting for a chief auditor. The advertisement is down at this time, but we will be back up. We're making some changes, and we're definitely looking for you. As you can see, the school board has not made a decision. Those that are listening, we're looking for you. So make sure you reach out to Broward Schools. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Any other board member have anything on this topic? Dr. Holness?
No, not on this topic for closing.
Okay. Does any of my colleagues have anything to bring to the
Chair,
board?
Yes.
Or-
Item still, I'm so sorry.
Oh, on the item.
Yes.
Mr. Fogarty.
And just asking, because I know we had one applicant that came forward. How about that one? Are we ever going to take a look at that person at all? Just throwing it out there, what if that person is a rock star?
Through the chair, and traditionally what we would do is that applicant that meets these qualifications, traditionally if we relaunch this advertisement, we will, one, do a few things. We're going to re-engage everyone that initially applied, and someone that previously applied and they fully qualify again, we send them the link to just attach them to the job again. So we will keep that applicant under consideration.
Understood, and I think that time is important, right? What if, like I said, what if it is that person? Just throwing it out there. Lose time, you know what? I'm fine. You lost that applicant. And I think that, is there any opportunity that we can discuss it or take a look at that resume and say, hey, this can be the one person? I'm just curious. What if that's the rock star?
Through the chair, Mr. Superintendent, is the request we can send that one applicant to the school board members?
I mean, I would like to see that.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing preventing us from doing that. Is that the will of the board?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So does at this time any of my colleagues have anything to bring to the board or student successes to share? Dr. Holman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Board Anderson hockey rink. I had the privilege of witnessing a historic moment for Broward County Public Schools. Board Anderson High School is set to become the first school in Broward County, Florida, with a synthetic ice hockey rink. Thanks to the efforts of Anthony Duclair Foundation, the National Hockey League, NHL players, and Mr. Anthony Duclair himself. Mr. Duclair's vision for diversity and inclusion will provide students with a unique opportunity to learn and engage in a new sport. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon.
Thank you. I just want to say congratulations to the 2 students that are heading to the State Science Fair from Apollo Middle School. This is the first time in their history that they have had students make it to the state competition for science fair. So congratulations.
Ms. Leonardi?
Yeah, I had a question for our general counsel before the meeting was over today. There were some very serious allegations made by some of my colleagues, and I'd just like to know for clarity, did any item that we voted on today violate the law?
Ms. Batista?
I'm sorry, so when you say, did any item that you voted on during the board meeting? No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. And then did any vote that took place during that special board meeting today violate the law?
Ms. Batista?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, Chair, wait.
Mr. Fogarty?
I had my hand up too. I got wins in District 1 as well. Jeez.
I didn't see your hand.
Jeez. No, to Dr. Holness's point, Florida Panthers, if you're listening, we want Duclair back. Just wanted to throw it out there. And then want to say shout out to South Broward, which is their soccer team is going to the state semifinal, and we're going to be in DeLand, so it's going to, and I'm looking to make that 4-hour drive. Look forward to that one. But they're going to do that, and I also want to give 2 shout outs also, but one of the players, which is Chris, he knows who he is, talk to him all the time, but he's actually playing for the national team in Haiti. In high school right now. So he's actually playing for the national team, got his first win the other day, and also Lucas that plays for Miami as well. So I just want to say congratulations to those guys and the team. Good luck.
Congratulations to Westglades Middle School speech and debate team who took home 28 awards at the Mass 6 tournament. All right, the scheduled order of business for this school board workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the workshop. Okay, we're going to go into closed door in 5 minutes.